Dan Wusung was given the title of the Fist King because of his overwhelming conquering and subjugation of the Jianghu with his bare fists alone. With his unparalleled and domineering skill, he was unrivaled by everyone. Thus, he was known more by his title than his original name. One cloudy night, he was ambushed by a group of his rivals and got severely injured in the process. Although he managed to defeat the majority of them, only 2 were remaining, so he glared at them. His rivals smiled cunningly, but Wusung could tell at a glance how skilled they were, and it made him wonder about their origins and the faction they belonged to. He glared at them, got into his stance, and kicked the corpse of his rival at his opponent with the intention of sending them to their subordinate. One of his rivals worriedly urged the Sword Demon to aid him in blocking the attack. Sword Demon ignored his pleas, jumped down the cliff, swiftly unsheathed his sword, and got rid of the corpse in a single attack. Wusung was in disbelief to realize that his opponent plays dirty, as he never thought he would slice through his own subordinate. Suddenly, he noticed the emblem hanging with his rival's sword, and upon seeing how cruel they are, he became certain they might be from the demon faction. Sword Demon grins upon hearing this. He jumps down the cliff and is impressed that Fist King has kept fighting this long and maintained his stance, so he admits he deserves all the fame and his title. Fist King doesn't plan to hear his nonsense and waste his time, as he plans to get rid of his rival in 10 moves. Sword Demon released a slash towards him, considered him arrogant, and planned to end all his arrogance quickly. Fist King swiftly dodges all of his rival's attacks, appears before him, and punches him substantially. Sword Demon coughed up blood due to internal injuries and was in disbelief to see how fast he was. Wusung counted that as his first attack and kept attacking Sword Demon with several punches, but noticed something strange as his punches were missing all the critical attacks. He deduced someone might be retraining his attack, so he looked around, saw his other rival standing on the cliff and controlling all his movements, and furiously cursed him. While he was distracted, looking toward his other rival, Sword Demon exploited the distraction and pierced his heart with a sword. He gladly looked at the Fist King's dumbfounded face and was relieved to put an end to the Fist King's reign finally. To his surprise, Wusung still didn't give up despite being critically injured and was prepared to punch him again with his remaining strength. Sword Demon gets worried by this abrupt attack, but Wusung fell on the ground before he could attack. He looked at Fist King and admitted, by seeing the way he fought, that all his reputation for having the title wasn't for nothing. Soon, his comrade approached him with a victorious grin on his face and was well aware that the situation could be worse. Sword Demon agreed with him, but he was thankful to him for his timely intervention, which managed to save his life. He went to Fist King and touched his head as he planned to say something, but before he could even finish his sentence, Wusung punched him hard, grinned, and landed his 10th move. The protagonist saw his rival enraged by his sudden attack, but he didn't have the strength to fight back and knew this was his end. Even in his last moment, he wished to have more strength to hit the Sword Demon once again. However, that was already too late, and Fist King Wusung died at the hands of the demon faction. Meanwhile, in Juhua Mountain's safe house, inside a flashy room, Wusung opened his eyes in the body of the first young master of the Merchant Guild. While regaining consciousness, he heard his maid's concerned voice, asking if he was all right as he finally woke up. The protagonist was unable to identify his unfamiliar surroundings and guessed that someone might have treated him. But he still didn't know where he was when he woke up. He grabbed his head as he was dizzy, touched his body, and couldn't find any injury. His maid quickly offered him a glass of water and handed it to him. The protagonist thought he might have misheard, as the maid accosted him, calling him the first young master. He peeked inside the mirror to see his face and splashed out the water after seeing his face, which had changed to a weak and sickly young man in his early 20s. He started pulling his face off, thinking someone might have put a mask on him, but he couldn't find any mask line. His face turned pale when he realized this was the original face, and he didn't know what to do. The maid was worried when she saw her young master acting strangely, so she rushed out to call the physician for him. After leaving the room, she heard a slapping sound and grew worried because her master was behaving strangely this time. While the protagonist was contemplating who might have done this to him and knew it couldn't be a demonic faction, because if that were true, they could have controlled the entire Jianghu. He kept staring at his face in the mirror to remember who that person is, and guess he has to figure this out himself. He gets out of bed, walks awkwardly to check things out, and can't believe how much worse his condition is, as he feels like a fawn. He hardly took his seat and saw the record book of the Yuna merchant group and recalled that it was a large merchant group situated near Juhua Mountain. He guessed they might be a large merchant group, as he even heard their name despite having no business with the merchant. He looked at the ledger, saw Lee Jin Eon's name on the receiver side, and figured out that he was the eldest son. After reading out the content of the letter, he realized all of these were about either extorting money, gambling, or visiting women. The protagonist, worried, grabbed his head to discover that the original owner was a loser, as all the letters to him revealed his bad habits. He doesn't feel any ominous energy in his body, so that isn't the result of sorcery, nor is it a mask, and he guesses it might be reincarnation. However, that truth was difficult for him to admit, and he knew everyone who heard it would think he was crazy. While he is busy figuring things out, his physician, Gong's son Myung, rushes toward him and inquires worriedly if he is all right. The protagonist doesn't recognize him, feels nauseous and disgusted by his fake act. Gong's son Myung wiped his fake tear of concern, telling his young master how worried he was for his safety, and cunningly tried to take his pulse. The protagonist found him suspicious yet assured him that he was doing fine. The physician pretended to be glad upon hearing about his health and called for the food he had specially prepared for him. After the servants came in, the physician elucidated that he prepared chicken soup, which is invigorating for his body. The protagonist grins excitedly upon seeing it and sees through the physician's scheming plan of damaging his health. Even though he knew that the dragon and phoenix dish, known as chicken soup, is beneficial for a healthy person, for someone like him who is weak, it is poisonous. He gets enraged as he recalls the physician taking his pulse stealthily to figure out how he is still healthy, so he considers him a poisonous snake who is ready to bite his own owner. The physician guaranteed that he would be able to attend the dragon and phoenix competition if he drank this soup daily. After listening to the competition, he wondered how many years it had been since this competition had been going on. Son Myung doesn't know exactly, but has a rough idea that it might have been 100 years. Lee Jin Eon understood everything. He pushed the physician out of his room because he had no appetite for it. However, the physician was reluctant to leave until his master would drink that soup. Jin Eon pushed him out as he planned to sleep for a while, then firmly closed the door. His face turned pale as he deduced that he might not have died long since, as the martial competition had been taking place for 200 years. He tied his hair and was pleased to think that the demonic faction might still be alive, and the flashes of those rivals came into his mind. He stretched his hands, smiled cunningly as he discovered he had been surrounded by people who deserved to be beaten to death, including that rotten physician who pretended to care. This time, he intended to avenge his past life and this current body by killing all of those enemies with a single punch. After some time, his servants placed his meal on the table happily, as their master had been eating a lot these days, when he used to like just porridge. Another maid is thrilled because her master eats a lot as well, and has noticed that it is already time for him to be back from his walk. The protagonist barged into the room and saw his servants putting the meal on the table, having already prepared his breakfast. He praised them for doing well and went ahead to see what they had prepared and instructed them to prepare simple meals like this from then on. While he was putting on his robe, his maids left the room in disbelief as they noticed he had become healthier than before. As Jun Eon was going to take the first bite of his meal, his physician informed him about his arrival. The protagonist looked ahead furiously, making his maids shiver in fear, and instructed his physician to come inside, despite not liking him. After Sun Myung entered the room, he bumped one of the maid's shoulders and kept moving ahead instead of apologizing for his behavior. Jun Eon was annoyed to see how rude he was, but upon seeing the abrupt change of his expression from rude to sweet, he talked to impress him. But he was unable to understand the reason he groveled around him this way. He grins cunningly as he got a terrifying idea to catch his physician off guard and wanted to know why he visited him despite not being summoned. Initially, the physician was unable to understand what he was trying to say, but after understanding, he turned to him to express how worried he was for him. He didn't hear from his young master about his health and couldn't endure the loneliness, so he visited abruptly. He noticed that Jun Eon's complexion had improved and was delighted to see that his tireless effort was finally yielding meaningful results. Jun Eon chuckled upon hearing him call it an effort, when he tried to seduce him with the dragon and phoenix chicken soup that would be harmful for him. Sun Myung's face turned pale after realizing he had been caught. Yet he covered himself up by claiming that soup was beneficial for him, so he thought he might have misunderstood. The protagonist decides to play along, wondering whether that is true, but he considers the soup poison for himself. The physician was stunned to hear all those accusations from his young master when he was his attending physician, and he planned to take his leave because he wasn't welcome there. While he was leaving the room, the protagonist stopped him, glaring at him furiously for acting like the real master by coming to him without any summoning, and now he plans to leave on his own accord. The physician, pale-faced, stopped looking at him and was unable to comprehend the reason for this abrupt change in his personality. Jun Eon laughed to change the atmosphere, assuring him that he was kidding, and commanded him to bring him a letter and pen from the table so that he could write a letter. The physician agreed to bring it, and after he brought both items, Jun Eon instructed him to write as he dictated the content. He instructed the physician to write that he has to stay in the villa for a long time due to Lee Jun Eon's severe illness, but he wanted to know the next order since his life was so long. The physician's face turned pale upon hearing the contents of the letter. He stopped writing and stared at the protagonist. Jun Eon kept eating his food and noticed he halted, so he wondered why he wasn't writing. Sun Mayan laughed awkwardly as he wanted to know what his young master was talking about. But he was startled as Jun Eon threw his chopstick at him and mildly pierced through his neck, leaving him in utter shock. The protagonist glared at him furiously to warn him that he was no longer the foolish person he had been before, so he wanted him to behave. But the physician acted foolishly, behaving as if he were unable to understand the situation. Jun Eon reminded him of how he had given him chicken soup, which is harmful to his sickly body, despite being beneficial to a healthy person. Since Sun Myung is a physician, he might know it well, and the protagonist can't believe he thinks he wouldn't notice him taking his pulse. He also recalls the physician's reaction when he refused to drink the soup, as he was unable to hide his intention to kill him. Jun Eon is confident that the physician can't act this way alone, so he ordered him to include the name of the person who ordered him in the letter. Sun Myung still denied the truth and acted all innocent, as if his master had accused and doubted his good intentions. He sighed upon thinking this, and his expression changed completely after he realized that even a foolish person like his young master has a conscience. Jun Eon noticed a sudden change in his behavior, and he guessed he might finally be admitting it. The physician doesn't feel guilty for betraying his master, and considers himself considerate enough to let him die with some dignity. He is well aware he doesn't have any other solution at the moment, so he looks back at the servants and plans to kill everyone there to end this mess. He swiftly took out the poison needle to kill his young master quickly, but to his surprise, the protagonist had already taken action as he got closer to him and knocked him out with a single hit. He took a bite of the chicken leg and was annoyed when the physician interrupted him mid-conversation. He worriedly started shaking his hand after feeling this intense pain just by hitting the physician once, and knew he had to work on his weak body more. He plans to swiftly recover and regain his old strength so that he can easily deal with the mastermind behind this body illness and the assassination without concern for the needs of the entire Yunha merchant group. He intends to investigate Sun Myung thoroughly after returning to the group. Suddenly, he lost his balance due to the severe headache of unknown origin, and he recalled some of his current body memories with the physician. He saw flashes of Jun Eon's memories from childhood to adulthood and started crying uncontrollably after figuring everything out. He discovered that despite being the eldest son, Jun Eon was neither as smart as the second child nor as strong as the third son, but was the one lacking in all aspects. He ended up indulging in the depraved life of pleasure in the process of compensating for his shortcomings with the money. But it was already too late when he realized his mistakes and turned back. As his health deteriorated, Jun Eon was sent to this villa, and the protagonist became certain that the main clan wouldn't care about him being exiled at this villa, if those flashes of memories are true. The protagonist was already flustered after this abrupt reincarnation into the sick body, but he could still recover his martial arts skills through practice. He can't believe how the original owner wasted such a good body, but he is confident he can reach a high level in no time thanks to his vast knowledge from his past life, expertise in martial arts, and the use of high-level elixir. After considering getting the elixir, he finally had an idea. He looked back at the chest full of gold coins and was pleased, as he could afford even the expensive elixir with all the money. He looked at the corpse of Gang's son Mying still lying on the table and decided to bury it before it started rotting. The days kept passing, with several days of bright, shining sun, and several seasons passed as everyone continued their daily tasks. 1 year later, Yunha Merchant Group Guard Squad member Mok In Siop came to mention and asked the maids about Jun Eon's whereabouts, as he had come to deliver an important letter to him. The maid understood, so she pointed behind her toward her young master. Mok In Siop's eyes widened in shock as he looked ahead and saw a strong, sturdy man practicing. He was unwilling to admit that it was the elder son, Lee Jun Eon, when he was supposed to be sickly, foolish, and weak. As the season kept passing, Jun Eon manifested his core energy into his body and engraved all the martial arts skills required for the survival of his body. The skill he acquired in that 1 year of training and all his effort includes enlightening mobility art, the rapid stride, body art, and also the skill lightning 10-phase art, which allows him to control lightning. He managed to break through the 4th stage, so everything has been going according to his plans. He somersaulted to check his skill, striking the leaf in the air with his leg, which broke it into some pieces, yet he didn't consider this substantial enough to satisfy him and face his opponents. Abruptly, Mok In Siop went to him, accosted him, introduced himself, and greeted him. Although he was in disbelief to see this abrupt change in Lee Jun Eon, he kept his amusement to himself and stated the purpose of his visit, which was to deliver a letter to him. The protagonist understood everything, remained calm, and reached out to take the letter to read its contents. Mok In Siop is in shock to think that it is Lee Jun Eon, as the one he knew was a frail one who couldn't even talk properly without coughing blood. The protagonist was annoyed that his arm had started to feel tired after reaching out for so long, yet Mok In Siop kept glaring at him in astonishment. After reading the letter, he realized that his father had collapsed and was bedridden, but he was unable to find the cause of all this. Mok In Siop worriedly explained that this might be because of the Aoyang clan, as they have been paying tribute in the pretext of protection fees for them. But those fees have now significantly increased, thus burdening the leader. After hearing the situation, the protagonist wondered if the Aoyang clan had done anything special to raise their fee. Mok In Siop furiously clarified that they did nothing special and considered them dogs for behaving this way. He added that the Aoyang clan wanted them to meet the main clan of the Yunha merchant group if the situation was serious, even when the little deity clan imposed a ridiculous trading tax on them and did nothing to help. He sighed as he recalled how their guard captain protested Aoyang whose unfair rise in taxes. The protagonist quietly stares at him and recalls hearing about Aoyang whose name in his last life, as he was strong enough to be noticed. He finally understood the Aoyang clan's knight considered their merchant group beneath them for acting so unfairly, and assumed everything would be sorted out if he dealt with them. Mok In Siop smirked awkwardly upon thinking that Jun Eon wanted to deal with them despite his past reputation and added another reason for his father's collapse. A while ago, the 2nd and 3rd sons had a sword fight, and the leader collapsed after witnessing it. The protagonist thinks of his father's furious face upon seeing his brother fight, as if his father might have collapsed from anger. Mok In Siop affirmed that it is true, which leaves Jun Eon in disbelief as his brother recklessly fights in front of the merchant leader. Mok In Siop assured him that the situation wouldn't harm him and that he would be informed once this matter was resolved. The protagonist worriedly grabbed his head, glared at the guard, and didn't intend to sit back idly at this crucial moment. He stood firmly instructing Mok In Siop to keep the letter for himself, as he would return to check the situation himself. After some time, Mok In Siop returned and excitedly told his comrades about the positive changes in Jun Eon over the past year, including a perfect, sturdy body and excellent martial arts skills. All his comrades seriously heard everything, but they burst out in laughter as they couldn't hold back on the thought that the infamous young master who couldn't do anything right had become a martial artist. They mocked him, guessing that Jun Eon had become the master of the room technique. Another account considers him a legendary martial artist, as his comrades claimed he had become one. The guard wanted Mok In Siop to joke about something believable, like claiming that the vice captain has a lover. The vice captain, Han Yop, heard their conversation and is pleased to learn that Jun Eon has regained his health. He recalls the time he trained with the young master and knew he had an excellent body. which would help him excel in the martial arts even as a child. He grabbed the head of the guard who was bad-mouthing and gossiping about him, then asked Ma Siop about the return of Jun Eon. Ma Siop is unsure of the exact time, as he just heard he is coming, but is stunned by the Jun Eon arrival announcement. Hanyop instructed the guards to get ready to greet the young master, but the guards were reluctant to greet that useless person. Hanyop reminded them of the person who feeds them, so he wanted them to quietly follow him instead of whining. Meanwhile, Jun Eon arrived at the entrance and was dumbfounded to see the magnificent, huge, and eye-catching entrance. Although he has heard of the Yunhe merchant group before, he never thought it would be on this scale and admits that the original owner was more of a silver spoon type rather than moderately rich. He looked at his maids and instructed them to rest for a while as he planned to check on his father. After they left, he continued his journey, lolled around, and saw one of them to welcome him. Suddenly, he heard several footsteps rushing toward him. Soon, all the guards took their positions and congratulated him on his safe return. Hanyop bowed before him, greeted him, and was dazed by the unfathomable changes that his young master had gone through, making him hard to recognize, but he was pleased to see him healthy. The guard was annoyed to think the vice captain didn't have any pride in greeting Jun Eon so enthusiastically despite being treated rudely and ignored in the past, so he was sure he would receive the same treatment this time as well. Contrary to the guard's expectation, Jun Eon paid his respect to the vice captain and considered it an enthusiastic welcome for a troublemaker like him, so he expressed his gratitude to everyone. The vice captain intended to lead Jun Eon to his father, but all the guards felt chills down their spines upon realizing that a useless young master greeted them. Mock and Swap already warned them that Jun Eon has changed, which makes his comrade unable to deny the fact, as he feels like coming to the stranger's house. Hanyop leads the protagonist toward his father, and is pleased by this drastic change, making him more of an ally than an enemy. After some time, they were outside his father's room, and he intended to head inside since the vice captain had already informed his father about his arrival. Before he could step into the merchant group, the third son of Li Ya-eon was surprised to see him there unexpectedly. He placed his hand on the protagonist's shoulder to call him a perverted person, but he felt completely different upon seeing his brother's reaction, and was amused to see he could even glare at him now. Hanyop is concerned when he recalls how the third master used to beat Jun Eon to a pulp whenever they met, and he guesses the third master plans to beat him again this time as well. So, he intervened to stop this from happening. He grabbed the third young master's hand, and supposed they might be thrilled to see each other after a long time. Li Ya-eon slapped him for daring to overstep his boundaries by touching his body without permission. The protagonist quietly watched his brother's impudent behavior, who thought the vice captain was looking down at him, even though the vice captain was there to deal with his useless brother. He smirked excitedly as he planned to teach the vice captain a lesson so that he would never dare to repeat the same mistake. Jun Eon was unable to hold back, so he gently touched his brother's hair, then firmly punched him and made him bleed. Hanyop froze at his place in disbelief upon witnessing this remarkable day, and Ja-eon is unable to accept this insult as well. Jun Eon reached out to him as he was thrilled on his way back and firmly grabbed his shoulder. Ya-eon cursed him upon experiencing excruciating pain, leaving Jun Eon in disbelief as he cursed him instead of calling him Big Brother. Meanwhile, all the guards were gathered around upon hearing the commotion outside the leader's room. The second son, Li Hwa-eon, was passing by when he saw the crowd in front of his father's room, so he asked Hanyop about the commotion. Hanyop explained that everyone is overseeing an argument between the first and third young master. He gets worried upon recalling how his third brother used to bully the elder brother, so he guessed the same might be happening and wanted the guards to stop them instead of watching the mess. Hwa-eon stepped forward to stop them from shouting in front of their father's room. Jun Eon cruelly pulled his brother's cheeks and heard the voice, so he looked back as he recognized that it was his second brother. His jaw dropped in shock as he went ahead and saw his older brother teaching the younger one a lesson to be more respectful to his elder. After some time inside the room, the protagonist was punishing his younger brother harshly. Hwa-eon was baffled upon witnessing this scene for the first time in his life, and is pleased to know that his elder brother has returned in good health. The protagonist looked back, assuring him that he is all right now, then noticed bandages on Hwa-eon's hands that he was trying to hide, and guessed that Ja Eon might have injured him. Hwa Eon gets worried upon seeing his elder brother raising his hand to slap Ya Eon again, so he assures him that it's alright. Ya Eon gets worried after being caught up like this again and was slapped so hard that it made his nose bleed. The protagonist furiously glared at him, warning him not to yield his sword to his elder brother until he wanted to be beaten. Ya Eon understands everything, but Hwa Eon could sense the terrifying and chilling aura from his elder brother from a distance. Later, with his swollen cheeks, Ya Eon was still in a state of denial, as he didn't believe he had been beaten to a pulp by Jun Eon, who used to be so fragile. He recalls how he used to bully his elder brother and make him massage his shoulder by threatening him, so he was mortified in his current condition. Hwa Eon was baffled to see how his elder brother had managed to humble Ya Eon, when in the past he could only dodge being beaten by him. He assumed something special might have happened at the safe house that caused these drastic changes in his personality and turned him into a different person. Jun Eon was impressed by his good judgment as he guessed right. Then he looked ahead at the pile of scrolls, started reading one, and asked about them. Hwa Eon has included himself on the list of employees he intends to take to the following day's conference. The protagonist started checking the list of employees to find out the culprit behind pulling the strings and controlling Sun Myung. After a while, he realized he didn't need to search for it anymore, since all the employees, along with the vice captain of the guard, had been recommended by Aoyong-hu. After finding the mastermind, the protagonist wants to rule out another suspicion, so he seriously asks his brother whether any of them is working with the Aoyong clan. Both of them were left speechless, and Hwa Eon mustered his courage as he didn't think there was a possibility for them to join hands with them. Ya Eon agreed, as he considered this accusation ridiculous. He would prefer Ying to letting other clan members take their business, and is well aware that Yunha's merchant group is a precious business earned by their father's hard work. The protagonist chuckled, pleased to hear their answer, which made it unnecessary to kill them. He stood at his place and wanted to know if all the higher-ups would be attending the upcoming conference. After Hwa Eon affirmed, the protagonist declared his intention to attend the conference as well and left the room. Hwa Eon was in confusion and, with countless questions in his mind, wondered where he planned to head. The protagonist was visiting his father, which surprised Hwa Eon, as he was eager to hear about the safe house. After seeing this change, Ya Eon started pulling his hair out in frustration because he was not going to Juhyul Mountain to learn new skills like his brother. Later, outside his father's room, Jun Eon's arrival was announced to him, and he was permitted to enter. Yunha Merchant Group leader Lee Seong-min is relieved to see his son there and wants to know about the earlier noise. The protagonist sighed, not intending to tell him the truth, took his seat, and asked about his father's health, which was worsening due to stress. Seong-min admits that he was under stress for a while, but his old body can't bear it anymore. He reached out to his eldest son, gently patting his face, noticing that he had changed in this time and that his face also looked different from before, which made him doubt his identity. Yet, he was relieved to know he was doing well. The protagonist felt a strange sensation in his body because he had been deprived of fatherly love in his past life. He recalls from Jun Eon's memory that his father was a great person. He grabbed his father's hand, which was smaller than his own because of his father's health, and grew worried about noticing this change. He assured his father that he would uproot the cause of his stress and handle everything perfectly. Lee Seong-min's face paled as he sensed an ominous feeling about the elimination, and he became more frightened when he saw Jun Eon smiling coldly and reassuring him not to worry. The following day, at the Yunha Merchant Group conference room, everyone was gathered at the decided time. Yunha Merchant Guard Squad leader Aoyong, who stood confidently as well when his comrades whispered about the return of the eldest son, so he wondered what he was doing there. Aoyong, who looked ahead, giving a triumphant smile as he guessed Jun Eon might be concerned about his position. At the same time, Hwa Eon was informing them of the current agenda and intends to move on to the next problem, since no one has an issue with it. Aoyong, who doesn't intend to let this golden opportunity slip out of his hand, so he raised his hand with the intention of recommending a guard to the first young master since he doesn't have one despite returning. Other elders were annoyed to hear his outrageous demand when half of the Yunha merchant group was filled with Aoyong clan members, and guess he doesn't know when to stop. The lady beside him tried to stop him from saying this nonsense, But the man didn't think he was wrong. Aoyang who heard their gossip, so he intentionally threw a chopstick at the man, shattering the glass into pieces, and acted innocent by claiming his hand slipped. After threatening him like that, he guessed there might be no one else to say regarding his suggestion. Since everyone stayed quiet, Aoyang who plans to allot a guard to Jun Eon. However, contrary to his expectation, the protagonist raised his hand as he had complaints regarding this matter. He stood from his seat, started approaching Aoyang who, and suggested freeing him from his position. Everyone in the conference room was baffled upon hearing this suggestion, and Aoyang whose comrades mocked him for making bad jokes. Another guard guessed that Jun Eon didn't know the extent of their leader's care for the merchant group's security. Aoyang who burst out in laughter upon hearing his claim to fire him and assumed he might have forgotten to stay on the bed for a long time, so he reminded him that it isn't something he could say. The protagonist smirked upon hearing this, as he didn't think that was the case, and shattered the table and the ground in a single punch. Aoyang who was in disbelief upon witnessing his magnificent strength and was dumbfounded. Jun Eon reminded him that the Yunha merchant group belongs to him, as he seems to have forgotten the reality after gaining some influence. A while ago, HWA Eon was surprised to learn the reason Jun Eon attended the conference, to fire Aoyang who, and suggested not to mess with them, as they were out of their league. Jun Eon halted upon hearing this, looked back at his brother, and intended to let him know the outcome of someone who underestimated the martial artist of Jianghu, being devoured. Upon seeing Yunha merchant group's current situation, he is concerned as they are on the brink of being devoured. He acknowledged that Jun Eon's worries are legitimate after observing several Aoyang clan members gathered at the conference. He didn't notice until now that the Aoyang clan members' number would increase to this extent in their merchant group. The protagonist smiled confidently, planning to handle this himself, so he told HWA Eon not to worry. Back to the present, HWA Eon worriedly looked at his brother's way of dealing with Aoyang who. Aoyang clan guards yielded their swords toward Jun Eon upon seeing how he dared to threaten their captain and wanted to know the meaning behind this madness. Aoyang who blanched upon seeing this act of the troublemaker, the first young master, and was unable to comprehend his thoughts, as he guessed he might have gone mad. When Hanyon intervened to stop the guards and defend his young master, he was dazed to find that they had the audacity to brandish their swords. He urged the protagonist to step back and guarded him with the other guards. The protagonist glared at them for a while in disbelief at how audacious they were to point their sword at their employer, and guessed they might have a death wish. The guards didn't flinch from their place despite hearing this, and Hanyop was a bit confused, wondering what the first young master planned to do this time. Jun Eon intended to treat this rudeness as compensation because he felt bad about the guard captain. Aoyang who was confused, wondering what he meant by feeling bad. Jun Eon felt bad about ruining his retirement plan, as he was well aware that he had hired physician Sun Maying to assassinate him while he was recuperating and had instigated a clash among his brothers. But he knew that, because of their inner conflict, anyone could easily exploit them to their own benefit. However, he is relieved that Aoyang whose plan was ruined by his father's sudden collapse, and is certain he would have overthrown the Yunha merchant group without lifting a finger by swaying just one of them. Aoyang who laughed upon hearing all his delusional stories and denied all the accusations. The protagonist stepped toward him and whispered that, in the end, he had killed Gong Sun Mayong, who had been sent to kill him, thereby overturning his entire fate. Aoyang who turned white upon hearing about the death of physician Sun Mayong at his hand. The protagonist saw his worried face, so he told him not to be sad, then killed him with a single strike. He turned away, intending to seek damages from Aoyang who for the harm done to the Yunha merchant group, and he also implied that Aoyang who should have made greater efforts to destroy their group. Aoyang who was enraged upon realizing how arrogant he was and was prepared to attack him with the intention of killing him. The protagonist looked at him with amusement as he finally caught the fish in the net and countered Aoyang whose fist with a single strike. The force of their strike sends dust flying everywhere, blinding everyone. Aoyang who noticed that he used lightning energy techniques, so he was in disbelief that he had learned martial arts and quickly stepped back. Aoyang comrades were in awe upon realizing that Jun Eon also knew martial arts and had managed to block the guard captain's strike so easily. The protagonist grabbed his neck, which had become stiff, and considered it unfair to be attacked like this when he returned from recuperating. Then he grins excitedly as he considers this justified, as that is the official duel. Aoyang, who grits his teeth upon seeing how arrogant the first young master is acting after learning a single skill. Therefore, he agreed to proceed with an official duel with Jun Eon under the witnessing and testimonies of the Aoyang clan and guard squad. He guessed this might be sufficient for them to start the official duel, but Jun Eon said no, as this is a life or death duel. Aoyang, who admits that Jun Eon has learned impressive skills from the marvelous clan that has increased his skill level, yet he falls short in experience, so he intends to exploit this gap to his own benefit. He excitedly lunges toward the protagonist, swinging his sword at him, but fails to inflict any injury. He looked at the protagonist, who was in disbelief, as Aoyang, who dared to talk about experience and knowledge with him when he was hundreds of years early to say that. He gathered his lightning energy in his fist, without giving his opponent any chance to react, and launched a substantial punch at him. Aoyang, who was sent flying far away with that single punch. He coughed up blood and was shocked by the insane strength of the good-for-nothing first young master. Jun Eon glared at him as he activated his enlightened mobility art to show the actual difference between their skills. He closed in on Aoyang, who with his skill in a split second, and launched an attack that Aoyang, who hardly managed to block with his sword. But he was pushed back. Both exchanged several blows as Jun Eon fought bare-handed against Aoyang, who was wielding a sword. Aoyang's face turned pale as he noticed something fishy about this fight. The person before him didn't seem like someone who had just learned martial skills, but made him feel like he was facing a seasoned martial master. Despite figuring out the difference, Aoyang, who doesn't intend to give up, so planned to use a more overwhelming attack. His comrades were thrilled by his stance and assumed the match would be over soon, with their Achatina victory. Aoyang, who infused his energy into his sword as he activated the three-formed sword art and didn't intend to lose his duel to a rocky kid like him, and struck him. However, contrary to his expectations, Jun Eon activated Rapid Strike, which helped him evade the attack and close the distance. Aoyang, whose eyes widened in shock upon seeing him get so close without letting him notice. Jun Eon gathered his extensive energy in his fist, bade his farewell to his opponent, and slammed him away with a substantial punch. The impact was so massive that everyone around the house could see it, leaving everyone in confusion and disbelief. His father also saw this from his room when his servant murmured what had just happened. Lee Seong-min felt proud as he realized that his son had finally learned martial arts. On the other side, after Aoyang, who collapsed, all of his subordinates worriedly rushed to his side and stared at him with rage upon seeing their captain in a critical condition. Jun Eon saw their arrogant behavior, so he also planned to die alongside his captain. Another Gwar stepped in to testify that there were no irregularities during Jun Eon's duel. However, they threatened that the Yunhu merchant group cannot evade any obligations moving forward, according to the Aoyang clan's claims of revenge. The protagonist doesn't care about their petty threats, as he never hoped to be free of grudges and kindness, with the promise to repay both equally. He alone took the responsibility for this mess to exempt the Yunhu merchant group from any disputes. HWA Eon was concerned about his brother's safety because it would put him in danger. The protagonist stood firm in his belief that Yunha's group belonged to him, his father, and the guard squad, who warmly welcomed back the discarded young master. Then he recalls his servant, so also consider the merchant belongs to them, as they feel joy upon witnessing him eat. Therefore, he refuses to allow anyone to manipulate his merchant group and is indifferent to the Aoyang clan's opinion, as they had already been dismissed. Although his clan members were pleased by his decision, Aoyang clan members were enraged. As they took their leave, they wished Jun Eon good luck for the upcoming chaos. After they left, Mok and Seop was about to shout in excitement and disbelief as Jin Eon truly won this duel. But Hanyeon shut his mouth, considering him a fool for celebrating this when he just watched everything despite being in the guard squad. But Mok and Seop still wanted to celebrate. As the guards were leaving, Jun Eon accosted his second brother to ask for his help in purchasing some high-quality elixir. He assumed he deserved this much support from their merchant group after claiming that he would take the responsibility. HWA Eon smiled excitedly as he was willing to purchase any potion for his elder brother and was certain he would be busy from this moment onward with several pending tasks he had to perform, including hiring a new guard. Jun Eon wasn't concerned about the guards as he already had some talented people in mind. On the other side, somewhere inside the private room, poisonous fox Chul Myung-ho received news of Jun Eon duel and was incredulous. In reality, Jun Eon already knew this all along on the first day he set foot in the Unia merchant group. While trolling inside, he was analyzing his employee's moment, and on his way, he wondered if Han-yeon had had his meal. Han-yeon was completely caught off guard by the considerate question, as he had been working since dawn, so he didn't have the time to eat. After hearing his answer, Jun Eon was pissed as he looked down and watched the Aoyong clan member enjoying themselves. He finally understood the disturbed balance of work in their merchant group, where some didn't have time to eat because of the heavy, excessive workload, while others were slacking off during working hours. He doesn't intend to let those rotten people work at his place, since they get everything easily and live off his money. Han-yeon noticed the change in the expression of his young master, so he worriedly called him out. Jun Eon didn't hear him as his mind was drifting in finding the ultimate solution, as he would need someone to fill their place after firing them, but he finally got an idea. After some time, Jun Eon arrived at the shady gambling den he had been searching for so hard. Inside the den, all sorts of gamblers, including criminals, were busy playing their games when one of them suddenly noticed Jun Eon waddling around. As Jun Eon was looking around to find that person, the gambler was incredulous to see him alive when he thought he might have died a long time ago. They were looking forward to the extent to which Jun Eon would waste his money on gambling this time. After searching around for a while, Jun Eon finally arrived at the place where VIPs are guarded by a chubby man who was thrilled to see him after a long time. He accidentally slipped his tongue as he assumed he might be there to get sucked, but then corrected himself and assumed he might intend to make generous donations. However, he was unaware that the person before him wasn't the old Jun Eon, so he warned him not to touch him if he didn't want to get beaten up. The guard became grumpy after being insulted by him, but Jun Eon commanded him to open the door instead of wasting his precious time. As he barged in, the guard was enraged by his disrespect. But Jun Eon ignored him, so he headed inside the room where Chul Myung-ho was eating his meal, and was impressed to see the change in Jun Eon's body after the recuperation period. His subordinates, Yuk Jinbo and Yuk Myungbo, greeted him as well. Myung-ho instructed his subordinate to ask his dear friend about his health, as he has been recuperating for a while after being sick. His subordinate apologized for their rudeness, as they didn't know about it, and Myung-ho wanted them to show more respect because he is his friend. After hearing the word friend, Jun Eon knew that they had been friends since childhood, but that friendship also included one-sided violence and financial exploitation. He assumed that this era's definition of friendship differs from that of the past. Myung-ho urged him to have some fun since Jun Eon had spent a lot of time recovering, but in reality, he was craving a pushover to suck money out of for a while. Yet he plans to treat Jun Eon to something big since he celebrates the return of the Unaha merchant group's eldest young master. But after getting no response, he was enraged by Jun Eon's rudeness and pissed off. Jun Eon glared at him and then clarified that he was thinking about something, thus making Myung-ho wonder what he was thinking. Since Jun Eon only required those twin brothers to do things, he was thinking of killing Myung-ho. He is sure they lived their entire lives as thugs, so he doesn't want to let their precious lives rot under Myung-ho, and he has finally made his decision. Myung-ho was enraged upon seeing how Jun Eon kept ignoring him. The protagonist ignored him again and reached out to get the vault keys from them. Myung-ho assumed he might have lost his sanity when he was rudely demanding vault keys from him, as if he wanted money. The protagonist expressed his need to get some cash and started counting the money, as he had been forced to invest in this gambling den. The interest, the money extracted, and his medical bills from being beaten up by Myung-ho ended up totaling several thousand nyongs. After counting everything, he considered 100,000 nyong a fair deal for him, and guess he might have gone easy upon seeing his reaction. Myung-ho started laughing out loud after hearing this, thinking he might have picked up some calculations during his recovery. He considers Jun Eon crazy for thinking that the vault behind him only contains 100,000 nyong when it also includes gold, silver, and jewels. After explaining this, he went closer to Jun Eon to clarify his misunderstanding, as nothing inside the vault belongs to him. He was willing to lend Jun Eon money if he needed it, but he isn't supposed to demand the vault key all of a sudden. He saw Jun Eon sitting quietly at his place, so he was enraged as he continued ignoring him all this time, so that he might have forgotten about all the beating. He knew that Jun Eon was a patient who made him fragile, but he wasn't supposed to scowl, demand the vault key, and then ignore him. He viciously reminded Jun Eon that he was Myung-ho, as if he had forgotten about him. But he again received no reply, so Myung-ho angrily grabbed his head and assumed Jun Eon wanted to die from his hand as he kept behaving strangely. He guessed he might have cut his tongue and commanded his subordinates to pin Jun Eon to the ground because only beating could straighten him up. Yuk Jinbo concurred on his command, then they quickly grabbed Jun Eon to pin him down. Jun Eon was pissed off by their rude behavior, even though he had shown them enough kindness by sparing them. He seized Yuk Jinbo's hand with determination and hurled him far away, smashing the table in the process. Yuk Myungbo was enraged upon seeing his twin brother getting hurt by a weak person, so he tried to launch an attack. Jun Eon dodged his attack by bowing and quickly kicking his leg, which resulted in breaking his bones. The surge of unbearable pain passes through Yuk Myungbo's entire body and made him lose his balance, so he fell. Jun Eon looked back in complete surprise, astonished to see the twin brothers had already regained their strength to fight again despite their serious injuries. He doesn't see any hint of fear in the twin brothers' eyes despite the fact that they have their wrist and ankles broken, so he knows they are the real power behind Myung-ho. As the twin brothers lunged at Jun Eon simultaneously and attempted to punch him, the protagonist recognized it was the perfect moment to act. He disappeared from their sight, leaving them wondering where he had vanished. In the split second, Jun Eon reappeared behind the grabber and grabbed their head, and is well aware that the two of them are valuable assets, so he can't let them get wasted like this. He hit the head of the twin brother together, making them lose their consciousness, and wanted them to behave as he wouldn't warn them the second time. After handling his twin brother, he only had to confront one person. He glanced at the nervous Myung-ho, knowing it was his turn to face some punishment. Myung-ho flinched upon realizing his comrades had been defeated so easily and figured out that Jun Eon had learned martial arts instead of arithmetic during his recovery period. The protagonist glares at him annoyingly as he doesn't understand it, when he usually picks up things easily. He started closing in on Myung-ho, panicked, so he intends to sort this matter out in a conversation rather than a fight. But he remembered how he used to beat Jun Eon around easily in the past, so he knew Jun Eon was a pushover and didn't want to be afraid. He clenched his fist, ready to attack and wanting to eliminate him in a single strike. Before he could close in, Jun Eon kicked him firmly. Then, without giving him any time to get a hold of himself, he acted as if he was going to punch him, but he placed his hand on his head and grinned as his counter strikes won. He struck Myung-ho with lightning, thus making him shout with excruciating pain, which is heard by a chubby guard outside, and he gets scared as he figures someone would die if this kept happening. At the same time, Jun Eon released Myung-ho after inflicting sufficient harm on him, causing Myung-ho to lose strength. He knelt, looked at him, and wanted him to stop acting as if he were unconscious. Myung-ho looked at him with a cunning smile, but kept wondering if Jeon-ho had been going through some sort of secret training during his recuperation to turn out this strong. After remembering how he used to beat him, he guessed Jun Eon did this all to take revenge on him, but he didn't think he caused that much harm to him. After giving it some thought, Myung-ho looked at him with hope and wanted him to state it if he wanted anything other than the vault keys. After the protagonist inquired whether he was serious, Myung-ho concurred, saying he was telling the truth, even though he was his friend, even though he used to rough him up a bit. As the protagonist agreed with him that they were friends, Myung-ho got his hopes up, thinking he had made the right decision. He quickly hugged Jun Eon as he assumed he might be upset because of the pats and promised to never bully him again. Jun Eon felt nauseous due to his absurd behavior, so he wanted him to let him go. Myung-ho considered him his own brother, then looked at his subordinate and called him Big Brother, and also congratulated him on his transformation into a completely different person, so the twin brother immediately congratulated him. Myung-ho was still planning to manipulate him, so he didn't think of Jun Eon as his brother, and he grins excitedly as he recalled that he used to grovel around him and wag his tail on his commands. He plans to get out of this situation with his twin brother, then run away to find a place that will settle all the problems. Abruptly, the protagonist accosted the twin brother to warn them that if he calls someone a sworn brother, it's for life, so he wonders if they are sure about that. The twin brother quietly looked to Myung-ho for permission, and Myung-ho assured them that they were sworn brothers, so they didn't need his permission. After hearing that the twin brother swore to serve Jeon as their brother from this moment onward, which pleased Myung-ho as he saw things heading the way he wanted. The protagonist grins as he finally got his hands on them, so he instructed his twin brother to head outside so that they could decide which one was the big brother among them. Myung-ho was caught off guard and didn't expect this, so he watched the twin brothers leave the room. Thus, only two of them were left. Jeon grins excitedly upon seeing Myung-ho, all baffled, unable to comprehend the situation, and commands him to make a decision quickly. Myung-ho finally realized that his true goal wasn't the money, but he was aiming for something else. Jeon is well aware of how Myung-ho has extorted and gathered money all this time with the help of those twin brothers, which isn't a proper way to act, so he intends to raise them from this moment onward. Myung-ho sighed after realizing his goal, so he instructed him to take the money instead of his twin brother, as he already beaten him up to avenge the past. He shouted at Jeon to just kill him instead of using indirect means to kill him by taking his strongest support. Since that is what Myung-ho wanted, the protagonist agreed to his request and kicked him. Then he launched several strikes at him without giving him a chance to counterattack. Myung-ho was dumbfounded after comprehending the entire situation, as Jeon truly intended to kill him. After experiencing the death so close, Myung-ho was left with no choice but to comply with his request, and he mumbled about it. However, Jeon was unable to hear him as he was talking so softly, so Myung-ho yelled that he would hand him over to the twins, so they wanted him to let him go. Jeon grins at how arrogant he is acting, despite being the one begging for his life. Myung-ho laughed after hearing this to mock him, as he doesn't think he should be conversing respectfully with his brother. Jeon was enraged by his arrogance, so he slammed him away and broke the wooden wall as a result. The twin brother saw Myung-ho injured, so he got worried about his health and rushed toward him. The protagonist looked at him in disbelief as he dared to laugh in a situation like this, guessing he might be out of his mind to act this way. The twin brother saw the worst condition of Myung-ho, so he deduced that he might have lost the duel. Myung-ho affirmed as he lost the duel, so he instructed his twin brother to serve Jeon from this moment onward. Then he looked away awkwardly as he was unable to cry after being humiliated like this. He glares at the twin brothers and is well aware that they would do well with the Yunna merchant group rather than in the gambling den. His eyes filled with tears as he assumed his twin brother might feel any affection with him after spending all the time with him. But contrary to his expectations, he cursed them for being ungrateful when he saw them leaving, accepting their fate, and adapting so quickly without any sign of remorse. After a while, he came out of the room and knew that the old folk were right about not taking in black-haired creatures. As soon as he sets foot in the gambling hall, all the gamblers are in disbelief to realize the walking corpse that just appears was Myung-ho. They noticed that the twin brothers who used to follow him had already left his side, which made them think they could finally beat him to avenge themselves. After all of them surrounded him, Myung-ho was in disbelief to see all of them come out of the woodwork since the twin brother was not with him. He yelled loudly to command them to come at him if they had the guts, since he is the well-known poisonous fox, not any ordinary man. The gamblers were enraged upon hearing those threats coming from a walking corpse and ambushed him with the intention of killing him. Myung-ho is concerned upon seeing the situation out of his control, and his worst fears come to mind, and he hopes Jeon would have gone easy on him. While he was in a stance to take them on, Jeon stepped in to stop them, and was in incredulity to see how daring they had become now, when they wouldn't even look at him in the past. He clenched his fist, warning all the gamblers to attack Myung-ho when he was in good health, and thought they didn't even have any class. Myung-ho was stunned to see him supporting, but was annoyed as well to think he was trying to act cool when he was behind this mess, and he left. After some time, they arrived at the entrance of the Yunna merchant group while carrying some boxes, when the twin brothers accosted him. Jeon wondered what they wanted now, and the twin brother thanked him for helping Myung-ho out despite their conflict. Jeon looked at their bowed head in astonishment, then saw them leaving, and was well aware that everyone in the gambling den was wondering why they had followed Myung-ho. The rumors go around regarding them that they were brought as slaves, and some say that they are afraid of him. However, at the moment, Jun Eon finally understood that none of those rumors were true. He was amused to realize that understanding people's true intentions even in his second life is tough for him. At the same time, a man was watching those entire situations from hiding and was in disbelief to see this change in Jun Eon. He doubted him. Later, somewhere in the Yuna merchant group, Ya Eon is pissed as all his days have been chaotic ever since Jun Eon returned. He was enraged upon recalling how Jun Eon brought a lot of money with two muscular men some time ago, which made him dislike him even more. Abruptly, he heard a strange noise from the surroundings that startled him, so he looked around to find out what was happening. Mok and Siop has brought a carriage full of some material. HWA Eon instructed his subordinate to handle this material carefully, as it is crucial. Ya Eon rushes toward him to learn more about what is going on, and his eyes brighten with excitement upon seeing the hard-to-fetch fleece flower. Before HWA Eon could even explain, their father came out to clarify that he was the one who ordered them. HWA Eon worriedly rushed toward his father as he knew this would put strain on him, but his father assured him that he was already doing better now. Ya Eon blushed excitedly upon recalling that Jun Eon only asked for one elixir, but since a lot of them were brought, it means some are for him as well. However, the reality contradicted the sweet dreams that made him petrified at his place in utter shock as his father brought them all for Jun Eon. He was unable to hold back his disbelief. He pointed toward the shining elixir behind him to ask if they were all for his brother. His father considers a small amount to change their fate, even though he has already spent a fortune on the Aoyang clan and the Little Deity clan. He sent a message to his old friend and a major merchant who is the head of their branches regarding the purchase of high-end elixirs to help their group overcome the threatening crisis. Lee Seong-min considers himself responsible for all this mess as well, since he appointed Aoyang who as the head guard, and he knew the seriousness of the situation, which could cause massive losses to their merchant group if it collapsed. Hanyop agreed with the leader that his decision was wise, as he also had high hopes for the first young master to become a powerful martial artist. Seong-min appreciated him for understanding him and supporting him as well. Ya Eon's face turned pale at realizing Hanyop is willing to support him unconditionally. Seong-min was unable to hold back his pride for his eldest son and wanted to unconditionally support him with all the money he had made throughout his life. Ya Eon froze at his place upon realizing how his father was ignoring him, and he guessed his fate would change from now on. After some time, Ya Eon was training hard in the training ground and recalled asking his father about his portion of the elixir, and was dumbfounded to realize that his father didn't consider it necessary for him to have them. He kept training ferociously as he kept listening to the praise of Jun Eon at each corner of their merchant group. He sorrowfully grabbed his hair upon realizing they might be discriminating against him for not praising him at all despite all his effort over the past years. He was unable to understand the kind of miracle Jun Eon might have encountered that could have transformed him like this. While he was still thinking about it, he heard some noise, so he tried to figure out the source. As soon as he looked back, he saw Jun Eon running with the speed of light, stumbling him away to make a way for himself so that he could take a walk. Ya Eon is speechless upon seeing a huge boulder tied behind his elder brother, while he was claiming to stroll around a bit. He looked at his elder brother, annoyed, considering him lucky to have a good body and now showing off by putting in some effort to get it into better shape. He gives up on training, lies on the ground, and looks at his wooden sword. Later in the evening, Ya Eon started training hard as he kept recalling how Jun Eon had predicted when Aoyang who would strike his sword, thus closing in on their distance and slamming a punch straight into his jaw to subdue him. As he recalled the moment when his elder brother fought with Aoyang who, he redoubled his efforts in training and copying his brother's moves, and sighed, unable to understand how his brother had predicted all of it. Jun Eon heard him cursing him, so he popped out of nowhere to ask about whom he was referring to. Ya Eon was caught out of his wits, so he fell on the ground and wondered why he came there when he was out on the walk. Jun Eon already knew he was trying to copy his move, so he instructed his brother to do it correctly instead. He handed the wooden sword to Ja Eon so Ja Eon could demonstrate it to him and admit he had recreated the Aoyang who movement pretty well. Ya Eon blushed out of embarrassment upon realizing that Jun Eon was watching him train all this time, so he firmly grabbed the sword to demonstrate the move and got thrilled at thinking he might have nailed him. Jun Eon admitted that he copied Aoyang Hu's stab perfectly because he also stabbed him this sloppily. Ya Eon was enraged upon being insulted like this, but as soon as he looked back, Jun Eon punched him, but he managed to block it on time. After that, Jun Eon decides to demonstrate how he got rid of his opponent's feint to close in the distance, which left him with no other options than careless attempts to block or defend. Ya Eon was having a hard time dealing with his crazy attacks, so he got away in fear and wanted to talk out instead of fighting. Upon seeing how Jun Eon doesn't intend to hear him out, he grabs his sword to fight back without considering the consequences and charges at him to strike. However, his eyes widened in shock as he could only see some dust ahead, but Jun Eon was nowhere in sight. Jun Eon suddenly popped out behind him to sneakily attack, as he is well aware that people usually take out their hidden card when they are being cornered and lose the upper hand. Ya Eon quickly looked back, firmly grabbing his sword with the intention of blocking his brother's punch. The entire training ground was filled with utter silence as Jun Eon's punch was close to Ya Eon's critical point. Ya Eon started trembling in fear, lost all his strength to stand, and fell, and was well aware that he had almost killed by that move. After demonstrating everything, Jun Eon uttered that stabbing is superior to slashing in terms of critical hit, and also wanted his brother to be aware that Aoyang Hu used a one-hit kill technique inside of 3-sword art, but he has to be cautious when launching it. He pointed his sword at Ya Eon and explained that the match would have been decided if he could move faster, and he is well aware that, if it were his past self, Aoyang Hu wouldn't have had time to draw his sword. He doesn't intend to be satisfied just by defeating Aoyang Hu because his current strength isn't even a quarter of what it was when he was Fist King. He remembers demon faction members who killed him and knew that even his former self couldn't defeat some people. Thus, to overcome them and avenge himself, he plans to become even stronger than before. He was infuriated upon reminiscing about the memories of his death and firmly grabbed his sword. Before he could even calm down, his maid informed him about the sudden arrival of his guest, so he decided to meet them. While Ya Eon was terrified upon seeing the serious look in his brother's face, Jun Eon smacked his head and enraged him for hitting him without any reason. But Jun Eon was doing that to avenge being cursed. On the other side, somewhere in the Enro merchant area, Ju Jiaoyang is unwilling to believe that Jun Eon has learned to be a high-class martial artist when he used to indulge in women. Gu Ong witnessed that revolutionary change with his own eyes when he was strolling drunk and stumbled around Myung-ho Den. He immediately recognized Jun Eon's voice, who was commanding the twin brothers to load everything onto the carriages to take it to their merchant group, and he became fully sobered by the fact. After his comrade asked what happened next, Gu Ong explained that Jun Eon had already gone by the time he turned around after poking up. Sima Juk doesn't believe any of his drunken nonsense, and Ju Jiaoyang wanted them to stay calm, as they had already come there to confirm whether he had truly changed. Soon, they arrived at Jun Eon's room, barged in without knocking, and were dumbfounded to see a healthy, muscular man surrounded by 2 big guys. They guessed they might have entered the wrong room, so they quickly closed the door and went out, leaving Jun Eon in confusion. They anxiously asked the maid to confirm whether the person inside was truly Jun Eon, guessed that the merchant group leader might have adopted a new kid, and also didn't recognize the bald man beside them. After the maid confirmed Jun Eon's identity, Ju Jiaoyang guessed he might have drunk a lot last night to hallucinate, but Gu Ong's suspicions were confirmed regarding what he saw last night. Sima Gek worriedly grabbed his head upon seeing how Jun Eon changed from being a weak, frail person to a muscular and more terrifying person, and didn't think he was the same playboy that he used to be. While they were trying to understand the situation, Jun Eon opened the door and glared at them, which sent chills down his spine. He instructed his maid, Myo Hyung, to take the twin brother to the public dining hall with the special instruction of giving them more food, as they have a great appetite. After Myo Hyung led them away, Jun Eon looked at his guest who had dispersed in concern, glared at them with a chilling gaze, and commanded them to come inside with a single gesture of his finger. 3 of them glared at him, their faces pale as they thought of the fate that awaited them, and wanted someone to miraculously appear before them to save them. The 3 of them, along with Jun Eon, were the members of the self-proclaimed king of wine and women who decided to live their lives indulging these 2 things. Among them, Sima Juk was from the Miram Alliance hopeful, Zhu Jiaryang was a repeated exam retaker with irritable bowel disease. Gu Eng, the youngest son of the West Wind escort establishment, and the fourth member was our well-known, who recently turned over a new leaf, Jun Eon. Currently, all four of them were gathered in Jun Eon's room upon hearing the ridiculous rumors regarding him becoming a martial artist. Upon thinking of them as self-proclaimed friends, Jun Eon was annoyed as he recalled Myung Ho, so he guessed they might be just like him, who used to take advantage of him. The protagonist remembers his shameful memories with those three, who are filled with disgusting conversation regarding wine and women, along with the title they claim to own. As he kept enjoying his meal while trying to recall more information about them, Zhu Jiaryang mustered his courage to initiate the conversation to ask if he had returned for good now. Jun Eon plans to stay at the merchant group since his health has improved now, and he grabbed his chopsticks. Zhu Jiaryang's face turned white upon seeing this, and he admitted he might be fine since he seemed quite intense. Gu Eng inspected his strengthened muscles in incredulity, was impressed by his transformation, which might have been caused by his secret training, and confirmed that he had seen him that day. While Sima Juk was inspecting them thoroughly, he noticed the energy he was exuding, so he could tell it wasn't gained through any ordinary training, but rather through martial arts. He decided to further investigate by conversing. He had heard that Jun Eon defeated Aoyang Hu, so he guessed he might have learned the martial arts from a fated encounter with a powerful martial artist, and he intended to learn his master's identity. Zhu Jiaryang's guess was unable to recognize Jun Eon in a single glance because of the changes he had gone through. The protagonist doesn't intend to lie regarding that, so with a serious expression, he clarified that Jun Eon is dead. His friends' faces turned pale upon hearing this ridiculous claim, thought he might be out of his mind, and wanted to know his plan. Jun Eon accidentally spilled about his plan to avenge by fighting the demonic faction, but he covered it up by claiming he had to repay the debt that his family is tied to, and is going to help the merchant group in the process. He clearly warned them that he doesn't intend to waste his time indulging in useless things instead of getting stronger. Gu Eng broke out in cold sweats upon hearing this, thinking he might have walked into the wrong room, as Jun Eon is behaving strangely, and Zhu Jiaryang also doesn't know what he did wrong. Sima Juk glared at Jun Eon as he reminisced about when Jun Eon was heading to recuperate. Jun Eon was well aware that seeking recuperation would be effectively an exile for him because of his father's disappointment in him. Sima Juk considered this excellent as Jun Eon could use this time to recover, study, and change. At that time, Jun Eon laughed, thinking it would be great to make a change. After remembering that time, Sima Juk was pleased, so he poured the wine into the glass to congratulate the protagonist for being able to make a change in himself. His comrades looked ahead quietly and agreed that this was worth celebrating. Gu Eng was annoyed. He had already expected this and had suggested kidnapping Jun Eon before he could be sent away. Sima Juk reminded him that he was drinking that day to do anything, but was amused as Gu Eng claimed to be busy when he was wasting his time. Jun Eon saw them bickering and genuinely concerned for him, so he was relieved to know the original owner had true friends. He poured a wine in the glass, with the hope of making a change in them since he had already done it. 3 of them were annoyed upon hearing this, as they wouldn't be the same if they changed so easily. Jun Eon lost his hope after hearing this, so he decided to forget about it and started celebrating. The room was filled with the sound of glass clicking as they cheered, their sweet laughter, and the smell of their true friendship. Zhu Jiaryang looked into the glass, seeing their reflection of the past, when he considered themselves a frog, but never thought they would see a day when one of them could climb high to see the world. After their celebration ended, his friends were about to leave, but they instructed him to train harder so he wouldn't get beaten up. As they were leaving, they waved toward the protagonist, who bid his farewell as well. Gu Eng is in disbelief because, among them, the worst one has become the first to grow, making him feel like his youth is over. Sima Gek grabbed his head worriedly as he felt lonely that day, so he suggested they should head there. After his comrade thought he might be talking about brother, Sima Juk was enraged as he wanted them to go home and knew he was an idiot who even dropped out of school. Zhu Jiaryang reminded him that he isn't bad at studying, but is terrible at exams. Gu Eng saw them arguing, so he suggested heading to the Sweet Scent House for another drink. Meanwhile, in the private room of the Sweet Scent House, a little deity sect leader, Yon Jixiang, was infuriated upon receiving the news of Aoyang Hu's death. as he never knew that the eldest son of Yunha group was that strong. The guard worriedly affirmed as he recalled that their fight didn't even last 30 exchanges before crushing his captain. He recalled his encounter with Jun Eon after his captain collapsed and sensed an overwhelming, terrifying aura from him because of Jun Eon's extraordinary skills. Jixiang was impressed upon hearing this, so guessed Jun Eon might have used a great weapon, but consider it a disgrace to learn a swordsman lose to a fist master. The guard wanted revenge for the captain, but Yom Jixiang didn't consider it justified to avenge an open and fair duel, as they aren't thugs. The guard was in disbelief to hear this calm and composed response when they are friends, so there is honor between them. Yom Jixiang was enraged upon noticing his rudeness, so he beheaded him with a single swing of his sword. The girl, named Surin, is terrified of the blood splattering toward her, and the leader doesn't intend to befriend a corpse. After instructing his subordinate to get rid of the corpse, he looked at Surin worriedly as he saw her trembling in fear. He apologized for creating this mess in front of her. Since his drink taste has become bitter because of the chaos, he plans to head back and assumes that the Yunha merchant group might be refusing to pay taxes after killing Aoyang Hu, so he guesses they might be taking them lightly. His subordinate also considers their rude behavior as if they were belittling the little deity clan and assumed the leader might plan to subjugate them. But Yom Jixiang doesn't plan to go around killing people because they dislike him. Thus, his subordinate assumed he might be sparing them. While they were discussing, Jun Eon's comrade came inside the sweet home. Sima Gek considers themselves stubborn for being unwilling to let go of that place, even though their friend had already changed. But Guang doesn't mind having one drink with his comrades, and Zhu Jiaryong was pleased to see that he understood them. While they passed Yom Xiang, he unintentionally let them hear his conversation regarding the Yunha merchant group, as he always craved to get his hands on their money. Sima Gek is startled upon hearing about his friend's merchant group name, so he looks back in astonishment. Yom Jixiang grins, having heard rumors that Xiang Min is richer than anyone thought. He is still considering the value of the young heir of the group. Sima Juk gets worried upon hearing their conversation, so he rushes back to the Yunha merchant group despite being so late at night to warn Jun Eon. Jun Eon opened the door and saw his comrade exhausted and unable to understand the reason for his concerned return. After hearing the reason for his return, Jun Eon pretended to cry with happiness to see his friend return so late for his sake. Sima Juk was pissed off at his reaction when his opponent might attack them at any time. He is worried about Aoyang Hu's death. The Yunha merchants don't have a proper guard, so he is considering asking Gu Eng for help. Jun Eon had the idea that the little deity sect was trying to backstab them with Aoyang Hu, just as Mok and Siop said, so he wanted to know their current location. Sima Juk guesses they might be at their base. Later, he was surprised to see Jun Eon fully prepared to head somewhere. Jun Eon handed him a dress to put on, leaving Sima Juk utterly astonished when he was told these were their squad guards' uniforms. Jun Eon plans to head to the little deity base his friend knows about and return before breakfast. Sima Juk is concerned upon realizing that only two of them were heading to their base when they don't even know their opponent's strength and their plan. Jun Eon ignored his pleas, put on his mask, looked at the dagger, and didn't care about anything but intended to do something without giving their opponent time to act. Although Zhu Jiaryong was reluctant to comply, Jun Eon pointed his dagger at him so that he could lead the way instead of chattering. After some time, they finally arrived at the little deity sect base, where the entire place was heavily loaded with several guards on patrol, so Jun Eon became certain that it might be the right place to have this many guards. Sima Gek worriedly grabbed his head upon being dragged into this mess when he couldn't even assist in fighting. After hearing him out, Jun Eon agreed with him as his job was done, leaving Sima Gek in disbelief that he was being dragged there to find the location. Sima Juk was pissed off upon being insulted like that, so he mustered his courage to join him, hoping that he might have a great plan. Jun Eon pondered about it for a while, then broke the wall in front with a single kick, leaving his friend in shock, and intended to do things like he used to do in his past just for that day. Dan Wu-sung never backed down from or avoided a fight, whether when he was an orphan or wandering around, or even after acquiring the title of the Fist King. He was always the kind of person who felt pleasure in fighting. Despite the location he was in, he intended to do the same in this body as well. After breaking the wall, which left all the guards speechless, he left them confidently, then stopped by one of them to ask for the location of their leader. The guard was enraged upon seeing him talk nonsense when he barged into their base. Jun Eon was disappointed by his answer, so he punched him hard to make him realize that he shouldn't ask him twice. After the other guards saw their comrade being defeated like this, they were enraged and charged at him simultaneously. They cursed him for throwing a fit at a place where he is out of his league and planned to teach him a lesson. Abruptly, Yom Jisyang heard the commotion from his room, so he came to the terrace to hear an explanation. As he looked at Jun Eon, who was amidst his guard, he asked for his identity. Jun Eon doesn't intend to reveal his true identity, so he calls himself an assassin and then questions if he is the sect leader. Yom Jisyang glared at him as he wanted to know what he could do if he were the leader, and was amused to see an assassin walking straight through the front door, which had never happened before. Then he looked at the bruises on Jun Eon's hand, remembering that the guard told him that the first young master of the Unia merchant group fought with fists, and guessed that the assassin might be him. Jun Eon doesn't think he could confirm the fact that he is the first young master when he had already hidden his face to conceal the truth. Yom Jisyang is amused to see someone of his status visiting him, so he doesn't intend to hold back either in exploiting this situation to his advantage. While engaging Jun Eon in conversation to distract him, they set a huge trap to seize him. Jun Eon noticed the net in time, so he lunged back and was thrilled to fight multiple people simultaneously, as he had during his last battle. He grabbed the net and twirled around to launch a substantial attack that got rid of several guards simultaneously. Despite his body not having the strength it once did, he plans to have an entertaining battle with his opponent. Thus, with each of his strikes, he knocks down guards from all directions, thus punching and knocking them away with rapid succession. Some guards observe him fighting fiercely from a distance. They begin to tremble upon seeing his terrifying, monstrous strength, even without a weapon, and instinctively retreat. Upon seeing that a single opponent had knocked down all their comrades, their concern was heightened. Abruptly, Jun Eon froze as he saw an arrow flying near his cheek, thus getting rid of his mask. With a cunning grin, Jun Eon wiped the blood from his cheeks and assumed the leader might be showing off his flashy weapon. Yom Jisyang agreed, as his weapon is indeed expensive, yet making an exception for an esteemed guest like him isn't his loss. Momentarily, a guard quickly grabbed Jun Eon's leg to halt his movement, despite their concern for his life. Yom Jisyang excitedly glared at him to see if he could dodge the next attack with his skills. Several other guards perch on the roof with loaded bow guns aimed at him and simultaneously throw countless arrows at him. The protagonist felt bitter irony upon realizing that even the sect leader doesn't fall alongside his men and could sacrifice them to get what he wants, which is even despised by the underworld. Suddenly, he heard Sima Juk calling him out, which was followed by a knife sailing through the air. Jun Eon catches it amidst the air, thus getting rid of all the arrows with a single slash. The sect leader was surprised to see him deflecting all the steel spikes with a single dagger. Jun Eon managed to loosen the grasp of the guards as well, and looked back at Sima Juk to give him a thumbs up for helping in the critical moment. Then he turned back to continue his fight, and he hurled the blade toward the sect leader to hit his critical point. The sect leader was startled by the sudden attack, but he managed to evade a deep invasion and was scratched on his neck. Jun Eon was also willing to make an exception for his opponent by using a dagger that he usually doesn't use and glaring at him annoyingly. The sect leader considers him crazy for acting that way, then anxiously commands his subordinate to shoot quickly to kill him instead of standing. However, before the sect leader could even act, Jun Eon made the move first and closed in a split second. Since he specializes in using fists, he intends to attack with his fist this time. The sect leader didn't feel ashamed as he moved Surin to the front to save himself, but Jun Eon didn't stop. The place was filled with dust after his substantial punch, and after the dust subsided, the sect leader knelt in ground in fear as he noticed Jun Eon has saved Surin on that split second and is now coming to him. He started retreating out of fear as he doubted the true identity of the man before him, since the Unia merchant young master should be a young man, but his fighting isn't any different from a seasoned veteran. The protagonist started closing in on the sect leader and was annoyed by his continuous glare, so he might want to say something. Yom Jisyang tried to bargain with him using the slash fund he had accumulated so far in place of sparring with his life this time. Although his offer was intriguing, Jun Eon wasn't swayed by greed. so he stomped at him angrily, as he didn't understand the reason he looked upon human life as money. He was fully prepared to launch another punch while clarifying that he didn't need his dirty money and pierced through his chest to kill him on the spot. Surin and Sima were awed by his terrifying strength. Jun Eon pulled out his hand, looked at the disgusting blood on it, and was pissed. After the matter was settled, Jun Eon returned with his comrade by his side. Yom Jixiang volunteered to escort Surin to her destination since they were heading the same way to reduce Jun Eon's burden, who was heading the opposite way. Jun Eon was relieved to hear this, so leave that to him. Later, they were on their way when Surin accosted him, grinning excitedly as she recognized that he was Sima Juke. Sima Juke was startled by this, so he took off his mask and asked how she recognized him. Surin has already seen him at the Sweet Scent House often and recognized him as Jin Eon, a close friend. She expressed her gratitude for saving her life and promised to treat him to a bottle of top-grade Dukang wine on his revisit. Sima Juke was alright without the wine, as he didn't play any significant role, and he doesn't intend to go to the brothel in the future as well. Surin is pleased to know that he has changed drastically as well. Sima Juke looked at Jun Eon, who was heading away, so he planned to change as well because of his friend. After some time, he was in the dining hall with Myungbo and Jinbo, who were holding themselves back despite seeing the delicious food after Jun Eon permitted them to eat at their leisure and didn't want them to hesitate to eat if they were hungry in the future. Myungbo was impressed by the delicacies of this merchant group, and Jinbo asked for permission to eat 7 meals a day as well. Jun Eon granted it. Abruptly, they noticed an injury on Jun Eon's face, so they deduced he might have some trouble last night. Jun Eon refused, as that wasn't the case, recalling all the last night's incident as he never thought he would be shaken to the core by such an ambush, which was something unexpected to happen in his past life. Therefore, he plans to undergo training beyond the ordinary to become stronger and better able to guard his merchant group and prepare for demonic threats. While he is thinking, his maid comes inside with a delivery meant for him. Although Jun Eon grabbed the item, he wasn't expecting anything from anyone. He opened the box and saw a letter from Guong, who was showing off his improvement by drinking just 1 drink after meeting him, which made the protagonist smirk. Guong visited him last time to deliver something that his father requested, but he forgot about it after being distracted. He promised to leave that to him on his way home and wished him well, hoping he would get stronger so he could someday help protect his escort establishment. After the letter ended, Jung Eon looked at the century-old tuber fleece flower inside the box. He considered himself lucky as he got his hands on a 5-century-old tuber that could raise his white lightning from the 10th phase to the 5th phase. He finally realized the true feeling of having a reliable friend. Then he looked at the other item beside it. He read the letter and realized it was a gift from the Tiho merchant group in recognition of his father's long-standing friendship and immense trust. Jun Eon guessed his father might have asked the Tiho merchant group, the largest in the Central Plain, for that, and never thought his father was that concerned about him. After seeing the contents of the box, his eyes widened in shock, as it was Azurite Essence, a dreamlike elixir pursued by all martial artists. Since a few elixirs could rival it, including the T-1000-year-old ginseng, the natural wineberry, and the moonflower, but Azurite Essence is a top-grade elixir. Jun Eon sniffed it, so he doesn't doubt the identity of that elixir, and he even managed to have a few drops of it in his precious life. He is surprised to know that a merchant gets his hand on this elixir, when the people of elixir can't acquire it. Then he threw 1 fleece flower elixir at Myungbo and Jinbo, commanding them to guard his room while he circulated his energy, and to eat it after he came out of his room. They started looking at the item to identify it, so Jun Eon instructed them not to lose it, as it is a precious item. Jinbo is in disbelief to know that it is valuable, as the merchant group leader has prepared a stash of similar items for him. After looking at the pile of elixir ahead, Jun Eon was dumbfounded and smirked, as money truly is amazing. 2 hours passed as Jun Eon circulated his energy, and he began to sense a bitter taste without any fragrance. Since that is a painful and flavorless process, it is similar to martial arts. He noticed that the elixir was melting and is well aware that it would have melted by now if that were Jun Eon's old body, but he is relieved to be training that body. Suddenly, his entire body was consumed by the burning pain, making it unbearable for him to continue circulating. He decided to beat it down, since trying to suppress this energy would only make it more rampant. Soon, an overwhelming energy surged from his body as he tried to suppress it, and he finally managed to beat it. He looked at his finger, which was emitting lightning energy, and was pleased to attain the 5th phase finally. He smelled his body, which reeked of booze, and he couldn't believe he had consumed that much alcohol. After bidding his farewell to Jun Eon's remnant, he looked at the Azurit elixir, which was much more complicated to tackle. He grabbed it to devour it, but knew it was like creating a completely new item from wet clay, then making it sturdy in the furnace, which would most probably shatter his vessel. But he is well aware that the amazing results are guaranteed if he can tolerate it all. After devouring it, he closed his eyes and found himself amidst a place covered with a red aura, which was the trial set by the spirit energy of the Azurit essence. He smirked as he thought of suppressing his greed, but soon he charged toward the red aura, eager to become stronger by overcoming it. 7 days passed just like that, so Hwa Eon worriedly came to his brother's house after receiving no word from Jun Eon after he started energy circulation. He knocked on the door. The twin brothers opened and greeted him, then, worriedly, asked about his big brother's well-being, since it had been a week. The twin refused, saying they hadn't heard anything, but blocked his way since Jun Eon forbade anyone from entry. Hwa Eon gets worried upon seeing this, so he promises not to get closer, but suddenly, they hear an explosion coming from inside. The dust blocked their vision so that they couldn't see ahead for a while, but after the dust subsided, Hwa Eon got worried upon seeing Jun Eon floating. Jun Eon's veins engorged and turned dark, and he looked ahead, making them wonder why he seemed this way. Hwa Eon immediately recognized the foul strength caused by the ominous energy deviation, and he rushed toward Jun Eon after seeing him collapse. Hwa Eon worriedly called out Jun Eon, but was stunned to see him raise his head with an intense expression. Yuk's brothers were concerned about his health, but Jun Eon stared ahead, stood up, and went somewhere, leaving them concerned. He doesn't want any of them to follow him as he is going to cool off a bit, then rushes away. Hwa Eon doesn't understand the reason he feels hot on such a clear day. As he heads away from his merchant group, Jun Eon is concerned because his entire body is burning. He felt excruciating pain as his unripe body was unable to harmonize with the power inside. That roaring and soaring power inside his body was getting out of his control, so he was concerned about burning up and causing trouble to the entire street and the Yunha merchant group. So he headed far away from the inhabited area to protect them, and after a while, he arrived at the deserted place. He knelt on the ground, felt excruciating pain as his body was emanating the uncontrollable lightning energy that he couldn't hold in. After remembering the stab he endured from the memory of his past, Jun Eon decides to release that overwhelming energy since he can't embrace it. He shouts as he discharges the lightning energy, visible even from afar. The people were surprised to see the lightning strike the ground for the first time. On the other side, it started raining at the place where Jun Eon was excitedly thinking about the phase. After checking and analyzing his skill level, he realized that he might be in the 8th phase of a lightning strike, based on the intensity of the energy he discharged a while ago. After some time, he walked down the street with his torn shirt in the rain that made some of the women blush, while others were terrified to see how muscular he was. After noticing people staring at him, he decided to purchase appropriate clothes for himself. He went to the clothes shop, tried on the clothes, then asked the shopkeeper for the price, as he decided to buy them. The shopkeeper refuses to take his money since he recognizes that he beat up rowdy people of the Aoyang clan and the little deity sect people, which reduces the number of troubles that happen in the street. He pointed ahead to his kids, who could come to his shop in peace thanks to Jun Eon's intervention, so he was repaying him with the clothes. The kids came forward with an umbrella that the shopkeeper had offered Jun Eon because it had been raining outside. The protagonist looked at the innocent kids and happily accepted their gratitude. He came out, opened the umbrella to take his leave, and bid farewell to the kids and the shopkeeper. On his way, he saw the peaceful, happy faces of everyone around him. After recalling the shopkeeper's words, he realized that he had never cared about the consequences the street would face after a fight. However, seeing everyone enjoying their lives with a sense of freedom makes Jun Eon feel a delightful emotion he has never felt. Momentarily, in that peaceful time, he heard some commotion. As he looked back, he saw his fake friend Myung-ho running away from some thugs. Myung-ho came under Jun Eon's umbrella since it was raining, and was pleased to see him after a while. Jun Eon saw the crowd ahead and realized Myung-ho still hadn't changed, as he was still living a busy life. At that moment, at the Moyeon clan, the Emperor's Assembly Hall, where all the prestigious people were gathered to attend the Emperor's meeting. Patriarch of the Dokgo clan, Dokgo Myung, praised Moyeongbin for doing a great task by gathering all the patriarchs of the Emperor Assembly. Patriarch of the Moyeon clan, Moyeongbin, doesn't want to mention it, as he merely arranged the meeting. He recalled the unfortunate incident that recently happened to Aoyong who, where he challenged a member of the merchant group to a duel, then lost his life, so he wanted to hear the true news from Aoyong Sing. The patriarch of the Aoyong clan was unable to take the bitter sip of that mockery and was unable to explain the situation. He saw another patriarch gossiping about Aoyong who, the most experienced martial artist in the Aoyong clan. Another patriarch heard that Aoyong who had made a big fuss with the merchant group and was put down afterward. Head of the Emperor Assembly and patriarch of the Namgung clan, Blade Emperor, Namgung Wu burst out in laughter after hearing that someone from a merchant group defeated Aoyong who. He can't stop his laughter as he considers it funnier than a jester's performance. Aoyong Seong was unable to keep up with all those insults, so he clarified that Aoyong who had already thrown out of their clan. Then, he adopts a chilling expression, contemplating revealing the Aoyong clan's true strength to that young master of the merchant group. The thugs warned Jun Eon to hand over Myung-ho rather than get involved in an unnecessary mess. The protagonist doesn't recognize them, so they wanted to know about their identity. Myung-ho explained that they are notorious, ruthless underworld thugs from the Crimson Reaper Alliance who are planning to control the downtown district. Since he had dabbled in the actions business, after he returned to his gambling den to retrieve the books, he discovered they had already taken them over from him. Jun Eon understood everything, but he wondered if Myung-ho's hands were fine. Myung-ho excitedly shows him his bruised hands and assures him they are usable. Jun Eon saw his injuries. Guess those thugs don't know the rules, so he was instructed to find them when Myung-ho's hands are fully healed, and to leave that place for now. The thugs burst out laughing after hearing Jun Eon command them, so he guessed he might be unaware of their identity and act so cool. All the thugs were thinking of saying this to Jun Eon, but all of them had serious expressions on their faces because the person before them had an oppressive and terrifying aura. The youngest among them was unable to gauge the seriousness of the situation, so he stepped in despite being stopped by his comrade, and guessed Jun Eon might intend to die by their hand. He went closer to the protagonist, pointed at him annoyingly, assuming he might be unaware of their real identity, and that he was acting this recklessly, so he wanted to teach him a lesson. Before that guy could even complete his sentence, Jun Eon tossed him far away with a single flicker of his finger, leaving all other thugs in awe. Jun Eon was annoyed by the hunger that was beyond his tolerance, which could even make him kill them if they didn't stop immediately, and promised to meet them later to settle this matter. After hearing this, they immediately agreed to Jun Eon's request, bid farewell, and left. After they left, Myung-ho looked at Jun Eon, hoping he would buy some noodles for him as well because he was hungry too. He clarified that day he wasn't at the verge of death because of being beaten, but because of the hunger, so he wanted to eat properly and receive proper treatment to recover immediately. As he kept rambling, Jun Eon was annoyed to see him connecting so many things with just his hunger instead of only asking for the food, so he thought he might be crazy. Myung-ho has already been this way, so he can't believe his dear friend is noticing this now and wants to head to Jinpyeong Noodle, which is the best in the town. After some time at the noodle shop, Myung-ho has already finished his meal, but upon seeing how Jun Eon kept eating now when he used to eat so little in the past, like a bird, he was unable to accept this sudden, drastic change because everyone should follow the natural order. After that, he accosted the shop owner to order 4 more bowls of noodles since Jun Eon's hunger wasn't quenched. He looked outside the window at the pouring rain, remembered his old subordinate, and wanted to know if they were doing all right with the task they were currently handling. After hearing that they were training, Myung-ho assumed they might have grown much stronger, and remembered how they used to eat a lot, so he always thought of them as gluttonous spirits when he saw their living expenses. Jun Eon doesn't care about the expenses since he is rich, which pissed Myung-ho off when he saw him bragging and remembered that he had also helped him in this matter. After pondering for a while, Myung-ho wanted to know more about the protagonist's martial arts skills so he could learn them and then take over the Crimson Reaper Alliance. Jun Eon doesn't think that Crimson Reaper is a big deal, but Myung-ho was talking about their leader, who has countless subordinates under him who swarm at their opponents like bees whenever there is a fight. Jun Eon quietly glared at him for a while, and he guessed he wanted to learn his martial arts, but he wanted him to follow his instructions strictly. Myung-ho reminded him that he is the famous poisonous fox, so that he could follow any of his instructions easily. The protagonist saw his determination, so he got an idea and pointed to the ground, wanting him to bow to him. Myung-ho found this an embarrassing and outrageous request, since he has been known as the famous poisonous fox. But despite all that fuss, he bowed before Jun Eon, but plans to throw garbage at the Yunya merchant gate if he doesn't teach him. The protagonist grabbed the umbrella to show him a proper move, leaving Myung-ho in disbelief that it was all to it. After the protagonist affirmed, Myung-ho was enraged to be forced to bow down to learn this skill and planned to go to the merchant group to avenge himself. Shortly, Jun Eon smacked the umbrella on his head to shut him up and furiously commanded him to take the umbrella with a single hand. Although he handed him the umbrella in the hope of getting it back, since it is a gift, he wanted Myung-ho to borrow it to swing it 100,000 times, then bring it back. The protagonist instructed him to do it quickly if he truly wanted to learn martial arts. Myung-ho thought he might have misheard, so he asked how many times, and was in disbelief when he learned it was not 1,000 or 10,000, but 100,000 times. Jun Eon was annoyed as he talked a lot, and he should put his umbrella down and leave if he didn't want to follow him. Myung-ho was dumbfounded upon hearing this and thought he might be crazy. Jun Eon was enraged upon hearing this, grabbed his collar, and assumed he might think that learning a few moves could help him kill someone. He is sure that if Myung-ho had swung this umbrella 100,000 times to train properly, he could get rid of those people in no time. He was disgusted by Myung-ho's earlier action, as he scurried away like a drenched rat a while ago instead of fighting his opponents, and thought he should die rather than live such a miserable life. Myung-ho doesn't intend to die this easily, but Jun Eon showed him his true self, which is more like a rat or a poisonous fox. After facing the harsh reality, Myung-ho was left speechless. He looked out the door, decided to borrow the umbrella, and left. The shop owner approached him momentarily to request payment for their meal and thanked him. Jun Eon looked outside as he was looking at the transformation Myung-ho would go through when he claimed to take over the Crimson Reaper. Upon thinking about the Crimson Reaper, he plans to keep his promise of going to find them. Meanwhile, at the Crimson Reaper base, after they returned empty-handed, the leader was enraged and wanted to know why he had been let go. The leader has already killed 2 of his subordinates and is in disbelief that they were all stopped by a son of a merchant, despite being so close to capturing Myung-ho. His subordinate was concerned about losing his head, yet he swore to the leader that their opponent was strong and skilled in martial arts, and there were rumors that he was the strongest in the Yanghua region. He flinched in terror upon witnessing the terrifying gaze of his leader, so he commanded them to capture both of them alive. Meanwhile, Jun Eon is startled upon hearing the news that the Crimson Reaper leader likes to rip apart his opponent barehanded. Jinbo explained how the Crimson Reaper leader has subjugated all the leaders of different sects. Thus, he enlarged the size of their group by taking over several factions in Yukon. Furthermore, everyone, including the escort establishment merchant group and the pleasure house, paid tribute money to the Crimson Reaper, and they even managed to extort money from Myung-ho. Jun Eon wanted to confirm the rumors that he had taken over the entire auction group the previous day. Myungbo affirmed for confirmation, as he could tell from the Crimson Reaper leader's personality that he might have done that. Upon hearing those concerning rumors, Jun Eon was worried about dragging his merchant group into this mess, so he planned to meet them personally before they could even take action. At night, at the Passion House of Yukon Shopping District, where several people were gathered, Jeong Hwa was busy checking the necessities of all the guests around. Abruptly, she heard a strange noise, saw her subordinate gathered around a lady, and rushed toward them, worried, to assess the situation. Her subordinates explained how women went to the Crimson Reaper leader's room to get injured and were worried about another comrade, Xiaoyi, who was still inside. Jeong Hwa looked at the blood on her subordinate's leg and on the floor, concerned, but amid this chaos, she was informed of another precious guest's arrival. She decided to head down to attend to that guest while instructing her subordinate to take care of the injured woman without disturbing the Crimson Reaper leader. She went down and saw Jun Eon, but couldn't recognize him because it was his first time, so she briefly explained things to him. But she was startled upon realizing that Jun Eon was looking for a Crimson Reaper and wasn't there to know about them. After realizing that he was there for the association leader, she clarified that he couldn't meet him without an appointment. But Jun Eon still intends to meet him, even though he didn't have an earlier appointment. Jeong Hwa looked worriedly at the guard behind him and couldn't decide whether to inform him. Jun Eon doesn't intend to waste his time. He heads upstairs, telling Jeong Hwa to evacuate the place before it turns messy. After hearing this, she flinched, remembered Seol-Yi was still inside, and warned Jun Eon regarding the association leader's bad temper. Jun Eon grins upon realizing that she is concerned, as he was confident everything would be fine. While heading upstairs, the guards were startled to see him enter the restricted area and furiously tried to attack him, but he received no response. The protagonist grabbed his opponent's weapon and swung it, sending him flying to the ground. The other guards were annoyed by his rude behavior, assuming he might not know about their identity. Jun Eon didn't intend to deal with those guards who furiously glare at them, and wanted to know the location of the Crimson Reaper. All the guards were enraged as he dared to curse their leader, so all of them charged at him to subjugate him. Soon, the entire floor of the Passion House was filled with the Crimson Reaper guards, all heading toward Jun Eon. The protagonist doesn't want to bother with them as he already plans to get rid of all of them, so he gets into his stance. While one of the guards was closing in to kill him, Jun Eon grabbed him and slammed him away. The other guards were annoyed to realize how mad he was and rushed to strike. But the protagonist grabbed his weapon to strike him with it, breaking a wall in one room in the process. After inspecting the room, Jun Eon realized it wasn't the right room, and he smashed all the doors, destroying everything in his way. After a while, he broke through the wall of the final room, didn't see the association leader, and assumed he might be on the next floor. Meanwhile, the association leader was sitting on his bed in his room when he heard the commotion outside, followed by the opening of his room door. His subordinate fell inside and hardly managed to inform him regarding the attack on the merchant's son. Jun Eon came inside while stomping on the head of the guard and was relieved to find his true opponent finally. The association leader was pondering about the ruckus, but since it was Jun Eon, he assumed he might have returned to pay Myung-ho's debt. Jun Eon realized that the 5th floor is reserved for the association leader, which is unnecessarily high. The association leader stood up on hearing this, as he supposed the welcome part on his way might be unable to satisfy him. The protagonist walked amid his opponent's sword and didn't consider his journey a problem, since stomping his way up is already his specialty. The association leader smirked upon hearing this, bent to take a closer look at Jun Eon, as he assured that looking down was his specialty. Since the association leader showed no remorse, Jun Eon felt pleasure, as their arrogance made his fight enjoyable. Abruptly, he looked at the blood on the bed caused by injury to Seol-Yi. The association looked back without guilt, thinking that it was bound to happen, and instructed his comrade to take her out. The protagonist gave him a terrifying glare upon realizing that he is beyond rehabilitation, so only death could fix him. The association leader was impressed to see Jun Eon's domineering gaze, but everyone who approached him with the intention of killing him was the same, yet he ripped them apart barehanded. Meanwhile, everyone was rushing out of the pleasure house to save their life when Myung-ho, wearing a Crimson Reaper guard's uniform, asked for the reason for the commotion. The guard looked back to explain that a crazy person was tearing apart this place, so he warned him to run away. But he was startled upon seeing Myung-ho ready to strike him with the umbrella, thus unleashing his 2870 dower strike. While the guard was unable to comprehend the situation, Myung-ho smacked his head, knocked him unconscious, and took off his mask. He cursed the guard as he came forward to take them down, and was in disbelief as he still had to swing the umbrella several times. He kept walking while swinging this umbrella, but was startled by the blast and looked around, dumbfounded to find its source. Meanwhile, the association leader was thrown flying far away, leaving him in utter disbelief. Jun Eon was unwilling to give him time to counterattack, rushed at him, and knocked him down. As the association leader fell hard on the ground, all the guards gathered around him worriedly. Jun Eon chased him back, glaring at him as he stood firm. The association leader grins excitedly at the prospect of such an overwhelming fight, approaches him, and, after acquiring a weapon from his subordinate, swings it, considering it justified. Upon seeing how Jun Eon was dodging his attack, he launched his weapon at him again. The protagonist grabbed the chain firmly, then started pulling him along with ease. The association leader was unable to understand the source of this overwhelming strength that was on par with his, coming from a young master of the merchant group. Since the situation was getting out of his hands, he decided to crush his opponent using rebound force. He charges at him excitedly, as he was certain Jun Eon couldn't handle this strike and wanted him to counter it. Jun recognizes his strike, which is a meteor hammer strike and a meteor fist strike, and could tell that a proper fist master trained him, as his attacks were smooth. However, all these skills were useless in front of him, who is the Fist King, so he grabbed his hand and launched an overwhelming punch at him. The association moaned with excruciating pain as Jun Eon headed away. He saw the bruise on his abdomen and assumed he had trained in fist as well. Unable to cope with all these humiliations, he intends to show his true strength this time and charges at him with the intention of tearing him apart. However, contrary to his expectations, Jun Eon swiftly grabbed him and knocked him down without showing any weakness. The association leader's eyes widened in utter disappointment as he was overwhelmed despite using all of his strength. Jun Eon grabbed his head as he was about to use lightning to attack. He grinned and wanted to know his opinion after looking up at him. Jun Eon puts his knee on his neck and refuses to show him any mercy, since the association leader never showed others a shred of humanity. The association leader grins without any remorse and intends to show him what the true snow feels like. Jun Eon was in disbelief upon hearing his words and decided to start the second phase of the punishment. So he started electrocuting him and slowly progressed his lightning to the fifth phase, causing unbearable pain to him. The guard was concerned upon witnessing this and intended to do something to stop them. One of them looked above in the sky in complete shock as he saw a huge fist in the sky created by Jun Eon's 10th phase of lightning. Soon, a massive lightning storm surrounded him, and after it vanished, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they saw the association leader burn to ashes, marking the complete cleansing of the underworld. Abruptly, he confronted the thugs to remind them they weren't entitled to collect the tributes. Jun Eon glared at the goons as they were going to explain to warn them not to try to squeeze the blood of the weak people. He gives them the opportunity to flaunt their strength in front of him if they want, and he expects a clear response. He promised to turn them into ashes, just like their leader. Upon hearing all those arrogant and haughty claims, the goons couldn't contain their rage as Jun Eon claimed to be superior to them when they could deal with him easily. On the other side, Manhwa finally appeared at the site of chaos, saw everyone gathered and gossiping about the Crimson Reaper leader's death. Some of them were even pleased upon thinking they might be exempt from paying tribute in the future. Manhwa doesn't think they'll have anyone to pay tribute to after the Crimson Reaper is gone and those goons are dealt with. However, the man still thinks the one dealing with them might demand tribute in the future. Manhwa wore a mask while assuring them that Jun Eon isn't that sort of person, since he already has plenty of money and doesn't need their help. After explaining everything, he began swinging the umbrella, making people uncomfortable and leading them to suspect he might be crazy. Watching Jun Eon fight, he admired his exceptional skills. He remembered Jun Eon's words, realizing that keeping the ember burning in each person's heart is their own responsibility. It was clear that Jun Eon aspired to be stronger, so Manhwa also aimed for the same to the point of obsession. Reflecting on Jun Eon's advice to live as either a rat or a poisonous fox, Manhwa decided not to live as a coward after being called a poisonous fox. The following morning, Jun Eon returned to the Yunha merchant group but was caught by his brother Hwa Eon, who asked about his whereabouts. Jun Eon entered his room covered in blood, but he lied about being out for a drink and couldn't understand why his brother suddenly visited. Hwa Eon visited to question something, but found it suspicious as he saw him covered in blood. Jun Eon claims it doesn't belong to him, but Hwa Eon already knew that, since he wasn't injured. Seeing Jun Eon's strength pleased him, as it confirmed the elixir's effectiveness, leading him to plan to send a thank you gift to those who sent it. However, he is unable to think of any appropriate return gift for the Tiho merchant group, assuming the elixir they sent was priceless. Jun Eon recalls that the Tiho merchant group provided the Azurite elixir, so he cannot assess its value. HWA Eon's concern grew after hearing his response, making it hard for him to choose a suitable gift. Jun Eon suggested forming a merchant alliance with them since giving money is inappropriate for the priceless gift. HWA Eon is concerned by his suggestion, as he knows that Tiho is a great merchant group. But among the senders, some were small merchant groups with weak defense lines. Jun Eon thinks allying with everyone makes them offer protection, which is sufficient payment. But HWA Eon considers it a grand plan, so Jun Eon suggested including the Tiho merchant group and the West Wind escort establishment in the alliance first. As they received something, money can't repay, so he planned to repay it with an equivalent gift. HWA Eon was considering the rule or membership policy, so Jun Eon suggested keeping the rules similar to their ancestors and initially imposing no fees. Upon thinking of the purpose of the alliance, he remembered how everyone around him had helped in the past and suggested it should be to protect the lives of the merchants. He wanted to create a system that could quickly address the problem at hand to help the merchants. Although all his suggestions were noteworthy, HWA Eon was concerned that they might face a situation that Tiho merchant warriors can't handle. Jun Eon can't think of anything other than people of the underground world of the Jianghu or martial artist involvement if something grand happens, so he plans to handle such a situation himself, leaving his brother dumbfounded. Jun Eon acquired overwhelming strength by receiving their priceless elixir to fight them. HWA Eon was pleased upon hearing this, and since everything had already been sorted, he was thinking of the appropriate name for the Merchant Alliance and suggested the Great Merchant Alliance. Upon hearing the word alliance, Jun Eon thinks of the Crimson Reaper Alliance, so he wanted to change it to an association instead. HWA Eon agreed to his suggestion, so he decided to make the necessary preparations and reminded Jun Eon that his workload had increased after his return. Jun Eon apologized for creating the mess, but HWA Eon was fine with the situation, as the merchants are supposed to be busy. As they were conversing, a warrior rushed inside the room, calling both of them worriedly, as they had faced a problem. As they wondered what was happening, the warrior, with tears in his eyes, told them that Lord Aoyang had arrived with his disciples seeking revenge. Meanwhile, in Yunya Merchant Group's main hall, Aoyang Xing was drinking tea when he furiously slammed it on the table upon recalling the humiliation he suffered at the ruler's meeting. He commanded each of his disciples to fight Jun Eon of the merchant group since one victory can't restore their pride. His disciple agreed with him when he gave them a fierce glance and told them not to allow Jun Eon to pass away quietly. Aoyang clan in-laws Shin Sobik planned to fight barehanded, so he wondered if others would use a weapon. Aoyang clan's second son, swordsman Aoyang Myung, arrogantly claims to use his fist, then any weapon, which would increase the delight of his victory. Aoyang clan's third son, bladesman Aoyang Woon, plans to use a blade to fight against Jun Eon since he lacks confidence in his skills. Aoyang Myung is annoyed to hear his brother isn't confident enough to fight a mere merchant's son. Aoyang Woon didn't feel ashamed in admitting it when he knew that Jun Eon defeated Aoyang who was still experienced in the Jinag who despite being their distant relative. Myung doesn't consider Aoyang who experienced when he lost the duel because of his lack of sufficient skills. As Jinbo and Myungbo came in with tea, Myung wanted them to quickly fight Jun Eon instead of wasting time chatting. He was petrified at his place when he saw the giant, muscular man before him. Jinbo assured him that his master would come to meet them after finishing his meal, as he had already invited them to Annex. They finally arrived at the Annex after following the twin brothers' lead, so Jinbo informed the protagonist of the guests' arrival. Jun Eon was already waiting for them on the stage, welcoming them and knowing they had a long journey ahead. The three of them greeted him and introduced themselves, which left Jun Eon in surprise as he thought the patriarch would come alone. Aoyang Xing gave a cunning smile, pretended to apologize for his unannounced arrival, as he intended to witness his strength with his own eyes. Jun Eon already knew they came for the duel, so he wanted them to choose the duel format. Aoyang Xing explained that his sons aimed to learn from this duel and preferred simple rules, as the match would end if any of them left the ring, lost consciousness, or became unable to move. Jun Eon liked the rules since they were simple and clear, so decided to begin it. After Myung gets on the stage, Aoyang Seong grins excitedly as he wanted to see Jun Eon beg for his life. While Myung was facing Jun Eon, he didn't feel he was facing a merchant's son, but rather as if his opponent were a warrior hardened in the Jianghu, making him suspect that his victory over Aoyang might not be a fluke. After seeing his opponent in the fighting stance, Jun Eon asked out of curiosity whether he could use his sword. Myung intends to fight as he likes, so don't want him bothering him. Before he could even finish speaking, Jun Eon closed in and delivered a powerful blow, and then booted him out of the ring. The other two were speechless upon seeing this, and Aoyang Seeing was unable to contain his anger, so he accidentally broke the cup. The protagonist doesn't believe Myung's conceit. He should have drawn his sword instead of being so arrogant, and then summoned the next challenger. Aoyang Woon plans to head into the ring next, so he urged Shin Sobik to take care of his elder brother. After getting in the ring, he swung out his sword as he didn't intend to hold back his technique after witnessing his opponent's skills, and he was looking forward to his match. Jun Eon was prepared for the next fight, so he began the duel. Instead of wasting his time chattering, Aoyang Woon poured his mana into his sword, glaring ahead, then headed toward his opponent to deliver a slash first. Jun Eon evaded all of his slashes easily, but admitted that his opponent was quite bold and his skills suited the sword. However, these are nothing for Jun Eon, so he raised his hand and started getting rid of his slashes bare-handed. Woon is in awe upon realizing that his opponent is reading the flow of his sword movement and easily fends it off with his bare hand. Soon, the protagonist activated the 5th phase of Lightning Strike, creating a huge fist of lightning to strike. As his opponent tried to block his attack with his sword, he used the 10th phase Lightning Roar to knock him unconscious, thus winning the battle. Aoyang Seeing's face turned pale upon facing another defeat, and Shin Sobik was dumbfounded upon seeing the third young master being pushed back so easily. Myung suggested ending the spar there, as a huge uproar would be caused if the three of them were defeated. Shin Sobik refused to give in, so he jumped inside the ring and admitted that Woon was certainly highly skilled. But he couldn't let this golden opportunity pass by, as he mastered the palm strike technique, so he challenged Jun Eon to a spar. Jun Eon was pleased to face a decently skilled opponent finally and agreed to his request. After successfully deflecting each other's attacks, the two of them charged at one another and continued to trade blows. Shin Sobik was a bit disappointed to see Jun Eon only block his attack. He activated the whirling wheel crushing palm strike in preparation for another powerful blow, and he urged his opponent to block it as well. The protagonist was impressed by that skill, so he admitted that his movements aren't terrible, but he considers them too huge. He swiftly seized his foot and infused his energy into his body, causing him to groan with agony, and before slamming him to the ground, he expressed his satisfaction with the duel. Myung was dumbfounded upon seeing that Shin Sobik was defeated, as well as comprehending how amazing Jun Eon's skills were. The protagonist stretched, took a deep breath, and then looked at Aoyang Seeing's displeased expression after the duel ended. Aoyang Seeing couldn't contain the humiliation of being defeated consecutively by the merchant group's son. He admits that the person before him isn't ordinary, so he can't be defeated even by bringing another member of their clan. He was concerned that the Rulers' Association would trample their pride at this rate, but was also facing endless ridicule and criticism. He sighed after thinking of everything, then calmly suggested taking a stroll with Jun Eon. Later, on the street, Aoyang Seeing saw how peaceful it was, so guessed it might have a lot of suppliers. Abruptly, he halted as he wanted to get straight to the point and intended to let him join the Ruler Association. Although he doesn't guarantee the entire Unia merchant group can join, he does promise that Jun Eon will join as a martial artist. This would ultimately bind the association to protect the Unia merchant group. Jun Eon has heard of the Ruler Association, which is led by 4 great clans, Dokgo, Namgung, Ximen, and Moyun, excluding the Tang clan. However, he is aware that they are the people who have left the Miram Alliance, which is centered on the 9 great sects. Although what he said is true, Seeing doesn't consider it problematic when it is a friendly competition with the Miram Alliance. Jun Eon could understand why the Aoyang clan is obsessed with saving face after joining the association recently. Aoyang Seeing explained that their clan's reputation has been ruined because Aoyang whose subordinates have been spreading words regarding Jun Eon. However, he doesn't blame him for this mess, so he urged him to join the Ruler Association to restore his honor, so he hopes he won't reject his request. Aoyang Xin plans to bring Jun Eon into the association under the pretense of taking him under his wing, which would help him restore his honor. However, all his dreams were shattered upon realizing that Jun Eon intended to refuse his offer and was unable to understand the reason, as he wouldn't lose anything. So he hoped the son of the merchant wouldn't be slow at calculating gains and losses. Jun Eon doesn't see any benefit in having a seat of a martial artist in their association when he doesn't even lack any money, as he is the son of the merchant group. Jun Eon turned, hoping to end their conversation since they weren't going to fight, and truly enjoyed their walk. After thinking for a while, Aoyang Xin completely changed his tone from pleading to a threat of slaughtering his entire merchant group if he didn't comply with his offer. He plans to brand Jun Eon as a public enemy of the martial world by sparing him, along with all the strength their clan has. Aoyang Xin glares cunningly as he doesn't think Jun Eon has enough strength to stop him alone. He is sure Jun Eon couldn't handle making the ruler association his enemy, even if he has the strength to fight him, so he didn't want him to waste his goodwill this way. Jun Eon was unable to contain his anger, so he pushed him back to quieten him and wanted him to consider the fact that he could kill him on the spot and wipe out his entire Aoyang clan. He confidently plans to place all the blame on Aoyang Xin's eldest son, so he hopes he won't test him. Aoyang Xin grins upon hearing the most unforgettable and vile thing in his life, since these were the words coming from a man with no honor, shame, or restraint. He started releasing the poison, so Jun Eon warned him to save his words after proving his strength. Aoyang Xin never thought he would use Poison Toad Palm Strike, which he practiced to defeat the leader of the 4 great clans, and he is sure he can't withstand this. Contrary to his expectation, soon his poison started disappearing because of Jun Eon's lightning, which was eating it up. Jun Eon inflicted some injuries on him by electrocuting him, then tossed him away. He glares at Aoyang Xin mockingly after discovering how weak he is despite acting all arrogant. However, he is well aware that it is all because his 10th phase lightning strike has reached the 8th phase, so that he could inflict this harm. Aoyang Xin doesn't fear his death because even if he were to die at that place, Jun Eon would be considered a public enemy. He is sure Jun Eon wouldn't be able to handle the association's ruler, and he is the one at a loss. Jun Eon furiously grabbed Aoyang Xin's head and intended to make him regret his words for the rest of his life. On the other side, in the Yunha merchant main hall, the maids were treating the injuries of the Aoyang clan's young masters when they suddenly saw Jun Eon dragging Aoyang Xin inside. Everyone, including the young master, worries upon seeing their patriarch's condition and is in disbelief at the way Jun Eon is treating him. Jun Eon doesn't intend to hear any of their nonsense, so he warned them to stay quiet if they don't want to end up like their father. Aoyang Woon inquired worriedly whether his father was still alive. Jun Eon assured them that he is still alive for now and instructed Mok In Siop to prepare a carriage outside. After hearing his explanation, Woon expected a valid reason for his rude behavior. Jun Eon smirked upon hearing him ask for the reason when his father threatened to annihilate the Yunya merchant group and frame him as the culprit if he didn't help. All of them were dumbfounded upon hearing this and discovering the reality. Jun Eon instructed the guards to follow him to serve as witnesses to this incident, as he intends to report this matter to the Rulers Association. Shin Sobik was worried upon hearing this and wondered whether he even knew the location of the association's ruler. Since the association had no official headquarters, Jun Eon knew that the homes of the rulers of the 4 great clan patriarchs serve as their meeting place, so the Moyang clan is the closest. Before leaving, he instructed guards and twins to keep watch to ensure the Aoyang clan doesn't do anything foolish. Then he instructed HWA Eon to organize the details of that day's incident to report to the Miram Alliance, and then he headed to the Moyang clan. Later on his way, Jun Eon was excitedly enjoying the scenery in the carriage, but Aoyang, the guard, who was a witness, was a bit terrified. After Aoyang Xin opened his eyes and found himself in the carriage, he questioned their destination. After Jun Eon clarified that he was heading toward the Moyang clan, Aoyang Xin sighed and told his guard to bring him some water, as he was parched. The guard looked worriedly at Jun Eon, since he wouldn't permit that. The protagonist laughed after hearing the guard's response, even though the clan leader himself had requested some water. He pats his head upon seeing how good he is, then glares at him as he figures out he isn't a warrior of the Aoyang clan. The guard's facial expression changed after hearing this, and Jun Eon deduced he might be an assassin, then burned him alive with lightning. While the man leading the carriage was startled by the sudden lightning, so wanted to know what was happening, but Jun Eon instructed them to keep going, as it was nothing. After that, he glared at the other guard to ask him a question if he had hired an assassin. After the guard confirmed his doubt, he asked for the name of his assassination group. The guard said he is a form gold-silver assassin, where guards are split into gold and silver assassins. Jun Eon is annoyed to hear the name that reeks of money, but wonders how much money Aoyong Sin has paid him to hire these men. Since Aoyong Sin wasn't answering him, Jun Eon planned to stop the carriage for a moment since he still had many body parts intact. Aoyong Sin worriedly answered that he had hired them for 800 nuang per person. Jun Eon still wanted to confirm this from the assassin, who considered it more than usual. Jun Eon refused, since that is true. The money also includes the assassin's head, because their leader sold them to Aoyong Sin, and he is sure he might be annihilated after wiping out the Yuna merchant group. After hearing the truth, the assassin looked at Aoyong Sin in disbelief. Jun Eon also thinks it's easier for anyone to slaughter an assassin than face his clan's scorn for a dirty act. He knew Sin was thorough, as he didn't intend to dirty his hands, and hoped the assassin would understand, as that is how the orthodox faction acts, by acting filthy from deep inside. He suggested the assassin should have trained harder so he wouldn't have been sold off for so cheaply. Jun Eon clapped, as he knew Sin thinks killers aren't even worthy of being called human, so he considers them to be living a miserable life. Since they have 3 assassins outside, 1 corpse, and 1 injured person, they make a perfect group to stroll. After a while, they finally arrived at the Moyang clan entrance, where everyone recognized the Aoyong clan patriarch but could not identify the person beside him. Everyone is in wonder upon witnessing the patriarch's state, so we're guessing its cause. The Moyang clan patriarch finally arrived and wanted to know the reason for the Aoyong patriarch's abrupt visit. Upon seeing the injuries on Aoyong Sin's neck, he asked about them. Moyang Bin was unable to recognize Jun Eon because he had never met him, so he asked for his identity after introducing himself. After the protagonist introduced himself, he grew doubtful upon hearing that Moyang Bin was the patriarch, since, as he recalled, Moyang Chu was supposed to be the patriarch. Moyang Bin wanted to hear from Aoyong Sin about why he is being dragged there as a criminal by the eldest son of the Yunha merchant group. Since Aoyong Sin didn't say a word, Jun Eon volunteered to explain the situation. After a while, he explained everything to Moyang Bin, pointing to the assassins beside him, who Aoyong Sin had hired. Moyang Bin's subordinate was concerned about being mocked by the Miram Alliance after the threat against a merchant group spread, given how grave that crime was, so he wanted to handle the matter. Moyang Bin quietened him by the gesture of his hand, then asked Jun Eon's intention for coming all the way there. He roughly guessed he had come to reveal the truth in fear of retaliation. Jun Eon grins upon hearing him as he inquires what Moyang Bin might have done if he faced the same situation. The answer to his question was clear, as Moyang Bin would have killed anyone who threatened to slaughter his clan to turn him into a criminal. However, if that person is from the Aoyong clan, then the gazes of the entire clan and all the Miram would fall upon him. Aoyong Sin holds Moyang Bin responsible for all this mess because Moyang Bin mocked him, leading Aoyong Sin to lose to a child of a merchant group. He is confident that he would never make such a mistake if the clan leader had never sneered at him and wanted him to help him settle this mess when they caused it. He was willing to do anything in return for helping him just this once. Moyang Bin annoyingly approached him as he didn't want to be the center of ridicule by Aoyong Sin, who further disgraced him and knocked him unconscious. Then he commanded his subordinate to take 3 assassins, to imprison them, and watch them closely. After handling those men, he apologized to Jun Eon for their disgraceful hospitality, as the Rulers Association doesn't support such leeches. He admitted that Jun Eon had suffered because of him, so he offered him a meal as an apology before he left, and Jun Eon agreed. At night, they were in the dining hall enjoying the delicious dinner. Moyang Bin is in disbelief at the sudden appearance of such a powerful young man who defeated the Aoyong clan patriarch. After giving it some thought, he asked Jun Eon for his opinion on this matter, since he couldn't kill Aoyong Sin but had promised to deal with it reasonably. Jun Eon wanted to hear his punishment, but he decided that Moyang Bin had enlightened him on his plan to send Aoyong Sin to the Miram Alliance, so their clan's resentment fell upon them. Although the ruler association might sustain some damage, he believes honor is more important and is confident that other patriarchs would share this view. Jun Eon considers that a great plan, but has a question, asking if former clan patriarch Moyoung Chu has completed the Golden Basin hand-washing ceremony. Moyoung Bin is startled by his question. He had assumed he had received news about Jonghu late, and he doesn't even know that his father has been missing for over a year, leaving Jun Eon in utter shock. Although Moyoung Bin has sent several search teams to investigate, he hasn't found any clues, and he remains an unfilial son. Jun Eon recalled that at the time he entered this body, he assumed Moyoung Chu might have died as well. After proper consideration, he questioned his father's clashes with the demonic faction. Moyoung Bin doesn't recall any recent clashes with the demonic faction, even though they have been quiet for 20 years. He is certain that it wouldn't be this peaceful if the demonic faction had risen, and he finds it strange that they would target only his father. The protagonist remembers having no contact with the demonic faction in his past life, but was ambushed out of nowhere. Thus, considering that fact, he wanted to know how Moyoung Bin's father might have fared if several swordsmen had ambushed him. Moyoung Bin is well aware that his father wouldn't fall to a few swordsmen, yet it would be a brutal fight. He was speechless upon hearing Jun Eon claim that his father's opponent might have a blade-proof body. Reminiscing about the memories of his past, he recalled some demonic faction members who survived despite being struck by the 9th phase lightning energy. Furthermore, the 8th phase lightning energy can't be endured by an ordinary person, even when he is inside Jun Eon's body. So, if he considers his level in the past, no one could endure his lightning unless they have been in the realm of a blade-proof body and beyond. He could only think that those who are beyond heaven could stand against the demonic faction's skill combination, coupled with their blade-proof bodies and strange sorcery. He is constantly perplexed as to why they maintain their secrets, which prevents even a son from discovering any evidence of his father. In the meantime, in a deserted area, Heavenly Demon joyfully tells the Sword Demon that the Sword King's whereabouts have been discovered. After praising Heavenly Demon, Sword Demon confronted his subordinate to prepare to pursue the king. After contemplating for a while, Jun Eon began investigating the other master's situations. Moyoung Bin has recently met the Blade Emperor, who is in good health, and he remembers it clearly that the Blade Emperor was the one who laughed loudly at mock Aoyang Xing, but the rest of them made awkward faces. He could understand why Aoyang Xing felt a bit off, as Blade Emperor is the kind of person who ignores those he doesn't like. He mentioned that Sword God went into closed-door training around 6 months ago, making it difficult to know what kind of martial practice he was developing, especially since he was already surpassing the heavens. Sword Emperor wanders around without a fixed residence, so they can't think of his whereabouts. Moyoung remembered informing the Sword Emperor about his father's disappearance during his last visit, but didn't receive any words from him afterwards. Furthermore, Sword King is half retired from his position and is busy training his disciples. But the Fist Emperor was of such a fierce temper that even Jun Eon's father found it hard to communicate with him, so they heard no news about him. Without knowing the truth of the Fist Emperor's death, Moyoung Bin assumed he might be roaming around in search of a suitable disciple or getting rid of the underworld people, and he isn't the type to get closer to anyone. After hearing all those remarks, Jun Eon put his cup on the table as he wanted to know why Fist Emperor was thought to be hard to get closer to. Moyoung Bin's eyes widened in shock to learn that Jun Eon doesn't know the rumors saying that Fist King beats up junior disciples of orthodox factions for their arrogant attitude, punishes seniors of demonic factions who displease him, and slaughters every unorthodox faction member he meets. Therefore, all the prestigious young heir of the clans have their cheeks slapped by him once. As Jun Eon was quietly listening to him, Moyoung Bin admitted how principled and upright a person the Fist Emperor was. He always thinks of the Fist Emperor as a martial artist to the depths of his core, since he challenged his senior to a duel without hesitation and kept his word. He heard this from Jun Eon's father that the Fist Emperor was a lonely person. Upon hearing this, Jun Eon corrected him as the Fist Emperor wasn't as lonely as he seemed. Moyoung Bin didn't clearly hear him, so he asked what he said, but Jun Eon refused to repeat it and praised the meal. Moyoung Bin saw him standing from his seat, so he assumed he might plan to return to the merchant group and suggested visiting the Miram Alliance in person if he wasn't busy. The next day at Moyoung State, Moyoung Bin plans to shape the case according to their preferences if Jun Eon testifies. The patriarch preferred traveling together since his clan delegations were returning from their nearby assignment, and introduced Baek Haryung of the Muram alliance to him. Moyoung Bin instructed them to depart first as he would bring Aoyang seeing by his people. Jun Eon agreed to him and requested him to look after the Yunha merchant group during his time away. Moyoung Bin has already dispatched martial artists of his clan to escort the merchant group. Jun Eon was relieved to hear this, so he promised to remember his goodwill. He remembers the assassin from earlier, who belonged to the organization Gold Silver Assassin, so he asked the Ruler Association to investigate them personally and promised to lend his strength as well if their headquarters were discovered. Moyoung Bin agreed to his request, which isn't hard to fulfill. After realizing how easily the patriarch agreed, he told him the truth. He had come there for the full confrontation with the Moyoung clan, but he could finally return in peace after the patriarch had just given him an assessment of the situation, and he expressed his gratitude and then left. Moyoung Bin was amused to realize how interesting it was that the young master of the Yunha merchant group had come alone for the battle. 4 days later, they were in the town, but Baek Haryung was impressed to know that Jun Eon was as taciturn as he was, as that is all he could say after several days of traveling together. He recalls how easily Jun Eon agreed to his request, either to continue the journey or rest for a while. While pondering, he accidentally bumped someone's shoulder, so he apologized, but upon seeing the scar on his face, he recognized him as a member of the Wicked Rogue. He looked ahead, telling Jun Eon that he spotted the wanted man from the Muram Alliance's most wanted list, so he planned to either capture or kill him. Jun Eon assumed that the man was a member of the unorthodox faction. Baek Haryung affirmed that it was true but instructed him to stay back, as it was more dangerous than following him. The man noticed someone was tailing him, so he started running away while pushing the people around. Baek Haryung recalls that recently, unorthodox members have been slaughtering Muram Alliance members because they were dissatisfied with them, so he is certain it's a trap for someone like him to walk the streets without a mask. Despite knowing the truth, he followed the man to the alley, where 2 others were waiting for him, and he is certain they lost to the Alliance leader because they don't have one arm. Baek Haryung considers their life disgraceful for living this way instead of challenging the leader despite being spared, and they are using a wanted criminal as bait. The 2 smirked cunningly as they explained that they aimed to cut the arm for the Alliance leader and send him the severed head of his subordinate. Momentarily, Jun Eon appeared behind them in amusement as they had a strange hobby. The 2 of them were startled upon hearing a stranger's voice, and so they looked back worriedly. Baek Haryung is surprised to see him catch up so easily. The protagonist explained that he is the one with the hobbies of beating people like them. Meanwhile, at the Yunha merchant group residence, Myung Ho was enraged upon learning that Jun Eon was heading toward the Muram Alliance, and he was annoyed as Moyoung clan guards held him back. HWA Eon explained that the Moyoung patriarch planned to testify to the incident immediately, so they left, and he requested that the Moyoung clan guards release him. Myung Ho annoyingly sat on the ground as Jun Eon left despite promising him. However, he felt embarrassed upon admitting to the 100,000 swings when HWA Eon asked about the promise. He was infuriated and wanted to throw garbage in front of the Yunha merchant group if Jun Eon didn't tell him the next stage. HWA Eon was annoyed to hear that, so he suggested chasing after Jun Eon to ask him if it's that important and quickly closed the door because he was busy himself. Myung Ho was annoyed to hear that he had bolted for the Muram Alliance, and he supposed he might think of him as a fool for playing him, forgetting that he is a poisonous fox. He annoyingly grabbed his umbrella as he planned to go to the Museum Alliance to ask for the next step, and kept swinging the umbrella as he rushed away. On the other hand, the wanted criminal was unable to contain his laughter upon hearing Jun Eon and apologized for his rudeness in laughing in front of his seniors. After that, he excitedly plans to leave that place since he has already lured them into the trap. Upon hearing this, Jun Eon accosted him as a lustful swordsman and assumed he might be off to relieve himself, which enraged the criminal when he was mocked. Jun Eon doesn't think he should mind if he is healthy, and he plans to kill, so he asks Baek Haryung if it's permissible. Baek Haryung affirmed that the immediate execution of the public enemy is allowed in Muram. Upon seeing Jun Eon's excited grin, he is startled, as that is the first time he has seen him smile during the 3-day travel. as Jun Eon was excitedly prepared to attack them. Those criminals smirked upon hearing his claim of killing them. They get into their stance, then throw some daggers toward him. Jun Eon easily dodged them, then quickly hit them to change the direction, jumped above and planned to return those daggers to them. 2 of the daggers struck straight at the heads of 2 of them, killing them on the spot, leaving the third in shock. Although the wanted criminal's face turned pale, he was aware that Jun Eon intentionally avoided attacking him. Jun Eon gets down as he asks the lustful swordsman for his crime to turn him into a wanted man. The lustful swordsman started exuding his aura as he was going to attack and clarified that he had trained in something that Jun Eon couldn't with all his effort. As he charges toward Jun Eon, he wants to get rid of it for him because Jun Eon wouldn't be using it. Before he could even successfully deliver a blow, Jun Eon quickly attacked him and threw a stone at his hand to halt. The lustful swordsman yelled with pain and cursed him. He quickly agreed to surrender because he knew he couldn't defeat Jun Eon and would end up dead. He plans to admit his crime at the Miram and accept the punishment. Jun Eon approached him, annoyingly, to ask why he had suddenly surrendered. The lustful swordsman is certain that the case would settle there because he has information about several other wanted men, so he thought keeping him alive would be beneficial. Jun Eon quickly punched him hard to break his head because he didn't need his surrender since he wasn't from the Miram Alliance. After killing him, he saw Baek Haryung's expression, so he guessed he should have taken the criminal to the Alliance. Baek Haryung doesn't mind it because killing him was the better choice, and he wanted to get something to eat because he was starving. After some time, they were at the inn having their meal when Baek Haryung expressed his surprise at how experienced he was after watching his fight a while ago, which cleared all of his doubts. He was in disbelief upon hearing the rumors that the heir of the Yunga merchant group had defeated Aoyang, who, especially because of his previous reputation. The protagonist smiled upon hearing it, as he had already expected it, since anyone would think this way. But after witnessing his skills, Baek Haryung now completely trusts the rumors since he has skills and doesn't want him to worry, as he volunteered to be a witness to his strength. The protagonist expressed his gratitude, but it was strange to see him suddenly become talkative. After pondering for a while, Baek Haryung suggested that he join the Miram Alliance, as they prefer skills even if they don't pay much. Their leader prefers individual skills over background, so he is confident that Jun Eon could join them given his overwhelming skills. He knew Jun Eon had some ties with the ruler association, so he wanted to be honest that even if they offer good pay, it's built entirely on clan influence, so outsiders can't join them. The great clan favors its own members, but outsiders are mercenaries who need high wages, and they all scatter during battles. Upon hearing him, Jun Eon recalls Moyoung Bin's behavior and doesn't think everyone is like how he described. Another man, who was eavesdropping on their conversation from the first floor, agreed with Jun Eon and considered it a smear alliance rather than a Miram alliance. He instructed Baek Haryung not to go around badmouthing and insulting people, and considered it outrageous to call the ruler the association Autumn Leaves. Baek Haryung, worried, looked behind him, stood to apologize for talking recklessly, and asked for his name. The man introduced himself as Autumn Leaves with the surname of Autumn Wind, leaving Baek Haryung in disbelief. The protagonist looked at him, hoping Haryung would not mind him, since he had already apologized. He guessed that Haryung had come there because of Aoyang seeing and seemed to belong to the ruler association. Haryung doesn't know them, but since they seem to belong to the ruler association, he guesses they came for the Dragon Phoenix tournament. Upon seeing how fixated Jun Eon is on the Dragon Phoenix tournament, he guesses he might be interested in it. He considers it an invaluable experience, since the entire Miram will watch the grand tournament, and he suggested that Jun Eon participate, as he is young, skilled, and qualified. Although Jun Eon refused to participate, Haryung considered it a chance to make a name. However, the protagonist doesn't intend to build fame, which he could easily gain as he grows stronger. Haryung felt bad for him because the leader had promised to give the winner top-grade elixir, and Jun Eon immediately agreed to participate for the reward. Haryung accidentally choked himself in disbelief to notice how quickly Jun Eon changed his mind. Jun Eon doesn't mind it as he knew everyone makes mistakes, yet he thought he should have mentioned the elixir earlier. Later, while heading out of the inn, he thanked the innkeeper and was sure they would arrive at the Miram Alliance soon. Even while leaving, Hwa Yunwal bumped into him and mocked him for dragging his feet so slowly, so they called him a slow alliance instead of a smear alliance. Haryung was enraged as he realized that he held grudges and suggested running like autumn wind from this point onward. Jun Eon agreed to do that, so they passed by then with the speed of the wind and threw dust at them. The warrior was enraged, knowing they had intentionally created the dust storm. HWA Yoon Wall commanded Yoon Seol to slowly follow him with the attendants, as he intended to show the two of them true mobility art. The warriors were cheering him to teach them a proper lesson, and Yoon Seol sighed in disbelief. After some time, they finally arrived near the Miram Alliance base, but Jun Eon saw HWA Yoon Wall chasing him, so he grinned and quickly rushed ahead. Haryung is startled upon seeing this, as both of their speeds are quite fast. Then he looks back at Autumn Leave and worries that, at this rate, the Ruler Association will win. After barely making it to the finish line, Haryung worriedly inquired who had won, as he considered himself barely ahead. HWA Yoon Wall smirked upon hearing this, as he assumed he might be blind, but Haryung still wanted to hear it. While they were conversing, they were startled as the alliance leader appeared behind them with a grin and didn't think there was a point in winning this race when the victor was clearly Jun Eon. Haryung was startled upon seeing the alliance leader who was praising. Abruptly, HWA Yoon Wall of the HWA clan introduced himself and greeted the alliance leader. The alliance leader at Jun Eon recognized him in a single glance as the famous Yunya merchant group's young master. Yoon Wall is stunned to realize he is the one who defeated Aoyang Seing. After the protagonist introduced himself to the alliance leader, Yu Jeong-hong greeted them all and was pleased to meet them. Jeong-hong looked at Yoon Wall, assuming he might be there to participate in the Dragon Phoenix tournament, so he wished him luck. Then, planned to accompany Jun Eon and Haryung as they head toward the main hall. As they were taking their leave, Yoon Wall accosted the protagonist, grinning excitedly, and looking forward to their confrontation at the tournament, and left. While they continued their journey, Haryung was mortified upon hearing from the alliance leader that he ranked last in the mobility art this time. He was unable to believe he had failed when he considered himself almost there at the same time. Jeong-hong is sure that Yoon Wall didn't use all his stamina since he came for the tournament, so he intended to test his opponent's ability while conserving his stamina. He laughed, not knowing the reason, but Haryung ran alongside him, unwilling to lose. Haryung was mortified to realize that his master had known this all along, and he was annoyed that Yoon Wall kept playing tricks for no reason. Jun Eon noticed his reaction, so he didn't want him to be offended, especially since he was about to compete, hiding his full strength, and he didn't want him to feel embarrassed. The alliance leader looked back with a satisfied smile, impressed by how he had adapted to the situation. After a while, they finally arrived at the Miram Alliance main hall, where the man welcomed the leader. The alliance leader instructed his subordinate to make everyone else except Jun Eon leave, and he planned to decide on Aoyang Seing's matter after confirming Jun Eon's martial arts. After everyone left, only the two of them were confronting each other, so Jeong-hong instructed him to come forward. After getting closer to him, Jun Eon felt awkward as he faced him after a long time, remembering that he is second only to the 3 gods and 1 saint in renown. During the Battle of the 5 Tombs, the final battle with the demonic faction, the alliance leader commanded all the orthodox sects and dragged the 3 gods and 1 saint to the front line, leading them personally into war, so he is truly worthy of respect. Jeong-hong looked at him for a while, noticing he had a stern expression as well, and often met juniors like him in Jonghu. However, he prefers those who act their age, which makes communication more comfortable. The protagonist smiled after hearing this, and the alliance leader complimented him, noticing he seemed more approachable with a smile. He approached him to ask something seriously, as he had been curious whether he was the successor of the Fist King and wanted to know how many techniques he had learned from his master, Jun Eon. He reacted in annoyance and sighed, asking how he could find out. The alliance leader didn't want him to be angry, as he noticed him using the fist technique and also manipulating lightning energy. After Jun Eon affirmed, he explained that the Xaimen clan, Namgung clan, Beakley clan, and the Sect Enlightenment were the only factions dealing with the lightning energy. Of these, Xaimen was a sword clan, Namgung turned to Taoist arts, and Beakley gave up after repeated failure, leaving only the Fist King sect, which is the sect of enlightenment. But he considers it unfair to call it a sect when they cling to single successor succession. The protagonist grins as the alliance leader correctly understands everything and affirms that he is the Fist King's successor. The alliance leader felt pleased to realize that their destiny had brought them together. He understood that those who harness lightning energy possess a commanding presence, with their eyes, energy, tone, and temperament reflecting lightning itself. He has no close memories with the Fit King, who aspires to become a lone bolt capable of tearing apart the heavens, since no one can truly befriend such a person. After a while, he wanted to know about Jun Eon Master's whereabouts, as he hadn't heard any word from him. Jun Eon explained that he could contact his master for a while, just as the former patriarch of the Moyan clan had. Jeong Hong is startled upon hearing this, as he knew that Fist King rarely sends word, but that was not the reason for this. Jun Eon explained with a serious face that his contact with his master has been cut off forever. Jeong Hong is concerned upon realizing the disappearance of the martial masters of the Miram one after another. So, he intends to deliver this news to the 3 gods and 1 saint, and he roughly guesses the demonic faction might have started the invasion. He doesn't have any other option than to fight if they suddenly appear, and is certain Jun Eon might not know since that happened before his birth. Jun Eon already knew about the Battler of the 5 Tombs, but the alliance leader was talking about another fight afterward when the 3 gods, 1 saint, battle a single guildmaster of the demonic faction. Jeong Hong knew that no one could understand the despair when 3 of them faced a single guildmaster, and he remembered that time whenever he heard that the sword god was still in training. Even if this fight determined the outcome of the Great War between the Orthodox and the demonic factions, 3 gods and 1 saint faced a single man, which is concerning. He often shares this secret tale with alliance members, which is also why they might grow stronger. He looked at Jun Eon, sure that the Grandmaster descendant might be his age. So, he grabbed the protagonist's hand to urge him to become overwhelmingly strong to fight them. He assured him that Aoyang Seeing would receive a justified punishment by being locked in the dungeon, as he trusts his ability since Jun Eon is Fist King's successor. He is certain Jun Eon would be participating in the tournament as well, so he wanted him to rest first. Later, outside the main hall, Jun Eon was still thinking about the time he asked how the Grandmaster who fought the 3 gods and 1 saint alone. Jeong Hong stayed quiet for a while and knew that the peak of the demonic faction didn't have a name. Jun Eon was doubtful about his death, so Jeong Hong explained how they cut him several times and then burned his body. Even after burning him to clarify all the doubts, they gathered the ashes and scattered them across different mountains. He intends not to let even the ashes of their opponent remain if the disaster strikes again. Jun Eon still remembers the image of the alliance leader left in the vast hall, no longer that of a senior in the Jianghu worthy of respect, but a monster forged by the times. He felt that a monster was the opposite of the demonic faction, not the orthodox faction. The protagonist believes he wouldn't turn out any different, because Jianghu was formed through the mutual slaughter of the orthodox and demonic factions, making it essentially comparable to the Asura realm. While he was pondering, Haryong approached him and asked about the outcome of their conversation. After Jun Eon explained that it had gone well, Haryong informed him that separate lodging had been prepared outside for him, as he might be uncomfortable staying inside, and took him there. After arriving at his room, Jun Eon thanked him for his help and guidance. Haryong wanted to inspect the room since he demanded a sunny room. As soon as they entered the room, Haryong was startled upon seeing Myung-ho waiting there. Jun Eon sighed upon realizing that he had finally arrived. Myung-ho was waiting comfortably for him in the spacious and pleasant place, but he couldn't sleep at night to be there on time. The protagonist was still impressed as he managed to find his room. Myung-ho explained how hard it was for him to search around every lodging to find a room under Jun Eon's name. He threw the damaged umbrella toward Jun Eon as he had already swung it 100,000 times. He excitedly looked at him as he kept his word and even crossed mountains on horseback and rode a ship to learn about the next step. He became anxious when he saw Jun Eon standing still instead of explaining the next step. Jun Eon was left with no choice, so he sighed and asked for a good place to train nearby. Haryong knew of a suitable place to train, so he took them to the cliff, a secluded spot perfect for training, often used by people of the Miram Alliance. Myung-ho looked ahead and found it spacious, so Jun Eon expressed his gratitude for helping him out. Haryong didn't want him to mention it and was taking his leave, so he bid his farewell to Jun Eon, but didn't know the other person's name. After Myung-ho introduced himself, Haryung bid him farewell and left. Myung-ho is in disbelief to learn that Jun Eon also plans to train, even though he was already strong enough to shoot lightning last time. Since Jun Eon's inner energy has deepened, he plans to practice the Phantom Blossom Divine Art, as he knows he can't solely rely on the White Lightning 10-phase art. Seeing that Myung-ho doesn't know the technique, Jun Eon decides not to explain it, knowing he wouldn't understand. Then he rushed away to the training area, leaving Myung-ho in agony, who considers his action as if he were looking down on him. Jun Eon sighed upon seeing how he is acting like a child, so he only intends to explain it once and explained that the Lightning 10-phase art focuses on powerful offensive techniques, but that isn't enough to defeat a true martial master. In certain fights, he needs to counter, exploit, and redirect his opponent's techniques, and the Phantom Blossom Divine Art specializes in those principles. While Myung-ho was thinking of his technique, the protagonist revealed that it was Phantom Reach, the ultimate secret of the Phantom Blossom Divine Art. This technique helps him move objects without touching them, bend the path of the opponent's weapon, or even seize them outright. As a martial artist, he intends to enhance his strength. Upon hearing the explanation, Myung-ho realized that it was a thief's trick kind of skill. Before he could complete his sentence, Jun Eon was electrocuted by lightning and was instructed not to try to understand, as it helps him move the objects without touching, bend the path of the opponent's weapon, and stand it with his dull brain. However, he is relieved to see that the 100,000 strikes weren't wasted, since he has been understanding it, so he wants to know how he feels after achieving his goal. Even though he could notice the difference, Myung-ho couldn't see anything other than an increase in thickness in his arm and was annoyed, as he wanted the protagonist to tell him from the start. Jun Eon grabbed the umbrella, looked at the damage he had caused, and remembered how he had given him the chance because he saw the potential, but not everyone can seize that chance, so he decided to make the training tougher. He told Myung-ho that only one strike was worth it. He quickly rushes toward Myung-ho, launches a strike, then tells him to find and use the most efficient of all those trajectories if he wants to parry, block, or counter someone, or he will die of exhaustion. As the images of those strikes flash before Myung-ho's eyes, Jun Eon wanted him to find the most efficient, precise, fastest thrust out of those 100,000 strikes. The protagonist instructed him to extract that thrust, connect it, and reorder them to form a complete sequence, which is the basic form. He added that the martial master of each martial sect researches, modifies, and polishes these sequences through endless repetitions until they reach perfection. However, their learning of swordsmanship doesn't end there, but application and real combat are a completely different matter, as Myung-ho needs to control his mouth and gain real-life experience if he doesn't want to die. Myung-ho smiled as he finally understood, while all the martial artists lost their minds, because they are all crazy. Jun Eon told Myung-ho that he is wrong to think that no one in Jonghu was crazier than him, but he doesn't intend to teach him any difficult sword art. Myung-ho was gloomy upon hearing this, as it would make it difficult for him to grow, and he didn't understand the reason for his refusal, since many martial artists learn more challenging skills from other sects. Upon learning his idea of growing Jun Eon, he cleared up his misunderstanding, as joining a famous sect or learning their martial arts isn't everything. Since becoming stronger is more profound than this, as this depends on who lives their life more seriously. While they were conversing, the alliance leader heard all of their conversation from the cliff. Haryung apologized for bringing the two of them there, as he didn't know the alliance leader was planning to train there. The alliance leader smiled as he didn't mind this at all because he managed to witness an amusing event. At the same time, Jun Eon thinks that the majority of the people consider the Dokgo 9 sword strike as the best in the Jonghu. Myung-ho remembered that, from his childhood, he used to grab the sword and keep shouting, "Dokgo 9 sword strikes," everywhere. After Jun Eon remembered about another sword art that surpasses it, Myung-ho asked about it. Jun Eon knew it was the sword art of the man obsessed with swords, Jin Sohan's, but since Myung-ho doesn't know about him, the protagonist plans to tell him the story of that person to understand Jonghu truly. Jin Sohan came from a traveling performer troupe who grew up learning the sword dance. Myung-ho guessed he was talking about the sword dance where the performer tore people's clothes with his sword. Jun Eon concurred, as Jin Sohan used to appear with older ladies, having been raised by them, and he practiced sword dancing for 10 years to protect those he cared for. He was an orphan who trained with a sword solely to avoid cutting anyone, but he ultimately learned to wield it to kill someone. After his hands were covered with blood, his enlightenment erupted all at once, and he surpassed even Dokgo's 9 sword strikes and created the greatest sword art in all the land. Myung-ho quietly heard his story and found it amusing. Jun Eon added that sword dance alone doesn't make his art great, as the brilliance of the sword art or the prestige of the sect doesn't matter. But the thing that truly matters is that he lived his 10 years earnestly with sword dance, so how strong he would become depends on the way he lives his life. Myung-ho finally understood everything, but wanted to know the next step. After realizing he was still earnest about learning it, Jun Eon wanted to confirm whether he would regret it. After Myung-ho refused to regret, Jun Eon grabbed the umbrella and displayed a thrust to him, hoping he would remember it. Myung-ho remembers the thrust, so he plans to swing it 1,000,000 times rather than 100,000. Jeong-hong is amused to see him using the tri-sword technique and admits that Jun Eon truly has keen talent. After looking at him, Jeong-hong never thought he could relax and train with someone like him, as he recalled his past. He recalls how his friends started disappearing one after another during the years he spent at Miram Alliance, and most of his subordinates were gone. Jeong-hong watched them for a while, so planned to prepare a return gift after enjoying an amazing show that day. Meanwhile, Myung-ho was practicing alongside the protagonist and was dumbfounded when he saw him lift the rocks without touching them. He froze as the protagonist used telekinesis. After some time, it began to rain, but they kept training when the Alliance leader appeared and stunned them. Jun Eon is surprised to meet the Alliance leader after a while and greets him. The Alliance leader agrees with him, but he had seen him training for a while, so he considered him quite diligent. Myung-ho kept staring at the rumored Miram Alliance leader, so he was trying to figure out how Jun Eon knew him. Jeong-hong also noticed him, so he asked for his identity, prompting Myung-ho to introduce himself and greet him. Jeong-hong looked at the scar on his face that seemed like a sword caused it, but Myung-ho corrected him, as a dagger inflicted it. After he noticed that Myung-ho was hesitant to explain the cause of the scar, he assumed it might have happened during a duel or during training. Myung-ho was mortified at being thought of as such a great person, so he clarified that he had once run a gambling den, despite being embarrassed. Thus, during that time, he went into an argument with a person who was not paying his debt, and was stabbed on the cheeks with a dagger. As Jeong-hong was staring at him awkwardly, Myung-ho was mortified for blurting it out like this to the Miram Alliance leader. He was embarrassed not to tell the lie or cover it by saying something respectable, like a duel or training, but considered himself an idiot for admitting that it happened because of the gambling den. Although he was embarrassed, Jeong-hong didn't mind him and also mentioned the scar he had, which never fades, so he showed it to him. Myung-ho was startled upon hearing this, so he looked at the scar on his hand. Jeong-hong's father ran a brewery, so he supplied liquor to taverns and sometimes carried loads himself. Once he saw his father being beaten by drunks in a tavern during his delivery, he couldn't hold back his concern and rushed to save him. Even though he didn't learn the sword art at that time, the Alliance leader grabbed a stick and swung it wildly at them. He managed to knock all of them to the ground since those drunks weren't that strong, and was relieved as no one died. After witnessing the entire fight, his father was shocked. Yet he came to him and tried to stop the bleeding on his arm that he himself didn't realize. After that, his father carried him on his back and ran away to protect him from further mess. That was the time when his father was carrying him away like this, and on the way, he noticed his father's torn sleeve, which was soaked in sweat as it rushed against his arm. Upon reminiscing about those memories, the Alliance leader assumed that might be why his scar never disappeared. Jeong-hong is certain that everyone who stepped into Jonghu has such a backstory, so he looked at the tattered umbrella in his hand and assumed it might be his weapon. Myung-ho looked at the umbrella he was using for the training, then clarified that he borrowed it from Jun Eon. Jeong-hong understood the situation, so he reached out to lend him an umbrella this time. Myung-ho grabbed it without hesitation, but was unable to lift it as it was quite heavy. So, the Alliance leader is a black iron umbrella with black iron ribs and a shaft, gifted to the Miram Alliance by the Moyang clan. Furthermore, it's durable and is quite heavy, making it a perfect weapon that wouldn't even be tattered after being swung 1,000,000 times. Myung-ho was thrilled to receive such a precious gift and doesn't understand the reason he deserves something like this. The alliance leader accosted him to ask whether he regretted his decision to live such a shameful life. Myung-ho flinched upon hearing his question, looked down in embarrassment, and was truly embarrassed. Jeong-hong gave a satisfactory smile upon hearing his answer, and considered him a good man if he could correct his past mistake to live the present properly. He put his hand on Myung-ho's shoulder to give him the courage to overcome the torment and guilt from his past actions, and Myung-ho became emotional upon hearing this, so he agreed to do as the alliance leader said. After saying everything, Jeong-hong plans to take his leave, knowing they would be bored spending so much time with an old man like him. Then he waved at Jun-eon excitedly, as he was looking forward to his performance of either swinging his fist or his umbrella at the Dragon Phoenix and preferred to meet them on the side of the Orthodox faction. Jun-eon saw him leaving, so he stayed quiet for a while, then suggested having lunch with Myung-ho. However, Myung-ho intended to train a little longer, so he instructed him to go ahead first and laughed excitedly after receiving a weapon from the alliance leader. While leaving, Jun-eon heard his chuckle, then a sobbing sound, so he couldn't tell whether he was laughing or crying. A few days later, one day before the Dragon Phoenix tournament at night, everyone was gathered around a stage where a man was informing people about the Eve festival. The man knew that many might have grown exhausted waiting for the preliminary rounds of the Dragon Phoenix tournament, as it has many participants. That is also the reason for holding this Eve festival, where they can face anyone they have always wanted to challenge. As he rushed away, he instructed the participants not to bother stepping their foot in the tournament if they realized they weren't up to par, as they cannot let a weakling drag out the event until sunset. While Jun-eon was watching this commotion from afar, and considered it entertaining to have the eve of the festival, abruptly, the man accosted Myung-ho, who had been mouthing off earlier, and demanded that he show his umbrella skills to them. Myung-ho was annoyed to be targeted like that when he was the one who had started taunting him about his weapon. Jun-eon was annoyed to see this mess and considered him quite distracting. Meanwhile, the martial artists were mocking Myung-ho or using an umbrella as his weapon, and they wanted him to show what he could do with it. Myung-ho was annoyed by all this fuss over his weapon, since the Muram Alliance had never banned the umbrella as a weapon. Jun-eon considers him a lunatic for not changing his nasty temperament even among the martial artists. Myung-ho was enraged for being mocked when they knew who gifted him the umbrella and pointed his umbrella toward them to show his true skills. He introduced himself, then clarified that he had swung his sword 100,000 times and also flaunted the learning, slashing, and thrusting form from his master. The martial artist can't believe he is flaunting his child-level training and assumes he will mature with time. Abruptly, a martial artist stepped in, realizing that his master was amazing as he talked about the tri-sword technique, and mocked him for being taught something that even street thugs know. Myung-ho looked back in surprise and saw a martial artist approaching. The man pointed him arrogantly as he didn't intend to meddle in this matter, but he couldn't watch a fool disgrace the Dragon Phoenix tournament. Although Myung-ho also doesn't care about the tournament, he doesn't intend to turn down a fight, so he was ready to have a duel. After some time, the two of them were on the stage, confronting each other in their battle stances, and the protagonist was quietly looking forward to the show. After standing for a while, Myung-ho lunges fiercely toward his opponent, considering the winner would be the one who attacks first. His opponent was dumbfounded by how fast he was that he didn't even give him time to attack. Despite all the show, Myung-ho's umbrella was unable to reach his opponent, which petrified him at his place, as he didn't know that the umbrella was shorter than the usual one. Since that is the case, he plans to handle this differently and is considering it. His opponent excitedly grins as he can't believe he can't handle his own weapon, so he considers him an idiot and is going to attack him. However, he is startled to see something unexpected happen, and all the crowd mocked Myung-ho for running away out of his wits. Everyone watching the duel considered it strange as Myung-ho was running away while being chased by his opponent, and they started mocking him. After running a while, Myung-ho lost his balance, so he fell on the ground, and his opponent planned to seize this chance to teach him a lesson, as he couldn't keep running on such a small stage. His opponent found it funny to see him scamper around like a rat and wanted him to show his real skill instead of running around. Myung-ho stood up, thinking how his opponent wanted him to get up despite being the one who wanted to knock him down, and he was unable to keep up with those sorts of twisted jokes anymore. His opponent was so enraged that he didn't intend to stay quiet and tried to attack him. Myung-ho quickly grabbed his weapon and was confident enough to reach him at this range and tried to strike him. However, his umbrella was still unable to get closer to him, which annoyed Myung-ho upon seeing that it was still too short. His opponent could understand why his attacks are sloppy, since he claims to have recently learned horizontal slashes. He was confident that Myung-ho's slashes might be pathetic, so he planned to show him how the real slashes are done and quickly struck him. The audience started mocking Myung-ho upon realizing how he had been beaten and couldn't believe he had acted all cocky earlier with this skill. As the man kept attacking him, he wanted to finish him without giving him a chance to stand and kicked him firmly, which made him bleed. While falling, Myung-ho was annoyed to see Jun Eon endure all this humiliation. Before he could give up, he recalled the alliance leader's words that gave him the strength to stand again, so he firmly grabbed his umbrella and laughed wickedly. His opponent annoyingly cursed him to see that he is still out of his mind to stand up against him, and rushes toward him to end him with that strike. As soon as Myung-ho saw his weapon closer to him, he recalled how the alliance leader asked for regretting living like a fool, and he affirmed that he regretted it to the core of his heart. As his opponent's weapon scratched and injured him, Myung-ho grabbed his umbrella, held it high, and sought to live a little differently out of regret. As soon as his opponent looked above at the umbrella, Myung-ho gave a victorious smile to thank him for closing the distance for him. As soon as he smacked his head, the force was so tremendous that it created a huge cavity beneath him and knocked him unconscious. The entire crowd was in disbelief to see him defeated, and they guessed that was bound to happen if anyone let their guard down. Upon seeing the impact Myung-ho's umbrella has, they cannot believe how powerful it is. Meanwhile, Myung-ho looked at the impact of his strike, laughed excitedly, then extended his umbrella toward Jun Eon and called him master. He recalled the time he spent sparring and training with him and promised to repay his kindness for teaching him, because he always repaid his debts. As he excitedly declared his victory, Jun Eon smiled with approval. The entire crowd was still in a state of denial as the victor was decided, and what was truly shocking was that he took his opponent down with a single strike. While Myung-ho looked at his opponent, he called him a weakling and grew worried when he couldn't even move now, so he wanted to take his leave since everyone might be satisfied. Before he could get off the stage, another man stepped in to fight, and he thought he might have been lucky to win that match and wanted to teach him a lesson. Myung-ho grins annoyingly as he sees the two of them fighting to duel him and wants them to take turns. He was pissed off at them, yet he wanted to get a grip on himself so that he could fight them. Before the duel could even start, Jun Eon stepped in to protect Myung-ho. Everyone around was dumbfounded by his overwhelming pressure, so they asked for his identity. The protagonist clarified that he was also a participant in the tournament, but Myung-ho didn't want him to meddle in this matter. However, Jun Eon doesn't intend to step back as he also wants to enjoy the pre-festive match. Myung-ho was concerned for the man ahead as his master was going to deal with them now. The martial artists were startled upon realizing that Jun Eon was the master of the Umbrella Man and were a bit terrified. Myung-ho was angry when he saw their strange behavior, recalling how they once chased him relentlessly. Yet, now they were retreating upon seeing Jun Eon, and he thought that becoming stronger was truly impressive. Abruptly, his gaze became dizzy, and he was about to lose consciousness when Yoon-wol stepped in to support him and apologized for the interruption. Yoon-wol suggested ending the festival since it's already too late, and the tournament is the next day. The martial artist recognized him immediately as the young master of the HWA clan and guessed the rumors about him being handsome were right. HWA Yoon-wol approached Jun Eon and suggested not wasting his energy there if he planned not to win the tournament. The protagonist, back at him, recognized his face as he was Autumn Leaves. Yoon-wol hardly managed to contain his anger and introduced himself, while the martial artist who came on stage to fight exploited Yoon-wol's suggestion and planned to end the match there to rest for the upcoming tournament. After they left, Yoon-wol smiled excitedly upon realizing that Jun Eon's lodging was also there, as he was staying nearby as well. He suggested having a drink in his room as he intended to give him something in person. He was relieved when Jun Eon agreed to his request, and he hoped to see him in an hour, praising Myung-ho for doing well in his fight. Meanwhile, Yoon Seol was gauging the entire situation from her lodging as well. After some time, when Yunwal returned to his room, she went to him and called his name. Yunwal looked at her annoyingly as she accosted him with a rude tone. Yoon Seol saw the entire situation and was unable to understand why the duel was stopped. Yunwal considers Jun Eon a strong contender for the championship, so he didn't want to let him show his full strength in public, since he was also aiming for the title, and asked for her opinion about Jun Eon since she had seen him as well. After giving it some thought, Yoon Seol considers him a strong and overwhelming opponent. Yunwal praised her for judging correctly and recalled how Jun Eon slowed his pace to match theirs during their mobility art competition. He knew that the protagonist intentionally maintained an exact distance and was certain he was experienced. He grins upon recalling that, but he intends to skip the tournament this year, even though he came with the intention of defeating all of the successors of the great clans. Yoon Seol flinched upon discovering Yunwal had changed of heart, so he guessed Jun Eon might be that strong. Yunwal is certain that Seol might not have noticed that Jun Eon didn't use his inner energy even during the duel, as he could have crushed everyone there with his physical strength alone. As he kept explaining, he noticed Yoon Seol blushing, and assumed he might be interested in him now, so he suggested asking their father to marry him. Yoon Seol was caught completely off guard, but Yunwal considered it a great deal to recruit someone as strong as Jun Eon to their merchant group rather than to some martial clan. He is well aware that Yoon Seol came to his room to find out about the personality of Jun Eon out of curiosity. Yoon Seol was enraged out of embarrassment and refused to admit it, clarifying that she was curious about his true strength. As she was about to take her leave to end this matter, Yunwal wanted her to think it over carefully, as it would be too late after the tournament ended. While heading out, she furiously clarified to him that Jun Eon isn't her type and froze at her place as she saw him in front. Jun Eon had heard their conversation, so he felt a bit uncomfortable and asked for permission to come inside. Yoon Seol was so embarrassed that she hardly smacked her head with the door. Jun Eon's face turned pale upon realizing how crazy she is. As Yoon Seol didn't move from her place, Yunwal burst out laughing to prevent the situation from becoming further awkward and explained that the stupid girl with her head against the wall is his foolish sister. He considers her one of the most likely candidates to win the Dragon Phoenix Festival and introduces her as a tomboy rather than a woman. Yoon Seol annoyingly glares at her brother for introducing her this way. Then she musters up her courage to introduce herself to the protagonist. After some time, the three of them were sitting at the table as Yoon Seol was unable to understand the reason for her stay there. She flinched when her brother asked her to give that to Jun Eon, and she was reluctant to do so. Yunwal added that his sister considers his skill impressive, so he hopes he will accept a gift that she specially prepared for him. Although Jun Eon doesn't think he has done anything worth their interest yet, he stays quiet. Yoon Seol handed him the treasure fist guard of their clan, which is a protector for the hands rather than a meta-gauntlet, so she hoped he wouldn't refuse to accept her gesture of goodwill. Jun Eon inspects the fist guard that belongs to the HWA clan and promises to use it well, as it seems quite impressive. As the conversation began, Yunwal planned to inform him about the favorite of this tournament. Since Jun Eon seemed uninformed about current affairs, he instructed his sister to explain everything to him. Yoon Seol annoyingly glared at her brother for dragging her into this mess when he could have explained the situation more clearly. Yunwal threatens to expose her childhood secret if she doesn't do as she's instructed. Yoon Seol was enraged by his threat, so she agreed to explain the situation to him, telling him that, in reality, the competition pits two powers against each other: the Muram Alliance and the Ruler Association. Muram Alliance sent Jin Joel and Lim Juriang as their candidates, but their participation remains uncertain because Mount Hua risks life and limb in every duel, and the Wudang sect detests getting involved in the world's affairs. While the ruling association is backing Dak Gohan and Namgoon Y, neither will walk away unscathed if the two meet in the final. Jun Eon was unable to understand the reason they would fight each other despite being from the ruler association. Yoon Seol elaborates on how they share the same lover, as they were infatuated with Baekli Yeon, who is well known for her top beauty in the south. She is sure both of them would be severely injured if they clash in the finals, and even now, they are waiting anxiously to humiliate each other in front of her. Upon hearing Baekli Yeon's name, he guessed she might be the daughter of his senior, whom he owed in a previous life, and was surprised to learn that the little girl had grown up. He is indiscreet, just as she is a woman admired by the heirs of the great clans, even though he has only vague memories of her childhood. Although the reality is bitter, he has to accept that he is now her peer, despite being her uncle before, and he has a strange feeling about this. Yoon Seol mentioned that her brother is also part of the ruler association. He's regarded as a dark horse nobody expects to win, but he actually dislikes fighting in public because he finds everything in life to be tedious. Jun Eon looked ahead as he knew that was the truth since he couldn't sense any innate drive to fight from Yoon Wall, which might be because he didn't consider struggle necessary, as he considered himself formidable. Yoon Seol continued her explanation, noting that 2 wild variables have appeared in this year's tournament. One is suspected to belong to the Hainin sect, and the other is Jun Eon. Jun Eon is amused when called a variable, but he is used to it, having heard it enough. After the explanation ended, Yoon Wall wanted to know about his level of preparation and was looking forward to his fight. Jun Eon, who wore the fist guard, smiled excitedly as he didn't even consider any of the names mentioned earlier worthy of being his concern. His confidence left both siblings stunned, and Yoon Wall burst out laughing when he realized he hadn't intended to lose this tournament. He glared at him suspiciously as he couldn't disclose his martial arts or his level despite analyzing him, so he considered him a difficult person to deal with. Although his sister is famous as Snow Phoenix, he cannot see Jun Eon interested in her and assumes he might only be focused on getting stronger. While the protagonist looked at the fist guard, he was pleased as these were beautiful and well crafted. A while later, Jun Eon was taking his leave, hoping to see the siblings again. As Yoon Seol saw him leaving, she asked her brother for his opinion on this year's Dragon and Phoenix tournament. Yoon Wall stares at Jun Eon, who doesn't want to fuss over winning the tournament to form a real friendship with someone like him, and Jun Eon yields to him. Yoon Seol flinched upon hearing her brother's firm decision not to participate in the tournament, and she praised him for being so eloquent and considered him quite shameless. Yoon Wall stayed quiet, recalling how he was called Autumn Leaf, so he chuckled, considering himself as eloquent as flowing water and as fleeting as autumn leaves. After blunting out some random thoughts, he considers Jun Eon quite straightforward, as he didn't even try flirting with his sister even once. Yoon Seol thought he might be pretending not to be interested, but her pride was hurt when her brother considered Jun Eon's behavior genuine, as if he were not interested in women. Yoon Seol angrily pouted as she pretended not to care about him as well. Her brother was amused by her childish behavior, so he wanted her to feel and enjoy herself freely, as she would encounter countless people, including merchant heirs, stronger than martial heirs, and clan heirs would be more despicable than bandits in her life. He doesn't think all the men in the underworld lack honor, nor does he think all members of the Miram Alliance are heroes. Therefore, he wanted Yoon Seol to choose the man she should love after carefully watching and listening to their words. He didn't want her to take his conversation to her heart because he was teasing her. Yoon Seol smiled as she understood what her brother meant and was kidding as well. Yoon Wall is still amused as Jun Eon dismissed Namgoong Hwai and Dak Go-han so easily. He knew the two of them would certainly draw their swords at him upon hearing what he said. Abruptly, they flinched and froze in place as Dak Go-han heard their conversation and demanded they repeat it. They looked back, worried, and saw him approaching. Dak Go-han was enraged that someone dared to defy his strength and demanded the person's name. As the situation was about to turn drastic, Yoon Wall instructed his sister to head inside first. While she was heading back into her room, Dak Go-han lustfully glared at Yoon Seol and kept looking. Yoon Wall was infuriated when he noticed his disgusting behavior and wanted to tell him not to worry, as these were just comments by a passing martial artist. Dak Go-han smirked as he didn't believe a martial artist would dare to say something like that, and he was sure it might be the merchant's son who dared to say such words, as he witnessed the entire situation himself. He knew the person who had just left a while ago was the heir of the Yuna merchant group, and guessed Yoon Wall might have invited him to come there at this hour. He heard rumors that Jun Eon was getting stronger, so he accosted Yoon Wall, the next chief strategist, to ask him, truthfully, who was stronger between the two of them. Yoon Wall didn't want him to flatter him by saying that and reminded him not to underestimate Jun Eon because of his family background, since he is the one who defeated Aoyang Seen. Dak Go-han was enraged upon hearing those strange words coming from his mouth, so he slammed his sword beside him and assumed he was calling him weaker than Aoyang Seen or that merchant kid. Yunwall grins, as his temper never changes, so he pushes his sword away and wants to know the reason for his abrupt visit. Doc Gohan suggested that he join this year's tournament, as the Ruler Association will have the winner if he can defeat the Merchant's son or Namgoon Y. Yunwall glared at him for a while, then burst into laughter upon seeing he was still dreaming. He instructed him to relax, as the champion this year would neither be from the Miram Alliance nor the Ruler Association. He spread his fan, grinning cunningly, as he wanted to consider it a warning from the future chief strategist of the Ruler Association. Doc Gohan grins upon learning this interesting fact, eager to see if he can stay true to his words. He bet 10,000 yang that the winner would be either from the Miram Alliance or the Ruler Association. Yunwall considers the 1,000 yang too low a price for a bet, so he wagered 30,000 on neither of them would be the winner. Doc Gohan stayed quiet despite being annoyed, then turned to take his leave while instructing him to prepare the money. The following day was the Dragon Phoenix tournament preliminaries, so the man was calling the martial artist for registration. He informed everyone that they would advance to the main round if they could acquire 3 name tags after the duel. Jun Eon made his way through the crowd to the main desk, where the man instructed him to state the name or alias he wanted written on his tag. Jun Eon is surprised to hear that alias are allowed after the man informs him that he doesn't need to use his real name in the preliminaries and can use the nickname for the main event as well. Jun Eon could only think of the name Fist King, but knew he couldn't write that since his current state hadn't surpassed his past one, so it would disrespect the title of king, so he decided to use the name Fist Warrior. The man understood, so he wrote Fist Warrior on the tag and handed it to him. After acquiring the tag, the protagonist finally arrived at the arena where preliminaries would be held. After taking a look at the participants, he could recognize some of the faces and noticed that their inner energy had improved quite a bit. To prepare for the preliminary round, he put on his fist guards. This time, he wants to test his body refining abilities and show everyone that inner energy isn't everything. Suddenly, he heard a participant angrily questioning the judge about why he was violating his tag. The judge haughtily answered that the participant lacked both skill and character to reach the main round, so he wanted to leave quietly instead of creating a disturbance there. The participant considered it unfair to be disqualified after winning and requested that the judge allow him to join, as he was from Shanxi. The judge informed the participant that he was currently at the Miram Alliance, didn't budge from his previous ruling, and told him to leave, as he had been disqualified. The judge was enraged as the winner attacked his defeated opponent so viciously, which is not the conduct of a martial artist. As the participant was leaving in a state of distress, the judge summoned the medical team to check on the injured. Jun Eon smirked upon realizing how temperamental that judge is and is well aware that the Orthodox group is sometimes as infuriating as the Aoyang clan. But because of elders like the judge who are still righteous, he can't hate the Orthodox side. While he was pondering, he noticed the participant had already left, so he questioned the staff about him. The staff instructed him to head up quickly because a spot had opened due to the injured contestant, rather than caring for the others. After going on stage, he greeted the judge, who was impressed by his politeness and asked for his tag. After he looked at the name on his tag, the judge wished him good luck. Then he noticed his fist guard. He started inspecting them in astonishment as he had never seen such a gauntlet despite being in the Zhonghu for 50 years. Jun Eon is unsure of those gauntlets' true function, as he recently received them from the HWA clan, Young Master. The judge's eyes sparkled as the material of the gauntlet resembled the rare celestial silkworm threat made by the Beakley clan and was of high quality, as blades cannot easily cut it. Jun Eon didn't know these gauntlets were as precious as Yunwall had handed them to him so casually. While the judge kept inspecting the gauntlet, he blushed in embarrassment for being immersed in it so deeply that the participant had to request the initiation of the duel. The judge sighed upon hearing this and decided to commence the duel since the two of them were ready. While two of them were confronting each other, the participant was amused to see that Jun Eon also used fists upon seeing his gauntlets, so he thought this would be a good match. Before the participant could finish his sentence, Jun Eon rushed at him to strike without giving him time. As soon as the protagonist gets closer, he notices his rival's stunned expression and is in disbelief, as he thought he was ready to demand the start of the duel. Even though the participant worriedly clarified that he wasn't ready for the match, Jun Eon didn't stop and punched him so hard that he knocked him to the ground. The judge saw this, so he quickly stepped in to stop the match and announce Fist Warrior as the winner for this match. The judge was stunned. He had already noticed Jun Eon's extraordinary aura, but his punch was exhilarating beyond words. He called for the next participant, Life Stealer, and wished him good luck, and wanted him to begin when he was ready. Life Stealer looked worriedly at the protagonist, who wasn't an ordinary participant, as he saw his last strike and was unable to read his level either. He plans to pour all his inner energy into a single decisive blow when facing such an opponent. Thus, he charges toward Jun Eon without second thought while pointing his staff at him. However, the protagonist broke his staff with a single strike, and in the split second, he was ready to punch him. He looked at his opponent with a victorious smile, pointing out his mistake of wasting all his energy on the wooden staff. As soon as his fist struck his opponent in the face, Jun Eon reminded him that he was no longer able to resist his own fist since he had wasted his inner energy. As another battle concluded with a single blow, all the other players became concerned after witnessing how effortlessly Jun Eon's opponent was slammed away. While his skills were witnessed by both Namgung Wai and Dak Gohan, who consider him impressive, as his strength wasn't just a baseless rumor despite only knowing body technique. After the judge saw Jun Eon's second victory, he laughed with excitement, considering him an interesting participant. While the medical staff was taking the injured participant away, the judge was about to announce the next contestant. However, the next participant was so scared that he quickly forfeited. The judge was furious when he realized he had entered the Dragon Phoenix tournament with such a lack of resolve, so he was told to leave after giving his name tag. As the participant ran away, the judge grabbed his tag and was annoyed, as so many participants don't have the basics. He accosted the protagonist to hand him the 3 tags and was amused, as he had never seen any participant winning the preliminaries with just 2 punches. He excitedly winked at him as he was looking forward to his performance in the main round, as he was one of the qualifiers. After the preliminaries ended, the judges were preparing to pair up for the upcoming matches and planned to divide them by martial prowess into Gap, Yule, and Byung. Another judge is well aware that everything would be alright if Gaps didn't face each other in the first match. The judge could think of only one contender as a Gap in the preliminaries, Fist Warrior. The other judge remembers Fist Warrior since he was the first to advance to the main bracket. Another judge also heard rumors about him that are circulating among the participants that he advanced straight from the preliminary round with 2 fist strikes. Momentarily, the alliance leader entered the room and suggested putting Jun Eon beside him. The judges were surprised to see the alliance leader enter the room. Jeong Hong praised the judges for their great work and realized there aren't many participants this time. The judges clarified that they had filtered out those participants who lacked character, as the alliance leader instructed. The alliance leader was satisfied with their performance, yet he wanted to know if Elder Song had noticed any cases of unorthodox factions interference. After the elder refused, Jeong Hong commanded Flying Dragon Squad, Cloud Dragon Squad, and White Dragon Squad to track the position of the qualifiers to support them if they get ambushed or dragged into pointless fights. After all the squads departed, Jeong Hong firmly instructed the elder to imprison and lock up anyone who threatened a qualifier in a dungeon, regardless of whether they were part of a renowned orthodox sect or clan. He intends to make an example of those people by harshly punishing them for the sake of others, and the elders concur. Before taking his leave, Jeong Hong remembered something, so he instructed the elder not to let any qualifier get hurt for the honor of the Murim Alliance. After he left the room, all the elders took a peaceful breath and considered him frightening to behold. Soon, it was the day of the main event of the Dragon Phoenix tournament, and everyone gathered at the stadium when the pairs of participants were announced, and they were enthusiastically looking forward to it. Meanwhile, the alliance leader was watching from his chamber when his subordinate informed him that all preparations were complete. The alliance leader was relieved to hear that, but suddenly he heard some noises out of his chamber, so he stared out. Meanwhile, outside his chambers, Myung-ho was unwilling to watch the tournament from the audience seats, as it was difficult to see, and he didn't remember any rule saying only qualifiers could stand there. But the protagonist was annoyed by him, so he instructed him to stay quiet. Hearing their arguments, the alliance leader recalled his past when his comrade Jeon Woong intended to wager on the championship. Jeong Hong was confident that he would win the championship, so he didn't want his comrade to gamble. He chuckled upon recalling those old memories, and guess his age is catching up to him. He looked ahead, recalled how his comrades used to call him, and also the time when he was about to die as the sword pierced through his body. Even at the brink of death, Jian Wong remained concerned about Jiang Hong and tried to wake him. After Jiang Hong woke up, his eyes widened in shock as his dear friend fell into his hands. Jian Wong urged him to lead the battle, leaving Jiang Hong in utter astonishment. He is well aware that both he and the demonic factions were the greatest sinners in the Orung campaign. He still remembers the scenes of blazing fires set on the battlefield and the blood splattering everywhere as both parties were slaughtering each other. Jiang Hong was unable to get a hold of himself after losing his friend, yet he was the commander leading everyone, so he stepped in. He considers it inappropriate for a martial artist to bring war when he knew that the participants would lose their lives in the process, and he considers it understandable for the weak to flee. He always thinks that settling the matter by a strong gathering should suffice in the Jianghu, but still, they have to wage war. As he kept looking at the painting ahead, Jiang Hong was stunned, as he never thought he would be lost in such things. He turned to take his leave and assumed the Dragon Phoenix tournament would be the last one he held. After he made his appearance, everyone cheered for him. The alliance leader waved at them, then looked at the most prominent and overwhelming participants of this tournament. A faint smile appeared on his face as he informed everyone that the person standing in front of them was someone who borrowed money 45 years ago to enter the Orung contest. At that time, winning 1 or 2 matches was considered a great feat, and some participants would even die of bad luck. Jiang Hong recalls defeating a martial master from a reputable clan in the first match and a martial master from the Golden Blood sect in the second. At that time, a person who placed runner-up, then began life in the Miram alliance with him was Jian Wong. Jian Wong received the Star Sword, and Jiang Hong acquired the Water Lunar Sword. Despite there being no prize for the winner at the time, the alliance leader and elders voluntarily gave them those swords. Although several incidents happened after that, he could never leave the alliance, as his desire to become stronger was increased after receiving the Water Lunar Sword. As the staff brought the box to the alliance leader, he announced that he would present a century-old Jiang Hwa ginseng from the Ma sect to this year's contest winner. Everyone is in awe upon hearing about the prize, which is so rare that it can never be bought with money. Jiang Hong handed the century-old ginseng to an unknown winner, which means a lot for Abbess Haiyan Yi of Ma, who spared a little for his disciple. Along with that prize, he plans to present the Star Sword that lost its master in the Orung campaign to the most outstanding swordsman. He looked at the sky happily, as he was sure his dear friend Jian Wong would be watching this from the sky in joy. The elders were stunned as the alliance leader drew his Water Lunar Sword, but he couldn't hand it to the finest swordsman. Elder Song sighed in relief, thinking the alliance leader would hand out his own sword as well. The alliance leader added that the Gu clan's ironsmith has specially crafted a sword for the tournament. Since the Gu clan's ironsmith forged the unforgettable sword used by the great swordsman of the Mount Hua sect. While one of the participants felt awkward when the alliance leader called his Hua sect faction's sword unforgettable, Jiang Hong asked the winner to name the new sword himself. Then, he unsheathed his Water Lunar Sword, pointed it at the participant, and explained that even after the youth's shaggy hair turned white, his sword stayed sharp. He instructed the participants to keep their hearts upright for an extended period, like the unblemished edge of the Water Lunar Sword, and encouraged them to maintain that state after ascending to heaven. He mentioned all the gifts they would be giving the participant, without any strings attached, just for one reason: they are orthodox. With his sword upright, he glared ahead honestly, recalling all the effort that led to the present and commanded to initiate the Dragon Phoenix tournament. Myung-ho's eyes sparkled in excitement upon hearing the alliance leader's amazing speech, and he realized that he spoke fluently. Jun Eon recalled the alliance leader's words and smirked, thinking it was because they were all orthodox. He is well aware that he isn't referring to orthodox pride, authority, or righteousness, but rather to the declaration of an old man who has already lost so much yet has decided to walk the path of orthodoxy until his death. He is well aware that people standing there while burning their lives to hold on to their convictions are the crazy and stubborn martial artists of the orthodox. As he was indulged in his thoughts, the host announced the commencement of the main bracket first match of the tournament, and the participants were Fist Warrior and Dual Spear of Hebe. As they were commanded to proceed to the stage, Jun Eon excitedly stepped onto it, intending to determine the true strength of the orthodox martial artist. After a while, they confronted each other on stage. Jun Eon looked at his opponent in astonishment, as it was his first time facing a martial master with a dual spear. Dual Spear of Hebe looked at Jun Eon's bare hands without any weapon, which made him conclude that he might be a fist practitioner. As the protagonist heard him conversing with him, Jun Eon thought of telling him that he is Fist King, yet he stayed quiet. Dual Spear of Hebe has never seen someone like Jun Eon before, so he considers it an easy victory for him, thinking he might be a low-key practitioner and is well aware of the extreme gap among the fist practitioners. As soon as the staff lifted his hand to instruct them to be ready and commence the match, the two of them charged toward each other without wasting their precious time. He swiftly tried to attack the protagonist with his spear, and was amused as he dodged his attacks to counterattack him like flowing water. He was well aware of how problematic it would be if Jun Eon closed in, so he intended to strike from afar. He somersaulted to increase the distance while firmly holding both of his spears. He strikes Jun Eon as the distance reduces. The attack's impact sends dust everywhere, making everyone, including the alliance leader, look forward to the outcome. After the dust subsided, making the vision clear, the Dual Spear of Hebe were in awe to see how easily Jun Eon blocked his attack with his bare hands. While he was still in amusement, Jun Eon, who was holding his spear, pulled him toward himself to firmly kick him. As Elder Song saw the participant flying toward him, he flinched and was unable to dodge in time. The other elders were worried upon witnessing this and called out for Elder Song. Elder Song found this match exhilarating, so laughed in amusement and knew the participant wasn't gravely injured but was unconscious. Upon seeing the participant knocked out, Jun Eon was declared the victor, leaving the other participant in disbelief that the match ended so quickly. And remember, Jun Eon was the first to clear the preliminaries as well. Myung-ho's eyes teared up with joy upon realizing how strong his master was, which would increase his chances of learning more, and he clapped in appreciation of his master's overwhelming performance. Upon seeing him coming down the stage, Myung-ho called him out. Before they could initiate their conversation, Yoon-wol approached him to congratulate him on his other victory, and greeted Myung-ho by calling him Umbrella happily as they met again. The protagonist thanked him for his congratulations, but Myung-ho corrected him as he is a poisonous fox, not Umbrella. Yoon-wol glared away as he called him Young Master Chul instead of Poisonous Fox, thus pissing Myung-ho off. Jun Eon recalls that Yoon-wol was also participating, so he asked about his match and was surprised as Yoon-wol clarified that he wasn't participating. He added that Dok Go-han provoked him, so he bet 30,000 nyang on Jun Eon's victory and laughed awkwardly as he was pressuring him. Myung-ho was concerned upon hearing the amount, which is sufficient to purchase 3 buildings. Jun Eon smiled as he didn't mind his bet and didn't intend to make him lose his money. He recalled the gauntlet, which the elder said was made of Beakley clan's finest celestial silkworm white silk, so he wanted to confirm it. Yoon-woo clarified that the elder is right, as a while ago they gifted a sword to the Beakley patriarch and gave them the return gift, as he liked it a lot. Since the Beakley clan became a sword-focused clan a generation ago, the patriarch thought the gauntlets would find a better owner somewhere else. Jun Eon was dumbfounded when the Beakley clan patriarch was satisfied with a sword, and remembered that Yoon Seol also wielded a sword, but Yoon Wol carried a fan, so he might be the type to use multiple weapons. After contemplating things, he deduced that the HWA clan's strength is far beyond what the world assumes. Yoon Wol saw the next participant get on stage. He told Jun Eon that the person wielding the large, black, heavy sword was Dok Go-han. He is sure this match will end quickly since Dok Go-han is a strong opponent. Myung-ho was unable to understand why everyone thought of themselves as the great contender. While they were conversing, Dok Go-han subjugated his opponent in a single strike, and everyone was cheering him excitedly upon his victory. Dok Go looked down the ring where Jun Eon was standing with his comrade. He gave a proud smile, not wanting everyone to make a fuss, since he didn't think defeating with one strike was a big deal. He came down the stage and approached Yoon Wol as he wanted to hear if he still wanted to gamble after watching his match, and was confident he would regret betting so much on the son of the merchant. Yoon Wol pretends not to hear him, so Dok Go-han passed by him and considered it unfortunate that the next supreme advisor of the ruler association has terrible judgment. Even though Yoon Wall didn't reply to him, Myung-ho was unable to contain his anger and called him a brainless moron. Jun Eon worriedly grabbed his head upon hearing him utter nonsense, and Yoon Wall also tried to stop him. Myung-ho doesn't regret saying it, as he didn't blurt out the name of that idiot, so he doesn't think there is a problem. Dak Go-han annoyingly grabbed his sword as he wanted him to dare to say that again. Myung-ho pretended to be scared of him because he had heard his conversation also included a heavy black sword that could land a substantial blow. He noticed that his black sword was similar to the umbrella he used to train with, so he hoped he could lend this to him sometime. Jun Eon stares at him worriedly as he has gone crazy and is provoking the wrong person. Dak Go-han was unable to contain his anger upon realizing how fearless Myung-ho is, so he plans to remember his face so he can properly fight with him during the duel. Myung-ho was sad to have to break his dream, as he wasn't participating and couldn't believe he was trying to act all dramatic. Since he wasn't participating, Dak Go-han instructed him to straighten his weapon so that they could fight there. Yoon Wall was concerned that the situation was slipping out of his hands and tried to calm him. Abruptly, Namgung-wai appeared there, telling them to get out of his way as they were blocking him. Although Dak Go-han was infuriated upon seeing him, he held it back, and Myung-ho was trying to remember who he was. Namgung-wai ignored him but was disappointed in him for wasting his inner energy on such a trivial participant. Yet he still had some free time to squabble with them, and Dak Go-han was enraged to be humiliated like this. After hearing his name, Jun Eon realized that he was the grandson of the Sword Emperor, as even his appearance matched him, and he seemed quite skilled despite his age. Namgung-wai looked at Jun Eon, assuming he might be the son of the Yunha merchant group, who is famous these days. Dak Go-han saw him chatting so freely, so taunting him as if he should be the one busy with the duel, and guess he might have a lot of free time to meddle in their matter. Namgung-wai had already finished his duel a while ago, so he was on his way back. Myung-ho was dumbfounded when another duel ended, which had ended a while ago, and looked at the injured participant on the stage. Namgung-wai didn't want to fall behind when his love rival, Dak Go-han, ended his match in a single strike. The protagonist finally understood why the match ended so quickly. The participant was Namgung-wai, but he was enraged upon seeing how badly injured the participant was. Dak Go-han was enraged with him, so he approached him to say something. But before he could even spout a single word, Yoon Seol appeared there to meet her brother, diverting their attention toward them. Yoon Seol is surprised to see the strange combination of a group and an utterance that Rai-yoon wanted to greet him with. Yoon-woo stepped forward to greet Rai-yoon and remember meeting her after a long time. Rai-yoon agreed as they met a long while ago and was pleased by the sword that she received as a gift a while ago, so she was using it quite well. Yoon-woo was relieved to know how satisfied she was after using the sword. Namgung-wai interrupted their conversation as he stepped forward and shyly accosted her. Rai-sun looked at him for a while, then noticed Jun Eon, so she greeted him, leaving him completely shocked, and then left. Dak Go-han stepped forward to call her out, but as she left, ignoring him and Namgung-wai, they so annoyingly stared at Jun Eon out of jealousy. After some time, all the winners of the first match were instructed to wait until the next match started. Yoon Wall was looking forward to Jun Eon's second round match and hoped he would be fully prepared. Although the protagonist was prepared, he could not understand why Namgung-wai and Dak Go-han were glaring furiously at him. Yoon Wall looked back at them and clarified that it is because they are love rivals. Still, the protagonist doesn't understand why they kept glaring at him, since their love rivalry is unrelated to him. Yoon Wall smiled when he noticed that Jun Eon was unaware that he had become the enemy in their love rivalry. Myung-ho was in disbelief to realize the commotion before was because of the woman, who considered it a waste for them, as their lust was blinding them despite being the son of a prestigious family. Although Yoon Wall didn't say anything, Jun Eon warned him to think before saying, as he is sure he would have been dead if Dak Go-han hadn't held himself back because of the eyes watching him, but he sneakily gave him a thumbs up to praise him. Myung-ho understood everything, so he pretended to keep that in his mind and promised to do better in the future. Yoon Seol saw them exchanging secret messages through hand gestures, so she started laughing, which embarrassed Myung-ho. Yoon Wall admits they are true friends upon seeing how synchronized they are. After some time, the second match started, and the protagonist was victorious in his match with a single kick. As some of the semifinal participants were decided, Yunwall is certain that Jun Eon would be in the final after 2 more wins, and noticed that his next opponent is Dak Gohan, who would be tough to handle. Not only that, but after reaching the semifinal, he would face Namgoong Y, making his match even more difficult. He is worried that Jun Eon would face a strong opponent continuously because one participant forfeited. Furthermore, one of the participants from the Hainan sect, Golden Sand Sword, and the Hua sect, Plum Blossom Warrior, would advance to the final. For a moment, the man instructed Dak Gohan and Jun Eon to step onto the stage. As Dak Gohan saw him coming on the stage, he was infuriated by the thought that Ryun was taking an interest in a guy like him, when he only knew some crude physical skills and hadn't learned from any master. So, he intends to pour all his inner energy into his attack to crush him instantly, and instructed him to come faster. Yun Woo could sense murderous intention from him, but Myung Ho furiously cursed him, so he requested his master to teach him a proper lesson. As the protagonist was closing in, Dak Gohan sighed upon thinking how unfortunate Yunwall is to wager on him. Jun Eon doesn't intend to fight, but warns him to think before saying. Dak Gohan's veins bulged with anger. He gripped his sword tightly, intending to crush his mouth first, and forcefully slammed it onto the ground, causing a huge crack. The wind from the impact almost pushed Myung Ho back, and the elders looked forward to this fierce battle. While the protagonist is unable to make a proper decision, he intends to go easy on him because that is an orthodox match. Without any remorse for being so prideful, Dak Gohan glared at him with the hope he might have known his place after gauging the gap between their skills. Instead of answering him, Jun Eon believes in practicality, so he lightly stomped on the ground that shattered the stage, leaving Dak Gohan in utter astonishment. Jun Eon grins, liking the confidence with which Dak Gohan wanted to assert his place, and he plans to give him special treatment. Upon seeing how badly the tournament stage had been shattered, everyone grew worried. As Elder Song was going to step in, he was stopped by the alliance leader, who planned to proceed as decided while taking care of the audience's safety. Dak Gohan was dumbfounded as he couldn't analyze the true strength of his opponent since he shattered the stage with a single kick. He guessed Jun Eon might have training crazily, but as he kept thinking that might be all to his skill, he recklessly launched a slash toward him. Jun Eon created a massive punch with his lightning to get rid of the slash ahead, leaving Dak Gohan completely stunned as he noticed his inner energy. Yunwall was relieved as his decision wasn't wrong upon witnessing this overwhelming strength. After, the protagonist punched him, and Dak Gohan is in disbelief to discover that he not only has profound martial arts skills, but also a perfect balance between his internal and external energy. He could finally understand why Aoyong Sing was lost to the son of a mere merchant, as he moved like a true martial master of the world. Jun Eon smirked upon seeing him being so cautious when he acts so smug and confident while shattering the entire stage. Dak Gohan blushed out of embarrassment, so he wanted him to stay quiet and tried to hit. But Jun Eon stopped his sword barehanded and then threw it away. Dak Gohan's face turned pale as his sword fell away, recalling the cruel memories of his past when his father considered him pathetic for losing his balance, which made him drop his sword. As his father was leaving in disappointment, as Dak Gohan had still not mastered Heaven-Shattered stance properly, he wanted him to be mortified. He heard the people mocking him for not being acknowledged as a young master, even though he did not meet the family head's standard for his age. Dakko recalls all the humiliations he suffered and grits his teeth as he doesn't intend to give up so easily. He grabbed his sword, kept dragging it ahead, and intended to show his true strength. Yunwall recognized the skill he intended to use, and the alliance leader also looked forward to the result of this match. Dak Gohan pointed his sword at his opponent and then used Heaven-Shattering stance to launch a substantial slash. Jun Eon was impressed to witness the Dakko clan's ultimate technique that focuses power at one point, but that wouldn't hold him back. As the slash was getting closer, Jun Eon lifted his hand and reminded him that unity in the sword and body is the foundation for a sword wielder. However, Dak Gohan's sword is heavy while his mind is shattered in 1,000 directions, which makes his attack weaker. He shattered the slash with a single hand movement and dispersed the shattered energy. As the other participants were trying to block them, Myung-ho worriedly hid behind Yunwall, who blocked them with his fan. As the slash disappeared, Dak Gohan was dumbfounded as his attack was shattered and spread so easily. He froze at his place as he heard everyone consider the Dokgo clan weaker, and was disappointed in him. Everyone finally understood why Dokgo Han was still not recognized, and guess he might just be bragging about his clan name. Dokgo Han was surrounded by disappointment as he saw those questioning glares and mocking remarks. He kept refusing all those accusations, blamed Jun Eon for all the humiliation he suffered, and cursed him. As he tried to hit Jun Eon, he was surprised to realize his attacks weren't touching him, and he was still so calm, even in that state, and he even had strong eyes. The protagonist looked at him, throwing tantrums, and was well aware that the most formidable inner demons reside in a battle-tested warrior. However, for the pampered children of the great clan, the gaze and expectations of people around them are sharper than the blades of their enemy. Those pampered kids are unaware that the blade could turn toward their own neck if they had a weak mind, but only their bodies are growing. Ultimately, the disharmony in their mind and body would crumble them, so they need a small clue at a time like this and the ability to recognize the brief moment of clarity. As Dokgo Han saw Jun Eon approaching him, he looked at the lightning energy gathered around his hand and finally understood everything. He figured out that his skill Heavenly Shattered Stance binds the user QI into a single point, so he needs to gather his starting inner energy like Jun Eon. After finally understanding the fundamentals, he grabbed his sword to gather his energy and planned to attack again. Jun Eon smiled as his opponent finally understood and recognized the clue. Thus, he activated Heaven-Shattering Stance, ready to unleash a substantial attack. After successfully evading his slash, he excitedly told him he had finally mastered Heavenly Shattered Stance and asked him to be thankful for being part of the Orthodox. The protagonist punched him firmly and threw him flying far away from the stage. In his injured state, Dokgo Han finally let go as he knew his opponent was on another level, so high that his attacks couldn't reach him. He sits with a cunning smile as he wants to go another round with him, but intends to give a proper fight this time. Before they could fight again, the Alliance leader intervened and reminded Dokgo Han that the Fist Warrior was holding his true strength back this entire time. He instructed him not to show his pathetic side, which would disgrace his name and his clan's honor, and would make him unable to face his father in the future. As he looked at Dokgo Han's disappointed expression, he instructed him to raise his head, as he could exploit this opportunity to train harder. After hearing the Alliance leader's words, Dokgo Han stood, dropped his sword, and accepted his defeat. As he was going down the stage, Jun Eon was declared the victor of this match. While Namgung Y considers it shameful that the match ended this way, as he intended to crush Dokgo Han himself. But since his next opponent was Jun Eon, he was looking to his duel to teach him a proper lesson. During the break before the semifinals, Yoon Wol congratulated Jun Eon on his victory and was thankful, as he had learned a lot. Namgung Y was annoyed to realize how cunning Jun Eon was as he kept hiding his inner energy until his fight with Dokgo Han. He started planning ahead of time how he would fight him and doesn't intend to get beaten up like Dokgo Han. The reason Dokgo Han wasn't able to defeat Jun Eon was that he solely depended on his strength to crush his opponent. He is well aware that Jun Eon is superior to him in terms of skills, but he is more experienced and knowledgeable than Jun Eon, so he intends to use that to his advantage to win. He recalls a time when he was playing chess with his grandfather and was in disbelief after losing to him again, even though he thought he would win, so he asked his grandfather to win against him. His grandfather clarified that only an amateur would make a move without calculating beforehand, but the heir of Namgung always looks down at the board and controls the flow of his moves. He instructed Namgung Y always to remember that their clan never becomes a mere pawn on the board. They read the move and command the board. Namgung Y intends to follow his grandfather's instruction by pulling his opponent on his board. After a while, both Namgung, the strongest swordsman, and the Fist Warrior were instructed to proceed to the sparring platform. As they confronted each other, both sides' subordinates were cheering them on to defeat their opponent. Jun Eon decides to make the move first since his opponent seems more serious this time and lands a punch at him. Namgung Y remained unmoved despite the powerful strike. The protagonist was amazed. While he was still surprised, Namgung Y rushed back to activate his skill ruler Unrivaled Sword Art third technique to land ruler's 8 slashes at him. Yoon Wol was impressed to see him use ruler 8 slashes so swiftly, as it is a technique that uses inner energy to shave away the opponent's inner energy gradually. but it seems like a barrier specialized for defense. He was wondering about Jun Eon's response to this situation, as if he touched the sword energy, his inner energy would be worn down, so he could only get past it without being hit. Jun Eon grins as he considers Namgoong Y's strategy, amazed that he was trying to lure him to jump over him. The protagonist enters his fighting stance, then rushes at him to strike, as he doesn't intend to comply with his plans. Namgoong Y's face turned pale after being pushed back by Jun Eon several strikes, but he was expecting his opponent to charge straight in. As the protagonist kept punching without taking a break, Namgoong Y was having a hard time blocking him, so he thought he might be crazy. As he was yelling, Jun Eon punched him, firmly pushing him away, and grinned excitedly as he intended to see how long he could endure it by racking only his brain. Namgoong Y wiped the blood from his mouth and, with utter disbelief, considered Jun Eon's action strange, given that he was trying to break his technique with his fists alone. After calming himself, he plotted to take back control of the fight and wanted to lead the attack this time. He kept swinging the slash at the protagonist, but all of them were easily blocked. They kept exchanging blows, leaving the spectators in shock as Jun Eon deflected them all so swiftly. While the protagonist was pleased with his skills, he admitted that he had learned martial arts properly from the Sword Emperor and could easily beat several rising generation disciples. Upon thinking of the sword, Emperor Jun Eon intends to surpass him, to become the best under the heaven. As the fight continued, Namgoong Y kept pulling all his ultimate techniques to fight him. So, the protagonist considered it the best lesson he could learn to prepare for his fight against the Sword Emperor, and he intends to exploit it completely. Namgoong Y was infuriated because he couldn't land a single slash. Suddenly, he noticed a similar pattern in Jun Eon's defense that kept repeating as he kept using palm strike, fist strike, and then kick to deflect his attack. After analyzing his pattern, Namgoong Y was confident that Jun Eon would use his palm strike to attack next. The protagonist grins upon hearing this, as he was wrong, as it's a fist strike. As soon as he used fist strike, Namgoong Y froze at his place as he was implicated by it and had never heard of any fist arts user using sound arts. He finally figured out that no rules were applied to this board, as he had encountered a strange variable he never expected. Since the Namgoong clan is the type of people who dominate the board, the person he encounters this time is the one who smashes the board itself. Jun Eon grins excitedly as he kicks Namgoong Y and slams him far away. The spectators were dumbfounded upon seeing how easily the Namgoong clan was winning. Namgoong clan member rushes toward him out of concern to ask about his well-being and notices blood on his forehead. Despite all their concern, Namgoong was the center of attention. Rai-Yun, upon seeing her looking at Jun Eon, he mustered up his strength to stand and was unable to accept his complete defeat. Since he had always considered this world a board he controlled, this match made him realize that the board isn't bigger than the palm of his hand. Instead of continuing to fight, Namgoong Y honorably accepted defeat and admitted he had learned a lot during the duel. Jun Eon considers his loud voice a good trait, and he hopes to see him around again. While taking his leave, Namgoong Y declares his intention to duel him again and plans to set up a board he can't break at that time. Thus, Jun Eon, the winner of the semifinal, was declared, and his comrades were pleased. Momentarily, Golden Sand Sword, Y Makian approached him, reached out to shake his hand, and praised him for fighting well as he enjoyed his match. He shook hands with him, excited to spar and hoping to meet him in the finals. The protagonist glared at him and considered him annoying. While they were talking, Plum Blossom Wanderer couldn't believe Makian was acting this way when he would be progressing to the finals, but Makian instructed him to try if he could. After a while, the semifinal between the Plum Blossom Wanderer and the Golden Sand Sword began. As soon as their match began, Plum Blossom Wanderer intended to go all out from the start, so he unsheathed his sword, activated Gale Rush, and released some slashes at him. However, Y Makian didn't flinch or panic. Instead, he easily deflected his hits. Myung-ho watched their match with annoyance, as the Hua clan member was quite flashy. Jun Eon kept watching, seeing no hesitation in the Hua sect members' swords, as the rumors said they would risk their lives during spars. Myung-ho kept watching with amusement and deduced that the Hua sect member would win the match at this rate. The protagonist doesn't share the same opinion as he saw Y Makian smiling confidentially. Despite all the flashy skills that his opponent used, Makian grins and then activates the 24 moves Plum Blossom Sword technique, Plum Blossom Twister, to hit his opponent and lunges toward him. As he was about to launch the attack, he planned to clarify one thing to Jinjol, that he would go all out in every match. A synth strike by Makian Golden Thread Needle get rid of Jinjol's skill. The fine thread started to surround Jinjon and captured him despite his efforts to evade them. He fell to the ground as his movements were restrained, and he furiously gritted his teeth. Makian approached him, pointed his sword at his neck, and instructed him to surrender, even though he already knew the outcome. Upon recalling that the Hua sect is famous for staking their lives in fights, he can't believe his opponent would do the same in a friendly spar. After hearing his words, Jinjol sighed as he admitted his defeat, so Makian was declared the finalist of the tournament. Makian helped him stand, intending to spar with him again, and Jinjol also promised to win the next match. As the host announced the finalists that included the Golden Sand Sword and the Fist Warrior, Makian looked at the protagonist with a smile. As the finals approached, everyone eagerly awaited the announcement of the Century Genius title, with many looking forward to Makian's victory. Another spectator was sure that the Fist Warrior would win the finals, as he seemed like he was hiding his strength even now. The two participants took the stage, the mediator stepped in, and the match began as they were prepared. Makian charges at Jun Eon without giving him time to initiate the fight and kicks him. Jun Eon timely blocked his kick, but was amused to see a swordsman using a close combat technique. Makian was totally unprepared when Jun Eon swiftly grabbed his leg and began spinning him. Makian, however, anticipated that his opponent would not miss an opportunity to counter, which is just what he had planned for, so he swiftly reached for his sword to counterattack as well. Jun Eon noticed that his opponent was about to employ a reverse grip sword technique, but he timely evaded it. Makian infused his aura in his sword, activating the Golden Sand Sword technique, golden thread needles that spread the threads everywhere to capture Jun Eon, and was confident he couldn't dodge them. As the protagonist looked ahead, he noticed that Makian used the Golden Sand Sword technique, heaven-shattering golden thread. Upon close monitoring, he noticed the sand isn't ordinary, it's infused with inner energy. As he touched one of the grains of sand, he was injured, so he understood everything. While Makian excitedly grins upon seeing that his technique worked on his opponent. For a moment, with a flick of his hand, Jun Eon stopped all the sand grains in the air, leaving the spectators and Makian dumbfounded. No one could understand the reason for the sudden stopping of the sand grains. Makian was flustered as he wasn't the one to stop the golden threads, and he finally realized that Jun Eon was the one forcing them to stop with his own threads. Makian was shocked to see that Jun Eon had imitated his method after seeing it once, even though the threads he used were so fine that he could hardly see them, making it hard to notice for anyone. He grows worried upon realizing his opponent can control his inner energy with such precision, making him feel like he has run into an unscalable wall. As Jun Eon flickered, all the threads formed a net to get rid of the Makian thread, and were reaching out to him to capture him. Makian's eyes widened upon witnessing the overwhelming gap in their skills, and he admitted defeat before even being captured. After he declared defeat, Jun Eon quickly withdrew his threads, as the winner had already been decided. Yunwal was exhilarated by witnessing this historic duel. Myung-ho was still perplexed as to why the sand had suddenly attacked the Golden Sand Sword and forced him to give up. The alliance leader was also fascinated by Jun Eon's martial arts control, which is invisible to the average person. He smiled, anticipating how powerful he would grow in the future. Makian didn't anticipate his strength when he went to congratulate him. He asked to spar with him again in the future, if that would be okay, because of his amazing abilities, and Jun Eon gladly welcomed him to spar anytime. The alliance leader is content to announce that Fist Warrior has emerged victorious in this year's Dragon Phoenix competition. Even though Myung-ho didn't fully comprehend how the tables were turned, he was thrilled with Jun Eon's victory just like others. As the winner was announced, Myung-ho excitedly choked a man, who then released him so he could cheer for Jun Eon. The man walked away, worried and in disbelief at how youngsters are caught these days. He walked till the entrance like an ordinary person, but after that, he rushed away at the speed of light to report the incident. At night, he arrived at his leader's residence and, after being permitted inside, greeted his leader. With several soldiers surrounding him, the leader frowned and asked him about the Orthodox faction's emerging skills. The man clarified that while some of them appeared respectable, they were all still young. Understanding that no one could stop them, the leader permitted them to carry out the updated plan. While the man was unaware of the revised plan, there was no question about that. Suddenly, Okayong, the secret demon corps captain of the Myriad Demon Palace, appeared behind him, utterly surprised that even the Heavenly Demon and the Sword Demon couldn't defeat this individual. Everyone paid their respect to Okayong and greeted him. Okayong commanded them to roughly clean up things there since he had something else to do. He instructed those who were missed by the Heavenly Demon and the Sword Demon to head to the Miram Alliance to divert their attention. Then, he ordered the third group to establish an organization connecting the Miram Alliance and Gurum Gorge, aiming to eliminate the emerging talents as he returned after the tournament. After the winner was announced, Golden Sand Sword, Fist Warrior, and Namgoong's strongest swordsmen were instructed to step forward onto the platform. As they got on the stage, Namgoong Y was in disbelief after being summoned as well. Jeong Hong intends to hand him the Supreme Star Blade, which he treasures the most, so he hopes he can accept it. He looked at the sword given to him in disbelief, as he always thought the Alliance leader wouldn't gift a ruler association member. However, these were all his presumptions, so a faint smile appeared on his face as he gladly accepted the sword and promised to treasure it. Then Jeong Hong called out Y Makian, who praised him for being impressive and worthy of being called a once-in-a-century genius. Despite being praised like this, Y Makian doesn't consider his skills even close to what the Yunhe Merchant Group's young master has displayed. The Alliance leader found it amusing that he had seen it, and Y Makian confirmed that he couldn't possibly be unaware of it, putting Jun Eon in a difficult position by gossiping in front of him. After handing him the sword, Jeong Hong hoped he might have decided on a suitable name for him. Y Makian intends to call this sword the Golden Sand Sword if the Alliance leader permits it. Since it is the name of his sword art, the Alliance leader thought his choice of name was pleasing. He then turned to face the winner and told him to stay behind for a short while. While keeping Jun Eon on hold, Jeong Hong instructed the elders to enter a formation centered on the platform with the dragon squad to the perimeter. Upon seeing how the protagonist was still standing on the stage even after receiving the prize, Myung Ho was unable to understand what he was doing. Yunwal explained that in Miram, the situation becomes dangerous as someone takes an elixir, so he can't protect himself, and if he slips up, he could fall into energy deviation. So, he assumes the Alliance leader intends to protect Jun Eon personally. The Alliance leader's unexpected concern was beyond Myung Ho's comprehension, but Yunwal is well aware that he treats all of his juniors in this manner. Upon hearing this, Myung Ho admits that the Alliance leaders are impressive old men, even though many at the Jianghu are mean. Once everyone was in formation, the Alliance leader told him to take the elixir and meditate for as long as he wished, as a member of the Alliance, and that, along with him, would stand guard until his energy circulated. The protagonist thinks for a while, steps forward, steps onto the stage, opens the box, and begins eating the century-old ginseng. He recalled the past when he was living as a wanderer. Then this elixir would have been unimaginable, that someone would stand guard for him. As he was circulating his energy, Myung Ho was about to cheer him, but Yunwal instructed him to stay quiet, and everyone was looking forward to the transformation he would go through this time. Jun Eon smiled as he began circulating his energy, pleased to see a completely different Jianghu before him than in his lonely previous life. After a moment, he was able to circulate his energy quickly, opening his eyes and thinking it might be due to the azurite essence, which shortens the absorption time of the century-old purified ginseng. So, he finally reached the 9th phase and informed the Alliance leader that he had absorbed it, leaving the Alliance leader in utter shock as he absorbed it so quickly and asked if he was fine. After the protagonist assured him that he was all right, the Alliance leader commanded his subordinates to withdraw. After everyone took aback, he asked the protagonist if he was facing any difficulties. Jun Eon, with a blunt expression, expressed his hunger, prompting Jeong Hong to prepare a meal for the winner. Myung Ho excitedly shouted that he was hungry as well after seeing Jun Eon finally stand up. Jeong Hong noticed his retaliation and decided to call Jun Eon's friends for the meal as well. After some time at the dining table, Myung-ho was petrified by shyness, as his seat was next to Yoon Seol, and was unable to enjoy his meal. Jun Eon found it suspicious as well, as he saw him unusually quiet. He guessed it might be because of the alliance leader. Without any ounce of suspicion, it was because of Yoon Seol. Myung-ho vomited his meal out of embarrassment as the alliance leader called him a gambling den fox and corrected him, saying he is a poisonous fox. Jeong-hong finally remembered his name and assumed he might have gotten used to the umbrella he had been handed. Myung-ho awkwardly looked at Yoon Seol's expression and clarified that he had gotten used to the umbrella. The alliance leader praised him for his hard work and is certain it might be different from the ordinary umbrella he used before. The alliance leader noticed Yoon Wall glaring at Myung-ho in amusement, so he asked for confirmation if he was the young head of the HWA clan. After Yoon Wall concurred, the alliance leader asked if his father and the villagers were doing well. Yoon Wall flinched upon hearing his question and explained that everyone was doing well, but was unable to understand how he could comprehend their situation. Jun Eon noticed them talking suspiciously as if they were hiding something. Jeong-hong received several reports of the HWA clan's covert exploits during the Great Battle of the Five Tombs. After hearing this, Jun Eon finally understood their situation. Seeing Yoon Wall's reaction, the alliance leader set down his chopsticks and told him that panicking like this was disrespectful to his ancestor, as he was a descendant of the great clan. Since they are Jeong-hong comrades as well, he urged Yoon Wall not to do that in front of him. Yoon Wall obediently agreed to follow his instructions, and Jeong-hong also plans to inform him regarding the disappearance of the Fist King and Moyoung-chu, as the HWA clan has started mobilizing. He wanted Yoon Wall to alert his father about the matter of the abrupt disappearance, as he had already written to the Sword King asking for his return to the Miram Alliance for a while. He wanted the Yoon Wall clan, especially the siblings, to be extra careful, as they suspect the demonic faction has made a move to seek revenge. Both HWA siblings promised to be extra cautious going forward after receiving a warning. Then Jeong-hong accosted the protagonist, saying he needed to become even stronger than he is now so that he could become the hidden sword of the Orthodox faction. Although he knew that winning the tournament might spread his name, he still hadn't gained any true fame so that the demonic faction wouldn't know about his existence. This ultimately leads to the elders like him to become their targets, sparing the youngster, so he hopes he can understand what he meant. Jun Eon understood his task and didn't mind helping him since their objective is the same. After trying to comprehend their conversation, Myung-ho apologized and asked for an explanation of what was going on. The room was filled with laughter as Jun Eon answered that he didn't need to understand it. After some time, everyone has finished their meal, and the alliance leader intends to return to his room so he can attend the Dragon Phoenix tournament held the following day. They wished a safe journey to the alliance leader as they watched him leave the room. Yoon Wall decides to walk back to Yoon Seol, since she has a spar the following day and wants to have a drink with the men after sending her back. Jun Eon agreed to do that, and Myung-ho is pleased to discover that he is a good drinker after getting to know him a little better. The alliance leader heard their conversation, so he smirked and headed back to his room. Amidst his way back, he furiously glared around as he noticed someone's presence and wanted him to come out. As soon as the person came out, Jeong-hong was dumbfounded as the Sword Emperor. He looked at the injured man beside him, who was the Sword King disciple, which increased his concern. Sword Emperor explained that the demonic group had attacked the Sword King, confirming his suspicions. After a while, the physician was summoned to check the disciple, who assured them that he wasn't critically injured and would recover after some rest. The alliance leader thanked the physician, and after the physician's departure, he asked the Sword Emperor for details of the situation. Sword Emperor was also attacked by the demonic factions, which included 12 members in addition to the 2 leaders. However, despite his efforts to cut them down, he couldn't kill them, leading him to assume they are sword-proof. As the alliance leader was astounded, the Sword Emperor explained that their skills seemed more like a spell rather than an ordinary sword impervious. After escaping their attacks, he went to the Sword King's residence out of concern for his safety, but the Sword King was already gone. The alliance leader was concerned when Moyoung-chu and Fist King first disappeared, but now even the Sword King has been killed, leaving the Sword Emperor in shock. Jeong-hong is worried about how the demonic factions have killed his subordinates. So he summoned the Cloud Dragon Squad and the White Dragon Squad. As the squad leader appeared, Jeong Hong instructed the Cloud Dragon Squad to split up to investigate the demonic faction's traces. Then instructed White Dragon Squad to secretly protect the rising talent of the Dragon Phoenix tournament. After they left the alliance, the leader is concerned because the demonic faction's movements are completely different from those during the Great Battle of Five Tombs, so he intends to prepare, as they can't understand their motives. Meanwhile, the protagonist was at an inn near the Muram alliance with Yunwal and Myung-ho. Yunwal ordered 2 bottles of wine with 1 plate of stir-fried meat, then asked Myung-ho about the details of running the gambling den. Myung-ho didn't deny that he used to run a gambling den and informed the alliance leader of it during their last meeting. But he was surprised to hear the alliance leader respond, as he didn't want him to dwell on the past. The past has already passed, so he has to live in the present. Yunwal agreed with him, as that is true, so don't want him to dwell in the past anymore. Myung-ho also seized the opportunity to ask about his clan, which even the alliance leader called the Great Clan. Yunwal put his cup down as he remembered that he had recently been told about his ancestor, the first head of his clan, who had no name because he killed and ate when instructed to do so, and was that sort of brutal assassin. Therefore, he was given the name Hwa Sam, as Sam means third in order. His ancestor carried the letter to the Cloud Dragon, following his master's instructions, and was given a new name by the Wudang Sword Immortal, Hwa Wunryong. Yunwal heard that every time his ancestor heard that name, he felt like he was being treated as a human being for the time in his life, at the age of 20. That was the beginning of the Hwa clan, where a grown man received a name and was treated as a human being. Since that is all in the past, Yunwal doesn't intend to hide anything and starts drinking his wine. Jun Eon doesn't mind that his story reached out to have a drink with a descendant of an assassin, a guy who ran a gambling den, and the merchant group's son. Yunwal grins as he tastes the liquor, which might be because he is having it with the strange group of people. Myung-ho agreed with him as he also thinks it's better to have a stranger as a drinking partner. While they were conversing, Dak Go-han came there, leaving all of them in astonishment. Dak Go-han felt a bit awkward, yet didn't want them to glare at him this way as he came there to have a drink as well. He took his seat, explained that he had watched the entire tournament until the final after his defeat, and realized that Jun Eon had gone easy on him. As the protagonist looked at his bruised face, Dak Go-han felt more awkward when he noticed Yunwal glaring at him. He finally understood everything, sighed, pulled out the pouch of money they bet with, and thanked them for the drink, as it was his first time drinking such an expensive wine. On his way back, he halted to suggest sparring with Jun Eon again, then left. Yunwal surprisingly looked at the pouch of money and realized that he had come there to pay the wager. Upon seeing this, Myung-ho decided to include the guy who got fleeced 30,000 nyang as well. Yunwal was unwilling to take all of this on himself when he didn't even fight. Jun Eon didn't intend to accept the money since it couldn't even cover the cost of the gauntlet he received. As he kept refusing to accept the money, Yunwal kept insisting on handing him the money. Myung-ho was speechless upon seeing their strange behavior and considered the rich people in Isor for someone like him. The next day at the main tournament of the Dragon Phoenix tournament, everyone was thrilled by this year's spectator tournament. Everyone was looking forward to this tournament between the Snow Phoenix and the greatest beauty of Jonghu. While Yunwal expressed his gratitude to the protagonist for cheering up his sister, Jun Eon doesn't mind it, as this doesn't take much time. At the same time, Myung-ho was excitedly cheering Yoon Seol for her victory in this match. As the duel began, Yoon Seol, with a single strike, threw Rai-yoon's sword flying away, then apologized for acting this way. As she lunges toward Rai-yoon, she considers this the end of their spar. Rai-yoon worriedly covered her face, exploited the close distance, and quickly punched to knock Yoon Seol down. Myung-ho gets worried upon seeing this, but Yunwal notices she is using body technique. Yoon Seol gathered her strength to stand again, amused, as she trained in body technique as well. Rai-yoon glared at her with a faint smile as she explained that she had learned a few moves from a man in her childhood and had been told she could defeat her opponent if she could learn them. The protagonist is startled upon hearing this. Then he smirks upon discovering that Rai-yoon didn't forget the way he taught her as a child, yet knew she had a long journey ahead to improve, as he sees a faint hesitation in her move. As Jun Eon turned to take his leave, Myung-ho wondered where he was going. The protagonist was certain about Yoon Seol's victory, so he intended to handle matters regarding Aoyong's scene. He intends to address the matter of the Yunha merchant group he left unattended, but told Myung-ho to enjoy the match until the end. Later that night, Jun Eon was in the quiet forest, ready to mediate, concerned about doing it so late because handling Aoyong's scene matters had taken so long, and intended to stay the night there. He recalled his meeting with Haryung, who was almost done with his document, and inquired about Aoyong's young master, whom he had detained. The protagonist recalls the three of them and guesses they might be fine. Since he requested their release, he is confident that the Moyeong clan guard might still be protecting the Yunia merchant group, which helped him come to the Muram alliance with peace of mind, but he learned a lot during his journey. He is relieved to gain immunity to poison thanks to a century-old ginseng, and his lightning art has also reached the 10th phase. Furthermore, he also gained gauntlets and formed new connections as well, so this single step into the Muram alliance leads to a lot of achievement. As he was heading back, he heard two people gossiping about the tournament winner. As the man guessed, it was the Snow Phoenix, but his comrade reminded him that someone who doesn't belong to either the Ruler Association or the Muram alliance has won. The protagonist is dumbfounded when they realize that Yoon Seol didn't win the match. As he was hearing the name of the winner from those men, that is Baek Yak, he encountered a woman ahead. Baek Yak looked at the protagonist to inform him that she had run after him to chase him, skipping her award ceremony. As soon as Baek Yak took off her veil, Jun Eon found her a strange-looking woman, as her figure was completely different from that of the women of the Central Plain, and her body was that of a natural-born martial artist. When Baek Yak informed him of her victory in the tournament, Jun Eon was left speechless, but to end the awkwardness, he congratulated her and noticed she spoke strangely. Baek Yak apologized for her late introduction. Afterward, she praised him for his performance, having watched his spar, and quickly approached him to request a final match between the dragon and the phoenix. However, the protagonist declined her request to duel for now, as he is busy, and promised to do it another time. Baek Yak doesn't understand the reason for his refusal when she could only take a little time to end the duel. She requested the duel because she had run all the way there, because he promised something to her, and assured him it would be quick if he allowed it. Meanwhile, the men heard the commotion and looked back, considering him lucky and thinking it might be amazing at this age. While Jun Eon was annoyed by her continuous pestering, he halted and didn't mind fighting her if she were his enemy. His question flustered Baek Yak, as she didn't come to demand a duel as an enemy. This makes Jun Eon's decision clear: have a duel another time because it's too late. Abruptly, he is startled as he notices the strange smell of blood, so he looks around and notices it is coming from a house nearby. As Baek Yak wanted to know the exact day they could have a duel, Jun Eon rushes toward that strange house, ignoring her. He opened the door to look inside, saw the entire mansion covered with blood, and a corpse was sitting amidst. Baek Yak followed him out of curiosity and realized he was following the smell of blood. Since the light was out, she assumed no one might have appeared before them. Jun Eon inspected the area and noticed that 3 underworld thugs, a waiter, a cook, and even people who had never learned martial arts were killed. He approached one corpse, checked it, and realized that it had been killed a day ago and had been killed with a broken back. He realized that they were killed slowly by the perpetrator so he could enjoy the show, which is unlike how an unorthodox faction of the underworld would handle. He had someone in his mind as the perpetrator, who didn't even spare those who didn't learn martial arts. Baek Yak was flustered as she noticed Jun Eon emanating a killing aura, and was worried about what was happening. The protagonist rushes out to chase the perpetrator and is certain it is the demonic faction behind it. Meanwhile, the man arrived at their base, where his leader was already discussing the details with his comrades. The leader looked ahead and saw the youngest arrive, and the man worriedly gave him a sign about someone chasing them. The leader was annoyed upon realizing that they were under surveillance, so he instructed Myung-il to inspect the surroundings. While he was instructing Juwon and the other 4, the protagonist instructed them all to come to him instead of whispering. All the demonic faction members were startled upon being discovered, so the leader came to the entrance to ask what the matter was. Jun Eon stepped forward in anger as he saw some people dead at the inn down the road, so he questioned people around the area. The leader raised his hand to assure him that they were escort guards and porters from the Great Bear Escort establishment, resting on their way back. As Jun Eon expresses his suspicion of never having heard of this escort establishment, the leader explained that there were many escort establishments in the area that he might not know about, and he completely refused to take any blame for the death. Someone at the inn was on their way, and he was told to leave immediately. He flinched as Jun Eon's suspicion became stronger since he never mentioned more than one man was killed and instructed him to raise his hand if he was the perpetrator. As the demonic faction members grabbed their swords to be prepared to attack, Jun Eon corrected himself as if he were one of those people who massacred them. As he heard the leader instructing his subordinate to get into formation, Jun Eon was stunned when the leader asked them to raise their hand. However, he is looking forward to this fight as it has been a long time since he last saw the ancient demonic art. Abruptly, all of the demonic faction members get into their formation, so their leader orders them to kill him instead of giving him any chance to counterattack. Contrary to his expectations, Jun Eon quickly closed the gap and punched him hard, sending him flying across the space. As soon as the leader slammed into the tree, his body was torn in half, and he was killed on the spot. The other faction's members' eyes widened in shock upon witnessing such an easy defeat of their leader. But shortly, Jun Eon killed the youngest beside him and shocked him even more. Without realizing that Jun Eon was above his head, he looked around to search for him and had been unable to see his movements a while ago. Without giving him a chance to attack, Jun Eon smacked his head and subjugated him on the spot as his body was torn, and admitted that they are quite skilled to have the courage to fight him despite watching how their comrades die. Those demonic faction members all lunged at him simultaneously to attack. Jun Eon looked at the lightning in his hand and was certain it had finally reached the 10th phase, so he planned to use the lightning strike technique to subjugate them. As the massive lightning bolt covered the entire sky, the demonic faction members were stunned, wondering what was going on. But soon the lightning bolts covered them and killed them on the spot. Beak Yak saw the massive lightning from afar and is annoyed as Jun Eon didn't have the time to have a duel, yet he is fighting. On the other side, Jun Eon has burned all of the demonic faction members. But suddenly, he noticed a flare signal near the corpse and realized they were part of a grander plan and intended to call someone with it. He ignited the flare signal to summon the mastermind and doesn't care who he is, as he would kill him if he belonged to a demonic faction. As soon as the signal was sent, Oh Kyung appeared, looked at Jun Eon, and realized he wasn't one of his men, so he asked if he was alone. The protagonist gave a cunning smile as he answered that he was alone and could easily take care of himself. The protagonist kept refusing as Oh Kyung asked if he belonged to the Orthodox faction or the underworld, so he wanted to know his true identity. Jun Eon clarified that he is the merchant's son, so he furiously glared at him, questioning his affiliation, knowing one of them would die there. Oh Kyung introduced himself as the captain of Myriad Demon Palace, a secret demon corps. Jun Eon was surprised, as he had never heard of Myriad Corps before, and upon realizing how easily he was explaining things, he noticed his attitude was closer to that of a martial artist than to someone who belonged to a demonic faction. Oh Kyung took one of the talismans from his hat, and didn't want Jun Eon to introduce himself because one of them would die in the end. As soon as he burned the talisman, several of his subordinates surrounded Jun Eon and were commanded to kill him. Jun Eon noticed several of them attacking, so he couldn't even differentiate the real one among them, and couldn't find out if they were all bodies or just an illusion. Since he couldn't know for sure, he intended to find out for himself, so he started punching them and kept exchanging hits with several others while defending himself. Upon seeing that there was no end to their number, he gets annoyed and electrocutes all of them with a thunderbolt, which falls in that area. While Oh Kyung watched this ridiculous situation from afar, he considered Jun Eon a risk and intended to inform the palace's young master about him. As he released the paper crane to deliver the message, Jun Eon appeared out of nowhere and glared at him, finally finding him after he had been hiding. Oh Kyung flinched at his abrupt appearance and was about to burn another talisman to summon his subordinates. Jun Eon quickly slipped behind him to attack, reminding him it's over, and then attacked him. Oh Kyung was thrown flying far away as he slammed into the mountain behind. Jun Eon rushes closer to him to give the final blow. As Oh Kyung understood the reaction, he was enraged to realize that his operation had failed. As his face mask was burning away, Oh Kyung firmly grabbed his sword as he intended to take the responsibility until the end, which is the only way to repay the grace of the myriad core. He quickly grabbed Jun Eon's both arms while the shadow behind him was holding the sword to strike. As he recites his final words for heaven to watch, he hopes that the demonic factions would rule over the world while myriad core safeguard them. The protagonist is dumbfounded upon being trapped in this situation. After Oh Kyung tried to attack Jun Eon, he was dumbfounded as his sword shattered with a single bite from the protagonist, leaving a slight scratch on his face. The protagonist excitedly grins, then grabs the floating piece of the sword, as he doesn't care about the myriad demonic palace, and he doesn't defy his fate to see a demonic faction ruling over the world. He swiftly stabbed Oh Kyung's eye with the shred of blade, then infused his lightning energy into it and started electrocuting him. As soon as the thunderbolt fell over Oh Kyung, he was turned into ashes, which started blowing away with the wind. While exuding his lightning energy, Jun Eon doesn't consider their act as one that belongs to the demonic faction when he is yearning to rule the world. Although he considers this abnormal, he knows that his past self's skill level might be insufficient, so he intends to reach the 10-phase realm, the stage with no limit to wielding lightning energy, and the final lightning of White Lightning 10 phase. He promised himself, as he clenched his fist, that he would certainly become Sword Emperor the next time he wielded lightning art. He noticed someone approaching, so he looked back and was startled to see Baek Yak following him. Baek Yak can't believe he forgot about her and remembers chasing after him several times in a single day. Jun Eon noticed the paper crane in her hand, so she questioned about it. Baek Yak was following the sound in the forest when she saw a creepy paper bird fly past her, so she immediately grabbed it and was sure it might include information regarding Jun Eon on it. The protagonist can't believe that Oh Kyung intends to pass information about him to his comrades, and he thanked her for her help. Baek Yak doesn't intend to accept his empty words of gratitude and wants him to express them through his actions, so he inquired when he would appear with her. On the other side, in an anonymous place, a cat was stretching. Then it entered a house where a paper was burning in the hall. Several shadows of members were visible in the room, and they confirmed the death of the secret corps captain as the paper with his life force was burned. They were unable to understand the reason for their comrade's abrupt death and asked about the palace's young master's next actions. The palace young master was also enraged upon the sudden loss of his comrade, so he glared ahead and promised to handle this matter accordingly, and requested the clan head to stay calm. After the meeting ended, he was inspecting some documents when his subordinate entered the room, returning from his investigation. He found out that the captain of the secret demon corps, Oh Kyung, along with the squad members who were standing by him, were wiped out by a single unidentified martial master. The palace's young master never thought his ally, like Oh Kyung, would be defeated so easily, which is because of the traitor, and is displeased to lose to such a talent. He declared Squad Leader 1 to be the next captain of the secret demon corps, as that is Oh Kyung's legacy, and he wants him to leave to reorganize it. Squad Leader 1 understood his task, so after he took his leave, the palace's young master sighed, knowing the number of clans favoring the Myriad Demon Palace would decrease because of this mission's failure. His father managed the Myriad Demon Palace of the demonic faction, which protects and raises orphans with the potential to become strong and passes down demonic arts. After becoming adults, they pay the palace grace by becoming a leading fighting force to help them. However, the Myriad Demon Palaces were betrayed by the Heavenly Demon and the Sword Demon, who formed an alliance called the Heavenly Sword Alliance. With the passage of time, their power grows exponentially, and they can't be killed by anyone who has reached the realm of a king at their current strength. Although the demonic faction intended to show that the Myriad Demon Palace still stands strong with this mission, he lost his loyal right-hand man as a result. He worriedly grabbed his head as he did things out of his usual way, but never knew the gap between them and the Heavenly Sword Alliance was that huge. While he was pondering, the white cat beside him captured his attention, so he gently started patting it. He is annoyed by the thought that they were being betrayed by the orphan whom they fed, put to sleep, and raised like a cat. He doesn't know if he has to truly become a demon like them to teach them a lesson, since they betrayed without gratitude and schemed at every turn. He admits that they are stronger than his Myriad Demon Corps and doesn't know if they would spare him if he crawled and begged them when they came to kill him in the future. Deep inside, he knew the answer to that. they don't have mercy in them, so they wouldn't spare him, which left him with no other choice but to become a demon himself. He started writing a letter to the Murim Alliance leader, Jiang Hong. Meanwhile, the protagonist has finally returned to his merchant group, where HWA Eon worriedly rushes to greet him. Jun Eon is pleased to see him again and asks if everything was fine during his time away. HWA Eon assured him that nothing would happen, as Moyang clan warriors protected them, and the Aoyang clan young masters had left a few days ago. The protagonist expressed his gratitude to Moyang clan warriors for helping him out and for their hard work. Moyang clan warriors don't find it worrisome and intend to head back now that he has returned. Ya Eon appeared there momentarily, pouting, as his big brother returned later than expected. Jun Eon was aware of his late arrival since he encountered some stuff to handle, and even won the Dragon Phoenix tournament. HWA Eon is pleased to hear such impressive news, but Ya Eon starts pulling his hair out in shock and disbelief that he won the tournament. As the protagonist explained that he had won the tournament by defeating Ya Eon, his face turned pale in disbelief, since that was something he could not have achieved, and a carriage accidentally hit him. The protagonist saw this, so he looked around and found it strange, as there were more people than usual in the merchant group. Abruptly, Jiang HWA approached him, hoping he remembered her. But Jun Eon doesn't recall her, so she explained that they had met before at the courtesan's house and was thankful to him because he had warned her she could take the girl and leave. Currently, she is running a small shop. She expressed her gratitude to him and promised to treat him with the best hospitality, so she wanted to do the same. Although Jun Eon was unable to comprehend the reason, she was thankful to him. HWA Eon roughly guessed it might be because of the alliance he mentions. Jun Eon recalls suggesting forming a great merchant alliance to protect merchant rights. HWA Eon explained that even the big and small merchant groups, along with merchants in the area, have joined the Great Merchant Association, leaving the Yunha merchant group without a single peaceful day. Although Jun Eon didn't play a huge role, he knew that HWA Eon was dealing with everything perfectly. HWA Eon looked behind him and saw Beak Yak, and wanted to know about the people following him since he had been thinking about it for a while. Beak Yak stepped forward to introduce herself and clarified that Jun Eon promised to do it with her after he returned to the merchant group, so she followed along despite it not being her place. HWA Eon and everyone else were confused by her conversation and wondered what she was trying to say. Jun Eon stepped forward to clarify the misunderstanding, took her away, and asked her to bring some tea to the reception room. Myo Hyung blushed with excitement as she saw him bring a woman for the first time after he had gotten healthier and thought she was beautiful. HWA Eon laughed awkwardly as he assumed he might end up with a sister-in-law. After a while, they were at the training area confronting each other, but Jun Eon didn't think it was right to start sparring immediately. Beak Yak prefers to spar immediately rather than waste her time on a cup of tea. She suggested excluding striking techniques and using only grappling and body techniques, so that the person whose shoulder touches the ground first will lose. Although Jun Eon was fine with body technique, he didn't consider it alright to grapple with a woman and was worried about her, since the movement can get rough, since it's only body technique. Beak Yak took off her robe, confident she would be alright in her martial arts uniform, which she wears when she trains body techniques. Jun Eon worriedly grabbed his head after realizing that even her actions were strange and unpredictable, other than her speech. After she is fully prepared, she decides to take the lead and charges toward him. Jun Eon admits she is fast, and while he was still pondering, he noticed her rushing over his shoulder and looking at him, ready to take him down. Beak Yak is surprised to see him letting his guard down, but to her even greater surprise, Jun Eon grabs her legs, holding her upside down. He clarified that it isn't the case because he plans to take her down this way. Beak Yak agreed with him, but she still asked for a chance to try breaking his opponent's balance. After the protagonist agreed to do that, Beak Yak rushed back to the starting position to start the spar again. As soon as the protagonist agreed, she rushed toward him and was about to attack him. However, Jun Eon quickly grabbed her and instructed her to wrap her clothes properly, as this increases the chance of her opponent grabbing them. She agreed to do that, which made Jun Eon guess this might be the end, but Beak Yak still wanted to spar again. They kept sparring until the sun set, and were so exhausted, yet Beak Yak kept sparring again. Since Jun Eon was a level above her body techniques, he allowed her to use inner energy, as he was desperate to check her inner energy for a while as well. As soon as Jun Eon permitted, he noticed a strange energy behind her, so he looked back and noticed that Beak Yak could use ice art. He is amused by the proficiency of her ice art, whether in the forest when she captured a paper bird or even at present. As she froze Jun Eon at his place with her ice art, she approached him, sure he would regret it if she used her inner energy. The protagonist didn't flinch as he started using his lightning. He was amused to see her confidence and realized that everyone who used ice art in the Central Plains had disappeared except for the demonic faction. This makes him suspect that she might be the descendant of the heavenly demon. Beak Yak affirmed that it is true, and she wanted to correct him as she is the descendant of the first heavenly demon, Beak Mujin. Although she considers it ridiculous, as her ancestor has been worshipped as the first heavenly demon. Jun Eon is stunned upon hearing this, as he knows that Beak Mujin isn't the first heavenly demon, but rather it's because of his overwhelming ice-based martial arts, which have drawn the adoration of a bunch of madmen. Later generations restored his martial arts, and some even learned part of it, becoming known as heavenly demons. Jun Eon, remember that Beak Mujin was the strongest among all the great martial artists born in every turbulent era. He was surprised to learn that Beak Yak is Beak Mujin's direct descendant, but found it suspicious, as he had never heard of his bloodline appearing in the Jianghu, so he wanted to know the situation. Before Beak Yak could explain anything, she wanted to have a meal while talking, as she was completely drained. Later, while their meal was being served, Beak Yak was busy devouring a large portion of the meal. She found the meal truly delicious, which could be expected of the greatest merchant groups in the Central Plains, and kept eating it. Myo Hyung notices this sudden personality change and guesses her master might have two women. Jun Eon initiated the conversation as he intended to know if her entire clan had left the Central Plains. He figured out that she didn't simply come here to attend the Dragon Phoenix tournament. Beak Yak wiped her face as she affirmed, "That is right," and explained that she had heard there was an uproar in Jianghu because people who created their martial art, the whole blossom divine art, had called it a demonic art. This results in prejudice among Central Plain people toward their ice arts, viewing them as belonging to the demonic faction. This makes descendants feel guilty, even though they are innocent. Since a successor who fully mastered Beak Mujin martial arts emerged only after many generations, they remain complacent in a place lacking in elixir and rivals to keep their art alive. Out of concern for the vanishing of the white blossom, divine art left by the first heavenly demon, she returned to the Central Plains so she wouldn't lose what she had inherited, and also plans to set things right. Since the protagonist sought to understand what she aimed to correct, Beak Yak shot an ice blade at the wall close to Jun Eon's neck and explained that her goal was to clear their reputation of being associated with the demonic faction. Furthermore, she intends to prove their innocence by eradicating the demonic factions herself. Although Jun Eon knows that several people in the Central Plain hold prejudiced views, he remains indifferent because he is focused on achieving his goal. He grins upon hearing that she intends to eliminate the demonic faction. And, like her, he realizes they could forge a strong connection because they share the same goal, leaving her in shock. The protagonist can't hide his smile after hearing the good news and receiving valuable assistance from someone as powerful as her, by lending her strength in the battle against the demonic faction. Beak Yak stood to take her leave to head back to her lodging since it was already too late. As soon as she came out of the room, all of her shadow warriors rushed toward to protect her. Her cousin guard, Beak Ran, noticed that her face was a bit red, so he wondered if something had happened inside. Beak Yak started flapping her hand to cool herself down, not realizing her face had turned red and attributing it to using the intense body technique for the first time. While continuing her journey, Beak Ran asked about the result of the spar. Beak Yak guessed Jun Eon might have shown a small portion of his skills at the tournament, as she couldn't defeat him despite countless tries. Beak Ran wondered if she had found anything other than the fact that he is strong. Beak Yak thinks for a while, then explains that the food at the merchant group suits her taste. Beak Ran was speechless upon hearing her answer, as she looked at her big belly and knew she was gullible, like always, and like everything she tasted. The following day, Beak Yak stretched her body, feeling a little lazy after eating a lot the previous night. She arrived near the lake after hearing about it and considered it perfect for a walk, just as rumored. She jumped down the cliff to run without noticing that Jun Eon was working there. She was about to fall on Jun Eon, but worried about a rough landing. The protagonist immediately held her, saw her all flustered, and inquired if she was all right. Baek affirmed, but she apologized for the abrupt landing, as she thought it might be a deserted place, but Jun Eon didn't want him to mind it. As they kept strolling, Baek inquired if he was there for a walk as well. The protagonist explained that he always stays near the lake after morning training. After saying that, both of them stayed quiet, but to break the awkward atmosphere, she suggested picking up the pace to see who would head out first, since they were strolling together. The protagonist agreed to her request, but wanted to tell her something about the direction she was heading. However, as soon as he looked at the frozen paths on the lake, he considered it surprising to see a woman stepping on the water for a morning walk. The protagonist picks up the pace and admits that her mobility art is amazing and so calm, as if she were walking on flat ground. Baek looked at him in amusement as he picked up her pace when she always heard only a few people could keep up with her mobility art in the Jianghu. Jun Eon grins as he considers this stroll quite stimulating, as he has a hard time keeping up with her pace. Baek blushed upon receiving a compliment from him, praised him for his skills as well, then looked ahead. Jun Eon asked her to repeat it because he couldn't hear her, but she refused and suggested running more. After some time, they were so exhausted that they took a break and arrived at some place far away, which even Baek didn't notice. Jun Eon picked up the leaf on her head and was in disbelief that they had come so far without knowing, as he was having fun competing with her in movement art, and suggested heading back. Baek blush found it strange, as she had felt so hot the previous day and guessed it might be because the central place is warmer than the ice palace. After looking at the terrain ahead, Jun Eon realized he might have run 100 kilometers away. Abruptly, a man accosted him from above, relieved to see he had finally returned to the Yuna merchant group, and informed him that the 8 Dragon sect leader was calling for him. The protagonist was unable to understand the reason for being summoned like this so suddenly. The man clarified that it was because of karma, because the Crimson Reaper he killed was from the 8th Dragon sect. Upon hearing about Crimson Reaper, Jun Eon froze in his place and questioned suspiciously who that person was. The man can't believe that Jun Eon doesn't know about Yukman's main street's Crimson Reaper. The protagonist finally realized he was talking about that big guy, so the man explained that the Crimson Reaper master wants to see him especially, and that if he doesn't go, the Yuna merchant group will be hurt somehow. Upon hearing this threat, Jun Eon agreed to go there. The man is glad to see that his decision was decisive, so he decides to send someone soon to fetch him. The protagonist instructed him to wait since he had a prior appointment, so he should eat first before leaving. Although the man was enraged by his arrogant glare, he agreed to comply with his request. Later, he kept following the man's lead till dusk and realized that their meeting place was far away. On his way, he noticed a huge-sized lantern around, so he asked if they had stolen it. The man is annoyed by his wild behavior, as he even eats his dinner before coming there. After a while, they finally arrived at the main hall where the 8 Dragon sect leader was waiting for him and instructed him to go ahead. As soon as Jun Eon entered the hall, everyone's annoyed gaze fell on him. The 8 Dragon sect leader, Heir, is relieved to see he has finally arrived and glares at him. As the protagonist kept going ahead, he grabbed the head of one of the elders sitting on a chair and slammed him away to make a seat for himself. All the elders were speechless upon witnessing his strength, which overpowered the elder, but the leader remained quiet. The protagonist pulled the chair to the center, sat down, and went straight to the point instead of wasting time asking why he had been summoned. He wanted the leader to speak quickly, as he was willing to hear him out. Heir looked at his subordinate and ordered him to move the person who had been sent flying. Then he looked at Jun Eon to ask about the Crimson Repair. Jun Eon emanated the killing intent as he declared he was the one who killed that guy and wanted to know what he would do. Since he knew that the underworld had its own rules, he wanted to know what they intended to do and looked around to search for the Crimson Reaper Master. As the blind man declared that he is the Crimson Reaper Master, his subordinate informed him of Jun Eon's appearance, someone in his early to mid-20s who is trained in martial arts. Upon hearing about his appearance, he was taken aback by seeing his confidence and arrogance. He heard rumors that Jun Eon was planning to kill him and that the Yuna merchant group was creating several businesses around. He promised to get rid of the Yunha Merchant Group's client, set an example so they can't do any business, and assured Jun Eon would be the last one to be dealt with. After hearing him out, Jun Eon accosted the sect leader, knowing he had a novel way to render him unable to do anything. He confidently looked ahead as he explained that the reason for their sitting unscathed there is that they didn't harm the Yunha Merchant Group in his absence. Yet he is disappointed that they had the audacity to threaten him with using the Yunha Merchant Group. The blind elders were annoyed when they noticed that Jun Eon was a young man who lacked reason. He suggested dealing with Jun Eon to end this matter instead of talking to him. Hajionic considers it an unjustified decision when Crimson Reaper wasn't even a member of the Eight Dragon sect, but was someone the elder raised to increase his wealth. He promised to avenge the elder if the elder dies while resolving this matter, and he doesn't intend to intervene. The elder was disappointed by the leader's mean words, as his disciples' money belongs to him, and he even paid the Eight Dragon sect with it, so it should be their business to handle as well. Hajionic isn't interested in the source of the money, but since he has already summoned Jun Eon using his sect name, he wanted the elder to deal with this matter himself. As they kept arguing among themselves about how to resolve this matter with the leader's help. Jun Eon is pissed by their conversation, which cured both the blind elder and the leader who could see everything. He gets closer to Hajionic, glaring at him with killing intent, as he doesn't understand the position they are currently in. Hajionic considered his behavior arrogant, so all of his warrior pointed their sword at him. Hajionic is in disbelief that Jun Eon dared to show his killing intent in the middle of the Eight Dragon sect. As soon as the protagonist reached out to him, Hajionic unsheathed his sword and pointed it at his neck. Jun Eon swiftly blocked his sword, considering him arrogant for behaving this way, and slammed the leader far away. Upon seeing that their leader was severely injured, all the warriors charged at him. Jun Eon infused his lightning energy into the sword to attack them, while explaining the fact that he had been holding back from the start. In the split second, he severed all the warriors around him in half with a single slash, concerning everyone. The blind elder is dumbfounded upon recognizing the lightning energy he used and never knew he was someone who could wield it, so he assumed he might be a Fist King disciple. The protagonist heard this, so he looked back with a smirk, realizing that the elder might be blind but was quick-witted. The elder, worried, commanded his subordinates to run rather than pursue him, since they couldn't face him. As he was warning everyone, Jun Eon threw a sword at him that pierced through his head and concerned his subordinate. While the leader was looking at the destruction, he flinched in fear upon hearing Jun Eon's voice. Jun Eon intends to make it so they can't do business and feels bad, since the smart one among them has been dead. He kept rambling about Hajionic warriors' words, who were confidently threatening to get rid of his Yunha Merchant Group client to set an example, and couldn't believe he let him gamble his life like this. He looked at Hajionic to ask if he had a family after the leader concurred. Jun Eon was in disbelief as he dared to act all confident despite having one. Hajionic worriedly flinched as Jun Eon sounded like a lunatic spouting crazy things, but he could tell he could kill his entire family if he dared to mess with the Yunha Merchant Group. Upon understanding the seriousness of the situation, Hajionic had no choice but to instruct his subordinate to drop their weapons. After they dropped the weapons, Hajionic bowed before him for committing a huge crime for miscalculating his skills. Everyone else followed his lead to bow as well, and Hajionic promised to do everything Jun Eon says from this moment onward. The protagonist intends to deal with them the same way the underworld would, since they belong to one. He remembers Hajionic claiming he would avenge him if Ming died, so he wanted him to uphold his promise and accept his revenge. Hajionic grows worried when he realizes his words are now a burden and admits that his abilities make it hard for him to keep his word. Jun Eon remembers that in the underworld, they keep their promises even without the ability. Hajionic was left speechless after hearing this, so he grabbed the sword and quickly severed his finger, leaving Jun Eon in astonishment. Hajionic promised to cut his finger whenever he said something he didn't mean and instructed his subordinates to do the same. Everyone obediently followed his command to cut their finger and splatter the blood around. Jun Eon doesn't have the rebirth skill like them, and doesn't plan to take on weak people like them to unify the underworld. Hajionic promised not to consider himself part of the underworld from this moment onward, as he doesn't have the skills and is willing to do anything he says. The protagonist put his foot on his head to warn Hajionic that the Yunha merchant group would burn to the sky. So if his clients get wrecked, and even if his father and brothers stab him, the only thing that is important to him is that he wouldn't die. He glared at Hajionic with a terrifying expression, telling him that he wouldn't die in any case, so he hoped he could understand. Hajionic started trembling in fear, but he affirmed as he understood everything. Jun Eon retreated with the intention of settling things there and instructed the sect leader, Hajionic, to follow him, as he wanted to tell him something. After some time, Myung-ho finally returns to his gambling den, worriedly grabs his head upon seeing several people lining up before Jun Eon, and doesn't understand what happened in his absence. The protagonist is received by Myung-ho, who has finally returned, and is instructed to boil some noodles because he is hungry. Later, after the noodles were prepared, they were having their meal, and Myung-ho recalled some old memories by having noodles at the gambling den when he was the one who had his face beaten up. Jun Eon noticed he returned later than expected, so he asked for the reason. Myung-ho encountered something unexpected that delayed his return, and then he glared at Hajionic to ask what he had done this time. He pointed at the men behind him and asked why his gambling den had been torn down and remodeled into an underground training hall. Jun Eon explained that the person beside him is Hajionic, the 8th Dragon Sect leader, and upon seeing Myung-ho's reaction, he wondered if he knew him. Myung-ho erupted in laughter as he didn't know someone with a ridiculous name from the 8 Dragon Sect. He started rolling on the ground in laughter as he didn't know the reason for Hajionic to name it the 9 Dragon Sect instead of skipping one dragon out. Jun Eon was willing to give the sect leader some time to beat Myung-ho's leader, so he urged him to hold his anger in. Hajionic understood, so he held his anger back, which concerned Myung-ho, so he stood and took his seat in disbelief, as he was the only one enjoying it. After a while, Jun Eon asks how many subordinates the sect leader currently has. After Hajionic explained that he had 240 members, Myung-ho is dumbfounded, as the underworld has more subordinates than he expected. After the protagonist introduced Myung-ho, the sect leader asked whether Myung-ho was weaker than him, and after a single glance, he could tell he was, which infuriated Myung-ho. Jun Eon urged the sect leader to pick a suitable sparring partner for him after the renovation ends. After the sect leader easily agreed, Jun Eon instructed him to give all the elixir from his funds to Myung-ho as well. He wanted the sect leader to nurture Myung-ho and invest in him until he could become the 9 Dragon Sect leader, and instructed him to treat Myung-ho well because he is his disciple. Hajionic was willing to complete everything that Jun Eon requested without exception. Myung-ho started the discussion among themselves without even questioning him. Even though he was the person involved, he didn't want to be taught by underworld people and is already busy with his tri-sword technique, so he can't spare any time for practicing anything else. Jun Eon forgot to ask for his opinion and suggested counting the number of swings he makes during his spar as part of the number of times he performs the tri-sword technique, since he doesn't like his idea. Myung-ho was still reluctant, but Jun Eon didn't intend to listen to him and instructed him to figure it out himself about what he was going to do about the training. Then he looked at the sect leader to assign him another task, and the sect leader eagerly awaited all his orders. He commanded Hajionic to look into recent cases of martial artists disappearing, as well as the current movement of the demonic faction. He is certain the demonic faction stirs up trouble with the orthodox faction by contacting the underworld first when they start making a move, so he wanted him to investigate whether any group is giving off these vibes. Upon hearing about the demonic faction, Hajionic promised to use all resources to investigate this matter. Before taking his leave, he warned Hajionic that if Myung-ho died, he would take revenge on the entire 8 Dragon Sect, so he hoped he understood. Hajionic was concerned upon hearing this, but he complied with his command and watched him leave. Myung-ho can't believe how the protagonist takes his leave after talking his heart out, and he guesses Hajionic might have no pride at all for following all of his commands so easily. Hajionic considers himself lucky to follow the command of the Fist King disciple, as there is a common fact in the underworld that no sect has survived that messed with the Fist King. Myung-ho kept thinking about how Jun Eon is a disciple of the Fist King, so he considers it an opportunity for him, and he is sure he could take it out on him after being pissed by Jun Eon. So, he is sure that if he could handle this man, Jun Eon wouldn't treat him however he wants. Since his master is truly scary, He suggested that the sect leader do it right since his master has broken every bone in his body. He is sure that the sect leader might know the reason for the sudden death of Crimson Reaper. Ha Jianik has been wondering about it as well. So Myung-ho explained that Crimson Reaper was killed for something so simple as he just interrupted his training. Upon seeing the sect leader's worried expression, Myung-ho explained that before he could fill his quota of 1,000,000 swings, Crimson Reaper's subordinates dared to lay a hand on him and were killed as a result. He attempted to intimidate him further by claiming that their mistakes would lead them to ascending to heaven unless they obeyed their master, emphasizing that they were allies. Ha Jianik's face turned pale upon realizing that Jun Eon wasn't lying when he threatened to kill all of them if they mess with Myung-ho. After he was trapped in Myung-ho's trap, he was relieved and considered him an idiot. On the other side, Jun Eon returned to the Yunhye merchant group, saw Jinbo and Myungbo training, and asked about their progress. The two of them were sitting on the bed of thrones when they noticed Jun Eon arrive, so they rushed toward him to welcome him. Jun Eon is well aware that the training for the Black Fog recoil art they are learning isn't as easy as people with normal bodies cannot even start this sort of brutal martial art. Jinbo agreed with him, considering it fun, and Jun Eon is thrilled to notice how tough their body has become, so he can easily bounce off most of the sword. He considered bringing them to his side worth it and knew countless strong fighters in the Jianghu, including Beak Yak, were way above the two of them. He learned many skills through sparring with her, so he intends to share what he has learned with the two of them to make them stronger. While they were conversing, HWA Eon arrived to inform him that someone was arriving to sell an elixir, and to insist on meeting him. While he was explaining the herb collector, Yong Nosa stepped forward, greeted Jun Eon, and grinned excitedly as he arrived to trade an elixir with him, which would shock him. It is called Crimson Moonflower. After some time, they arrived near the summit of the Dragon Valley Mountain while following Yong Nosa's lead. Jun Eon looked around in disbelief, as he never thought that the precious crimson flower would be there. Yong Nosa affirmed that it is right, so he requested Jun Eon to accompany him because of the nature of the elixir, as it can't be stored and withers quickly, so he has to consume it immediately. That is also why he offers such a precious treasure for only 300,000 yang. Jun Eon erupted in laughter upon hearing his reason for selling it at such a low price. Young Nosa doesn't understand why he's laughing like this. After a while, Jun Eon stopped laughing, but he considered it a hassle to act this way and started thinking about his enemies. Since he has already dealt with the Crimson Reaper backers and is sure Aoyang clan members wouldn't act so rashly, they are mindful of their actions for now. He also doesn't consider it justified for the assassin hired by the Aoyang clan to act this way. This only left one person, so he asked Yong Nosa about his relationship with the little deity sect leader. Yong Nosa denied it as he was only leading him to the elixir without any hidden agenda. The protagonist warned Yong Nosa that he would die if he consumed it, but he didn't know how. Yong Nosa stayed calm, telling him that he knew it well. He needed to swallow it at the place it blooms, then swallow it where it blooms, then carefully cup the petals with his hand. The protagonist bursts out laughing upon hearing that, since it isn't true, and he unsheathes his sword, explaining that Crimson Moon Flower absorbs poisonous energy the moment a person touches it and withers immediately, and that it only grows in shady, damp places where moonlight seeps in regularly. To absorb the Crimson Moon Flower, a person doesn't touch the petal. They cut the stem and absorb it immediately. Yong Nosa was shocked upon hearing this, and before he could say a single word, Jun Eon beheaded him along with his comrade, explaining that the root is eradicated just as they were handled. Upon seeing several assassins surround him, he grins excitedly because things are finally moving the right way. Their leader appeared amused as Jun Eon followed purposefully despite knowing the truth and considered him a smart young master, as rumored. Jun Eon intends to hear the reason for being dragged all the way there, rather than beating around the bush. He is well aware that, compared to azurite essence and primordial vermilion fruits, Crimson Moonflower is rare, and he is stupid enough to believe a herb gatherer is coming all the way to sell it to him at a lower price. The leader considered him stupid enough because he was now far away from the Yunhye merchant group at the moment. As he kept talking nonsense, Jun Eon quickly erupted in anger, shot at him, and was infuriated, wanting to know what he was trying to do with the Yunhye merchant group. Meanwhile, at the Yunhye merchant group, The assassin barged in and tried to kill everyone while the merchants and the maids were running away to save themselves. Meanwhile, the warriors were worried upon seeing their captain attacked, and everyone decided to ambush the protagonist rather than stand. In a split second, the protagonist quickly attacked and beat everyone he encountered, ultimately landing a solid punch on the last one. After eliminating all of them, Jun Eon continued walking nervously, as his inner young energy remained unsettled. He couldn't believe they had targeted the Unia merchant group instead of him from the start. As he started his journey back, he hoped the squad leader and the twin brothers could hold them out for a little longer. On the other side, the squad leader prioritized evacuating the merchant and instructed his comrades not to let anyone else come inside. As an assassin tried to attack him, Myungbo appeared behind him to take the hit in his stead. The captain is surprised upon seeing that he is still unharmed despite taking the hit. While the twin brothers were heading forward to deal with the assassins, he asked the captain to take care of the chief administrator. After that, they started getting rid of all the assassins, and the other assassin gets worried upon seeing Yuna's merchant group have monstrous guards. They still didn't give up on charging the twins enthusiastically, thinking they could easily handle the two of them with their numbers. As they continued fighting, HWA Eon grew concerned because there were too many of their opponents. While Beak Yak was passing by, she saw the merchant group being attacked by some thugs, and she might be assuming things. Her cousin doesn't think she is imagining things when she senses the intensity of their killing intent and figures out they belong to an unorthodox faction. She approached HWA Eon to see if he knew these individuals, but as she suspected, he didn't, so she chose to intervene. Her cousin urges HWA Eon to go inside, since everyone from the merchant group is fine and will handle this matter. However, HWA Eon can't hide when his merchant group is under attack, and can't let them fight when they are the guests. Beak Mujin clarified that her young lady is shy about showing her martial art, so he was asked to head inside. Beak Yak took out her hairpin, stepped down, and stared at the warrior with killing intent. She intends to earn her deeds for the day since things turned out that way. The warriors were annoyed to see the audacity of that woman and clarified that their target is the vault deeper in the merchant group, so they rushed to kill her. Beak Yak instructed Beak Mujin to declare that they would either die or freeze. After declaring her intention to fight, she used her ice art, which slowly began freezing the warrior, leaving them in concern. Everyone, including HWA Eon, was in awe upon seeing the overwhelming ice art that she displayed. Beak Yak stared at them for a while, then, with a single gesture of her hand, she beheaded all of them. After dealing with them, she remembered that she had forgotten to ask for their opinion, so she looked back and asked if they were supposed to stay alive. After some time, Jun Eon returned to the merchant group worriedly and called out for his father and brother. His eyes widened in shock upon witnessing the cheerful environment at the merchant group, and he was in disbelief as everything was fine. HWA Eon saw his worried expression and told him to have a drink with him, assuring him that nothing had happened. While the protagonist was still in awe, Beak Yak approached him to explain that something certainly happened during his absence. As he saw Beak Yak there as well, he figured out she might have helped to tackle the situation. HWA Eon was completely drunk, and he excitedly explained how all the enemies were dealt with a single flicker of Beak Yak's finger, so he told him that he missed a critical moment. As his brother kept explaining the entire situation, Jun Eon kept knocking on the table for a while, then thanked Beak Yak for her help. While HWA Eon kept spouting nonsense in his drunken state, he planned to take Lady Beak as his sister-in-law. Beak Yak is amused upon hearing this, but he wanted him to spar with her again to express his gratitude. As the protagonist gave a soft smile, HWA Eon was about to comment again, but the captain stopped him on time. At that moment, at the Murim Alliance, Jeon Hong's subordinate entered the room and greeted him. Jeong Hong glared at him, questioning the result of his investigation. His subordinate explained that the Moyang clan had found some traces of the former head Moyang Chu. He kept hesitantly explaining the condition of the body, but he didn't think it right to call it a body when all that was found was a bloodstain imprinted in the shape of a human body. The investigation team could barely confirm the victim's identity after examining the victim's belongings. The Alliance leader was certain it was a demonic faction doing so. His subordinate agreed, as he had heard that the body had been absorbed by something and vanished, leaving only torn clothes, powdered white bone, and bloodstains. The Alliance leader suspects a trap because the body was found after a long search, and a letter has now appeared. He showed the letter to his subordinate, which claimed that someone knew the Sword King's location. Because of the detailed information, he wants to verify the facts himself, as he is unsure of the informant's motives. He plans to leave immediately and instructs his subordinate to gather the troop and follow him, activating the Miram Alliance's emergency mode to rescue the Sword King. Meanwhile, somewhere in a prison in a mountain, Sword King Noong Chenak was training when he sensed someone's presence. He looked ahead, and the Sword Demon grinned, realizing that the Sword King had become accustomed to this prison and was doing well. Noong Chenak didn't consider that place suitable for a prison, and wanted to know his name since he had invited him there. Although the Sword Demon has dropped the use of his name, he told Noong Chenak to call him Sword Demon. Noong Chenak could tell from the moment he was attacked by a sword demon that he wasn't an ordinary person, but didn't know he was from a demonic faction, and inquired about his goal for letting him live. Sword King intends to improve his skills as well to fight Sword God in the future, but he hasn't had the chance to witness their martial arts, so he wanted to see if he could do it himself. As all of his subordinates surrounded him, Sword Demon asked for his opinion about them, as they would be honored to exchange blades with the Sword King. He grins excitedly as he wonders how Noong Chenak would act if he were given the chance of killing his subordinates one by one. Noong Chenak gladly accepts his chance to fight them, so Sword Demon instructed the youngest to kill the Sword King immediately, and if he can't do that, then he should die. The youngest immediately accepted his order without any remorse or fear on his face. Noong Chenak wanted to know one thing before they could fight: whether he was the one who killed Fist King and Moyang Chu. Sword King remembers Fist King since he fought wildly and so well that he couldn't take him alive. Noong Chenak became gloomy upon realizing his dear comrades had died, so he quickly grabbed the sword, unsheathed it, and exuded his energy as he intended to drag all Sword Demon subordinates with him to the afterlife, even if he died. On the other side, the youngest was also unsheathing his sword, then charged toward him and quickly struck. Noong Chenak blocked his sword easily, and they exchanged several slashes afterwards. He noticed that the youngest is well trained with a sword, and an average martial artist from the Orthodox faction wouldn't even be his match. However, he knew that the youngest still lacked skills compared to him, so he quickly struck his head with his sword. He is dumbfounded as he notices his sword didn't pierce through the youngest's neck and assumes he might be impervious to blades and swords. While he was concerned, the youngest firmly grabbed his sword to attack him, but Noong Chenak countered his attack and threw him flying far away. The youngest stood behind the Sword Demon, looking at his trembling hands as he was affected by this attack. He is in awe as the Sword King not only blocked his attack from an unstable stance, but even threw him away, and admits that those old men are truly incredible. He accosted the youngest as he warned him repeatedly to hide his ability to be an impervious blade, so he couldn't believe he bared his neck at the moment they started the battle. He furiously approached the youngest to tell him that he should have pretended to be hit by giving up an arm, his waist, and his leg. The youngest apologized for making the mistakes and promised never to repeat it. Noong Chenak realized that he wasn't human, and Sword Demon affirmed that it was right to rest, as he might be tired after flapping his sword. He looked back, instructing the first sword to play with the Sword King without killing him, and instructs him to point out clearly if he found something suspicious. Noong Chenak is enraged upon hearing this and curses him. Sword Demon smirked as he didn't mind being cursed and knew the people from the Orthodox faction loved to curse, so he took his leave with the hope of seeing him again. Noong Chenak doesn't want him to bother showing manners when he doesn't mean it. After coming out of prison, the Sword Demon looked back to clarify that he only shows manners because the Orthodox faction likes it. As the door was closing, he grinned as he found it fun to do things like this and hoped he would stay alive for their next meeting. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Demon was having a drink when the leader of the Heavenly Sword Alliance appeared and saw him drinking without any side dishes. Heavenly Demon is startled upon seeing him there, so welcomed him and instructed him to take his seat. The Heavenly Sword Alliance leader greeted the Heavenly Demon and paid his respect to him. Heavenly Demon was annoyed as he got fed up with listening to all this time. The Sword Demon took his seat, knowing that the Heavenly Demon didn't come to waste his drink, and suspected he might have already chosen the next opponent. Heavenly Demon started pouring the liquor in his glass as he started explaining how the underworld men are on guard against their ambush. so he chose different prey while waiting for them to let their guard down. He intends to start with the Sword Emperor Namgung Wu. Sword Demon doesn't find any opening to deal with Namgung Wu when he likes to stay inside his clan all the time. Heavenly Demon smirked as he recalled how Moyang clan had found the traces of Moyang Chu that he left in the Bloodless. Therefore, now the Ruler Association's forces and even some martial masters will comb through the Bloodless thoroughly. He is sure that at that time, the Namgung clan's usual troop strength will decrease, making it easier to carry out their plan. He has also arranged for around 50 people who would die in a bloodless manner. At the time, the Namgung clan's attention is diverted somewhere else, and the Heavenly Demon plans to reach the Sword Emperor. He sighed because, if the myriad demon place master they admired could help, they wouldn't need to spill 50, but around 200, worth of blood in glorious fashion. Yet he didn't understand why he was getting colder with the passage of time. Sword Demon was annoyed to hear about the admired myriad demon palace master, and he wanted to know when they would kill him. Heavenly Demon grins to know he is in such a hurry to do that, but he is sure that myriad demon young palace master will stir trouble, and at that time, the followers of the myriad demon palace would have an excuse to betray him. Sword Demon is unsure that a coward would stir any trouble. Heavenly Demon doesn't consider the palace's young master a coward, but a kid who is rich and sensitive on the inside and is well aware that a child is bound to have a more sensitive inner world after being brought up by a crazier father. He plans to proceed with getting rid of the Sword Emperor first, since they aren't in disagreement and intend to take minimal manpower, with just 2 of them to handle him. The Sword Demon wondered who among them would absorb the Sword Emperor. Upon hearing his question, the Heavenly Demon smirked, telling him that he would absorb him, and assumed he might be getting uneasy since he kept yielding everything to him. He is certain the 2 of them would be friends despite the world becoming divided into demonic factions. While taking his leave, he assured him that he would be satisfied even if it were a Sword Demon world instead of a demonic faction world. Sword Demon is startled upon watching him leave so suddenly, so he inquires where he is heading. Heavenly Demon plans to head to the Namgung clan to kill the Sword Emperor and intends to head there first, so he instructed the Sword Demon to meet him later at the Cloud Fire Pavilion. Sword Demon found it strange as they weren't heading back together. Heavenly Demon reminded him that he had something to handle and worriedly glared at him, as he had been bothered by the Sword Emperor they let slip, so he intended to kill the Sword King that day. Sword Demon saw him leaving, but he didn't understand the reason for feeling uncomfortable by the fact that his friend was yielding everything to him. He guesses it might be because they are of the demonic faction, or because he is the direct descendant of the Heavenly Demon who died in the Great Battle of the 5 Tombs. He kept looking at Heavenly Demon, probably because he thought his father was a genius who faced the 3 gods of the Orthodox faction alone, which made him feel uneasy. But since he belonged to demonic faction where no one is friend, so he assumed this might have caused uneasiness in him. He intended to get rid of all those stray thoughts in his mind by becoming stronger than now, as he knew the demon god grand plan is already revolving around him. He went outside the prison where Nong Chanak was imprisoned and planned to kill him just as his friend said. As soon as he arrived at the prison, he grinned as he saw the Alliance leader beside him and asked the reason for his arrival. The Alliance leader glared at him, then commanded his comrade to be careful of their enemy, who is no less than a monster. Abruptly, all of them charge towards Sword Demon and keep chasing him as he flees a bit away. Sword Demon was impressed by the intelligence of the Miram Alliance, but he was certain they would be unable to find this place, so he kept thinking of the person who tipped him off. He recalls his meeting with his friend when they discussed a young palace master who seemed cowardly and guessed it might be him. While Sword Demon was spacing out to figure out the traitor, one of the warriors appeared above his head and was fully prepared to strike after finally getting his hand on him. The Sword Demon timely noticed his presence, so he attacked back and shattered his sword into pieces, leaving him in utter shock. As he was prepared to swing his sword again to get rid of the warrior, he didn't think the warrior should talk about killing him. As soon as he swung his sword to attack, the Alliance leader stepped forward to block it and deflected his attack. Then commanded his subordinates to deal with the stragglers, as he would handle Sword Demon alone. The warriors were worried about the Alliance leader's safety and were reluctant to leave. Sword Demon was annoyed to see him pushing him again, as he couldn't tolerate it, even though he was an old man. After some time, they exchanged countless blows as they kept fighting, which made Sword Demon realize that the Alliance leader's sword art is truly hard to deal with, as he had heard. Since the Alliance leader's attacks were needlessly gentle, it's hard to predict exactly which direction they will be coming from. He regarded all the sword strikes as significant, so Sword Demon risked losing his arm if he let his guard slip even briefly. Sword Demon is well aware that he needs to defeat the man before him to become the sword god truly, but he is well aware that it is hard to attain at the moment. He slammed his sword on the ground, conjured a large dark aura around his wrist, and then channeled it into his sword. Soon, the energy spread through the ground, shattering it and pushing Jiang Hong back. As soon as the ground shattered, which spread the dust around and blinded the Alliance leader, Sword Demon, he ran away. He is certain that his escape wouldn't be noticed since he ran away after spreading his inner energy and erasing his presence. He is certain this would give him enough time in the unpredictable and dangerous situation like this. He heads toward the prison as he needs to rendezvous with the 12 demon swords to fight away. However, he froze in place as the Alliance leader exuded a killing aura, ending his mistake of thinking he could get away from him this way. Sword Demon looked back in utter shock to realize that the Alliance leader was more monstrous than he was. Despite the huge distance between them, Jiang Hong launched a substantial slash towards Sword Demon that threw him flying far away. The impact of his attack was so substantial that even the Alliance leader's comrades were about to fly away. Jiang Hong saw them struggling, so he instructed them to be careful, as they shouldn't get blown away easily. Haryung was having a hard time maintaining his stance as well, and was in utter disbelief at witnessing the Alliance leader's true strength, which is strong enough to make heaven and earth turn over. Soon, the prison entrance was destroyed, and the mountain split in half, stunning all the members of the demonic faction, who looked around in confusion. Amidst those demonic faction members, Sword King was standing injured, but he is startled as soon as he looks ahead and sees the Alliance leader Jiang Hong exude overwhelming energy as he approaches them, and is relieved to see that the Sword King is still alive. He intends to talk with him after sorting this matter out. Then he glared at his opponent furiously and knew he wouldn't be satisfied unless he killed them. Soon, Sword Demon came out of the pile of boulders, slammed his sword on the ground, and instructed his comrades to scatter immediately. After giving his command, he grins excitedly as he infused his demonic aura into his sword, spread it around the ground again, and started shattering it. The Alliance leader figured out his plan to bring this entire place down. As soon as Sword Demon's inner energy started turning the ground upside down, the Alliance leader stayed unharmed and even protected Sword King swiftly. He looked ahead, found no one, and was annoyed to know how quickly they are when it comes to running. Sword King saw the Alliance leader's furious expression and apologized for creating this mess. Jiang Hong sighed, assuring him that it's all right, and guessed it might be because of his age that he had exhausted himself from further chasing. Sword King was still in awe upon realizing that the Alliance leader had found his location. Jiang Hong explained how he was tipped about the location by an anonymous informant, but he is sure the informant wanted both sides to clash. Momentarily, the captain manages to find them, so he rushes toward the Alliance leader to ask for his safety. The Alliance leader was fine, as they had rescued the Sword King, so he commanded the retreat of all Miram Alliance personnel and instructed them to inform the Ruler Association and the 9 great sects immediately of the demonic faction's return. Meanwhile, one of the demonic factions was running away to save his life, while concerned about the safety of others. He cursed his luck for not knowing if anyone was safe. He considered following someone, but was unsure whether to head back, as the situation appeared unclear. Momentarily, he encountered Sword Emperor on the way, who was relieved to see him and startled him. As soon as the youngest looked around, he lunged at him to strike and wanted to get rid of him immediately. He infused his aura into the sword to get rid of that trash at all costs. Before he could succeed, a heavenly demon appeared there and pulled his subordinate away using the mana thread. Then he looked at Sword Emperor to know what he was doing when the retreat orders were already given. Sword Emperor finally realized that he was the perpetrator behind everything and wanted to fight properly, as he played dirty last time. Heavenly Demon wanted to fight properly next time since he has to finish some important things for now. Sword Emperor annoyingly glared at him as he asked about his real identity. Heavenly Demon gave him a vague answer instead of the straight one, that he is one of the people who ended up orphans because of the Miram Alliance. After saying that, Heavenly Demon vanished from his sight with the hope of meeting him next time, leaving Sword Emperor behind. After a while, he took his submarine to the cliff, looked at their old base, and realized they couldn't use that place anymore. Heavenly Demon looked at the youngest, who had almost died a while ago, and the youngest thanked him for helping him out. Heavenly Demon was surprised by the sudden encounter with the Alliance leader and assumed there might be a traitor in the Heavenly Sword Alliance. The youngest is startled upon hearing this, but declares his unawareness regarding this and is certain there wouldn't be a traitor among their alliance. He intends to take his leave to join the Heavenly Sword Alliance leader and help them. Heavenly Demon wanted him to help him with something before he took his leave. The youngest was still confused, wondering what he meant, but the area was covered with his shouts as Heavenly Demon grabbed his head and started absorbing him. As he was getting rid of the youngest, he told him to die quietly and attain blissful rebirth. After the youngest ashes spread in the air, Heavenly Demon looked ahead and was looking forward to the time when the scattered one would gather again. After some time in Anhui province, the Heavenly Sword Alliance's 10th sword was strolling in the street at night. He was concerned about the head of the Heavenly Sword Alliance and the other 12 demon swords, since it had been 3 days since the incident. That night, he continued looking for a spot to sleep, but was unsuccessful. He immediately apologized for bumping into Jun Eon's shoulder while he was thinking. The main character glanced at him angrily, wondering why he was alone, as soon as he realized he was a member of the demonic group.